I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. The war begins. After the attack of Bishu Pavilion was blocked, the news was quickly sent to Ningxiu Sect. When they learned that there were strange Daogang monks joining the war, Ningxiu Sect naturally knew that this was a friend invited by Wang Dao, which immediately made Ningxiu Sect nervous. Danliang Sect divided its forces into two at this time. One part gathered and trained near Xianluo City, and the other part was already pressed on the border between the two states. But at this time, Ningxiu Sect had gathered the power of the entire Ning state, with more than 4,000 monks, far surpassing the power of Danliang Sect at this time. Attack! Attack immediately! Once the Danliang Sect's troops are assembled, the battle of extermination will take place immediately. This is our chance, the last chance. But if we attack now, they will be waiting for us to tire out. We are the defenders, and we will become the attackers. We will suffer great losses. This is the conspiracy of Danliang Sect. This is an open conspiracy, but we have to do it. We are inferior to them. If we don't want to be exterminated, then we will fight. In the Ning State camp, many people were arguing endlessly. The people of Danliang Sect were extremely vicious. It was obviously them who provoked the war, but they forced the people of Ning State to take the initiative to attack. This was not a conspiracy at all, but an open plot. They wanted to force Ning Xiao to attack proactively, while Danliang Sect relied on the formation and terrain to consume a lot of their strength, and they had to do so. Otherwise, once Danliang Sect's training was completed, they would be completely at a disadvantage. At the level of Purple Mansion cultivators, they had too few people. The pro-war faction won the upper hand. The next day, more than 4,000 cultivators from Ning Xiao slowly rushed to the front of Danliang Sect's camp. Dozens of crossbow carts were lined up in a row. The style of these crossbow carts was a bit like the ones used by mortals, but they were actually the killer weapons in the LV Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. Each crossbow cart was a 3rd level magic weapon, and the thick and large crossbow arrows on it were also 3rd level magic weapons. The crossbow arrows themselves were made of precious materials and engraved with rune formations, turning them into extremely powerful siege magic weapons. Release. Bang, 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 bang. With the order of the Ningxiu Sect cultivator, the crossbow carts fired, and dozens of crossbow arrows flew into the Danliang Sect's formation at a very fast speed. Boom, boom. At this moment, dozens of crossbows appeared in the formation, and 5 purple palaces appeared at the same time, each blocking a crossbow arrow. The remaining crossbows pierced the formation, and the sound of explosions continued to be heard. The entire formation began to emit a brilliant light, offsetting the attack power of the crossbows. Boom, boom. 5 purple palace monks also appeared in Ning Xiao, blocking some of the crossbows from Danliang Sect, but the rest still rushed into the crowd. The crowd also propped up the formation to block the crossbows, but there were still many Kame monks who could not resist this impact, and they vomited blood and fell down. The rest of the people quickly filled their positions. Fire-breaking beads. Go up. Keep loading crossbows and firing forwards. Charge. The Ningxiu Sect monks kept giving orders. The 5 purple mansion monks quickly rushed forward to throw the specially used breaking array beads into the Danliang Sect's formation, while the monks operating the crossbow carts quickly replaced the crossbows and prepared to continue firing. At the same time, the 500 forward monks also launched an attack. The purple mansion monks of the Danliang Sect each found their opponents and stopped the other party from throwing the breaking array beads. The purple mansion monks began to deviate from the main battlefield. Their power was too great. If they fought in front of the formation, both sides would not be able to fight. The aftermath of their battle would be enough to shock and kill a large number of Kame monks. The 500 forwards had already rushed to the front of the formation, but what greeted them were hundreds of spiritual talismans. A burst of indiscriminate bombardment caused heavy casualties among the 500 forwards, but the rest were still bombarding the formation quickly. The crossbows just now had consumed a lot of the power of the formation. If they attacked quickly, they could prevent the formation master in the formation from coordinating the power of the formation. If the power was strong enough, they could even break the formation. Formation Master, quickly repair the formation. Vanguards, destroy the opponent's vanguards, quickly. An elder in the Tiansheng Sect's formation quickly issued an order, and then more than 200 condensation veins monks rushed out from the gaps in the formation, and began to intercept and kill the opponent's vanguards. Under the attack of the formation and vanguards of the Tiansheng Sect's formation, the Lin Xiao Sect's vanguards suffered heavy casualties, but they also completely entangled the Tiansheng Sect's troops. Their strategic goal has been achieved. Crossbows, fire left army, charge up and entangle them. The Lin Xiao Sect's commander gave another order, and dozens of crossbows were fired again. This time there was no purple mansion monk to stop them. All the crossbows hit the formation, which immediately made the formation shaky. With the addition of new forces, the Lin Xiao Sect's vanguards began to counterattack and surround the Tiansheng Sect's vanguards. Crossbow carts, adjust the angle, bombard the back half of the Lin Xiao Sect. The right army will set off, meet the vanguard, and retreat into the formation. Formation Master, activate the strongest defense state of the formation in the Tiansheng Sect's formation. The commander changed the order again, and then dozens of crossbow arrows bombarded the hundreds of people who were fighting. At this time, the people of the Lin Xiao Sect had no formation protection, and their personal strength was not enough to fight against the crossbow arrows. The lethality of dozens of crossbow arrows suddenly increased sharply, and even one crossbow arrow pierced several people. Of course, this also accidentally injured several people of the Tiansheng Sect, but there is no doubt that the Tiansheng Sect still took a great advantage, exchanging dozens of casualties for the other side at a very small cost. The other side's troops are moving, except for the central army. Charge. Don't let them retreat into the formation, or follow them in. The commander of the Lin Xiao Sect saw the move, and put in 1,000 troops at once. At this time, in addition to the 2,000 troops in the central army, there were already 2,000 troops entangled with hundreds of people from the Tiansheng Sect. Among the 2,000 men of Lin Xiao Sect, some did not find an opponent, but threw array-breaking beads into the formation. These cheap first-level array-breaking beads were not enough to break the formation, but they were large in number, and could pose a great threat to the formation master. In front of the formation, the number of Lin Xiao Sect far exceeded that of Tiansheng Sect, which caused the casualties of Tiansheng Sect to increase rapidly. However, the reinforcement of Tiansheng Sect had arrived. They did not go out of the formation, but kept throwing talismans at the edge of the formation to help the disciples of the sect to get out of the siege and support them to withdraw into the formation. Some powerful Lin Xiao Sect disciples followed closely and rushed into the formation, but in the formation, hundreds of Tiansheng Sect disciples were waiting in full battle. The few people could not break through the defense line at all, but instead suffered under the attacks of many enemies. The two sides fought a scorching battle. Lin Xiao Sect relied on its large number of people, while Tiansheng Sect relied on the formation. The cruel war caused the monks of both sides to fall continuously, and soon reached a point that neither side could accept. Woo woo woo. The central army of Lin Xiao Sect sounded a horn, and the monks of Lin Xiao Sect began to retreat after hearing it. No one wanted to fight a decisive battle on the first day of the test attack, and both sides stopped while they were ahead. The retreating monks began to harvest the storage tools of those who died in battle. Countless small battles broke out between the two sides, but in general, retreat was the main thing. Soon, the purple mansions on both sides also retreated. The first day of the battle cost both sides a painful price. After counting, more than 300 people were killed, and countless were injured on the Lin Xiao side, and more than 100 people were killed, and countless were injured on the Tiansheng Sect side. Did you make a breakthrough in the Purple Mansion battlefield? No, the Purple Mansions on the Lin Xiao side are all old Purple Mansions for many years, and the few of us here have only recently made a breakthrough, so we are at a disadvantage. After each Purple Mansion returned, the commanders were anxious to ask about the battle situation of the Purple Mansion. If they could kill the other side's Purple Mansion, they would be able to free up a Purple Mansion monk, which would be a nightmare for the battlefield of the Meridian Opening and Meridian Condensation monks. However, the Purple Mansion of Tiansheng Sect suffered a loss, because the two Purple Mansions of Tiansheng Sect had just broken through a few years ago, and were still at the first level of Purple Mansion, while the opponent had broken through for many years, and had an advantage in mana. Next time, both sides will focus on the Purple Mansion. Our purple mansion must not be killed by the opponent. We should delay until the second batch of troops arrive. Our number of purple mansions will be greater than that of the opponent. Lin Xiao of Tiansheng Sect has a record of killing a purple mansion at the 6th level. Once he arrives, his chick Xiao can deal with the opponent's purple mansion cultivators. In the Tiansheng Sect's formation, the commander immediately set a strategy and decided to use the delaying trick to delay time until the reinforcement on his side arrived. On the other hand, Lin Xiao obviously knew a lot about Xiao's purple mansion and knew Lin Xiao's record. After all, the matter of assassinating the god was a hot topic. They also knew that once Lin Xiao joined the battle, their purple mansion would be at a disadvantage, so they decided to fight quickly and continue the challenge the next day. In Xianluo City, in the military camp, the troops of various sects have been trained for 7 days and have begun to be somewhat decent. Meanwhile, news from various places has been continuously collected. For example, strange Daogang cultivators have appeared to help Xianhamen. Unless Qingshan County really attacks desperately and sacrifices 1 or 2,000 people, it will not be able to break through the defense line of Xianhamen. Meanwhile, Tiansheng Sect has also withstood the full-scale attack of Lin Xiao. There are battles of varying sizes every day. At this time, 1/3 of the 1,000 cultivators of Tiansheng Sect on the front line have been killed. Although Lin Xiao suffered more casualties, there were not many cultivators who truly belonged to the Tiansheng Sect, the overlord of Lin Xiao. The ones who suffered heavy casualties were the disciples of small sects and small families, as well as the recruited independent cultivators. Now both sides are squeezing out more war potential. Lin Xiao has begun to recruit independent cultivators on a large scale, using high prices to get more independent cultivators to fight, while also recruiting more cultivators from sects and families. The Tiansheng Sect alone could not contend with the entire Ning province, so the commanders on the front line were constantly asking for help. The Tiansheng Sect also paid a high price to recruit independent cultivators to fight for their lives, strengthen their strength on the front line, and even sent people to sabotage the hinterland of Ning province. However, the Tiansheng Sect did not move the troops of the Xianluo city camp. The Tiansheng Sect's intention was very clear, that is, to rely on this wave of people to overwhelm the opponent in one fell swoop, and now is not the time for the opponent to be exhausted. Fights are happening every day, and people are dying every day. Large-scale battles broke out in the 3 states that had been peaceful for more than 100 years, and at the same time, the essence of the 3 states was consumed. Countless cultivators accumulated over more than 100 years began to fall continuously. Chapter 77, Change of Situation. At the front of Tiansheng Sect, new reinforcement have arrived, but the commander's brows are still furious, because there are too few people. At this time, there are less than 500 people in the camp who can fight, and the rest are either killed or injured. Before, Tiansheng Sect had accelerated the maturation of 300 condensation veins cultivators, and now half of them have been consumed, which shows that the casualties are heavy. The rest of the ordinary disciples have suffered many casualties. You must know that these are disciples of Tiansheng Sect, while the casualties of the Ningxu Sect disciples are very small. Ancestor, what's the situation on the opposite side? The enemy is still continuing to strengthen, and the number of people has recovered to about 4,000. Ah, the enemy recovered so quickly? Well, Old Ding of the Ningxu school is much more powerful than before. He knows the significance of this war, and is about to drain the power of the entire Ning province. But Ancestor, our current strength can't stop the enemy's attack. If the enemy attacks with all their strength, the formation can't be defended. We have to defend even if we can't. As long as we survive this attack, the enemy's morale will surely drop, and we will win. Ancestor, this is too difficult for me. I can't do it. I have to do it even if I can't. You are one of the few people in the sect with command talent. From now on, you will command everything, including myself. Okay. The commander scratched his head. The Ancestor had said so. What else could he do? It seemed that the Ancestor had decided to use these hundreds of people as bait and fight a bloody battle with the enemy. The commander circled in place for more than 10 minutes, gritted his teeth, and stamped his feet, and said to Wang Dao, Ancestor, if that's the case, then let's fight. Let's do this. 3 days. 3 days later, the decisive battle will begin. We must break through the opponent's formation at one time and kill the remaining Tiansheng Sect monks so that we can win Ancestor. The main attack after 3 days should be based on Lin Xiao sect. The other 9 sects are now slacking off and are not willing to work at all. Ning Prefecture is the same as Tiansheng Sect. There are also several large sects that control the entire prefecture together. The heaviest casualties before were the other 9 sects, which is also what Ning Xiao sect must do. In fact, they are very pessimistic in their hearts. It is a fact that the power of Tiansheng Sect is almost catching up with their entire prefecture. If they fight to the end and suffer heavy losses, there is actually another way to go, that is, to pay tribute to Tiansheng Sect and become a vassal sect of Tiansheng Sect. So the previous practices are all paving the way for certain things. Of course, those sects were not fools. They had suffered heavy casualties in the battle until now, while Ning Xiao sect only lost some cannon fodder. Naturally, they were unwilling to contribute anymore. They were just pretending to slack off. The other 9 sects must contribute. I will talk to their people in person this time. Don't worry about that. If that's the case, the probability of success can be increased by 1 point. Go and prepare. Patriarch Ding responded, and then went in and out of each camp, interviewed the leaders of those sects, and used coercion and inducement, promised huge profits, and threatened them, so that each sect reluctantly agreed. In this way, 3 days later, a large team of more than 4,000 people was once again pulled out of the Ning Xiao camp, slowly approaching the Tiansheng Sect camp. The speed of the entire team was not fast, because they had to maintain a defensive formation, otherwise it would be easy to be attacked halfway, causing chaos in the team, or even collapse directly. So as soon as they appeared, the people of Tiansheng Sect knew, and a violent bell alarm sounded in the Tiansheng Sect camp. The crossbow carts will be released first, and the front army will attack together with the vanguard. The vanguard will disrupt the enemy's attack. The front army will set up a stronghold and defend the formation. Once the formation is completed, the vanguard will hide in the stronghold and garrison. Then the army will press forward and break through the enemy camp in one go. The commander emphasized the order of operations again, letting the leaders understand the intention of this battle. Today is different from the previous war. It is a decisive battle, so the front army and the vanguard will be extremely tragic. Knowing that they would die, they still recruited 300 vanguards and 500 vanguards. With the commander's order, the crossbows were fired, and the vanguards also used their body skills to rush up immediately. The vanguards didn't care how the crossbows of both sides clashed, and only focused on attacking the formation. When the vanguard of Tiansheng Sect appeared, they entangled with it. The front army was only 1 step slower than the vanguard. They appeared less than 30 meters in front of the formation. 3 formation masters who were supposed to appear in the rear appeared in the front army, took out countless formation flags, and were setting up formations. They wanted to set up formations face to face with Tiansheng Sect, using them as a springboard to continuously bombard Tiansheng Sect's formation. Not good. They are setting up formations. Hurry up, rush up and destroy the formations. The commander of Tiansheng Sect had discovered the other party's intentions and immediately began to counterattack. Hundreds of cultivators from Tiansheng Sect rushed up, but the 500 front army of Ning Xiao Sect were all disciples of their own sect. At this time, they were under great pressure and fought to the death, just to provide cover for the 3 formation masters. Boom, boom, boom. After a moment, 3 light curtains blasted out and connected together to form a triangular space. It's done. Charge, charge, push up, push the crossbow cart up. The commander of the Ning Xiao faction was overjoyed. By setting up a large formation in front of the opponent, they could avoid being directly attacked by the opponent's crossbow cart and spiritual talisman magic weapon. As long as their people were in place, they could fight with the opponent in close combat. With their number, breaking through the Tiansheng Sect's formation was a matter of course. Boom boom. 2 extremely powerful spiritual pressures appeared, and the Dao gang monks on both sides finally took action. Ancestor Ding and Wang Dao were also old rivals. Wang Dao wanted to destroy the opponent's formation, while Ancestor Ding blocked them. The 2 fought in front of the formation for a while, and dozens of disciples from the 2 sects were killed by the aftermath of their battle. The two did not dare to fight in front of the formation and naturally rushed to the high sky to fight. Charge up, hurry up, break the formation beads, spiritual talismans, bombard me. After enduring a wave of crossbow arrows, thousands of monks from the Ningxiu faction camp had already rushed into the formation in front of the formation, and then waves of spiritual talismans and break the formation beads bombarded the Tiansheng Sect's formation. The continuous bombardment made the formation shaky. The formation masters in Tiansheng Sect spat out blood several times in succession. They could not hold on any longer and suffered the backlash of the formation. We can't hold on any longer. Retreat, retreat quickly. The commander of Tiansheng Sect showed a look of fear and ordered people to drag the formation master away and quickly evacuate the border. Talents like alchemists and formation masters are treasures of each sect, and they dare not lose them easily. Don't let them run away. Charge up and kill them all. The people of Ningxiu Sect were naturally overjoyed. Breaking through the formation was nothing. The key was to kill the monks inside. If the remaining 700 or 800 people were left behind, even Tiansheng Sect would be seriously injured. So, thousands of Ning Xiao monks rushed up from the gap in the formation to kill them all. But they didn't see that the commander of Tiansheng Sect showed a cruel smile on his way to escape. He retreated while observing the scene behind him. When he saw thousands of Ningxiu Sect monks enter the formation, he immediately crushed a jade plate in his hand. Boom. An unparalleled explosion occurred. This was the overall explosion of the Tiansheng Sect's formation. In the past 3 days, the formation master of the Tiansheng Sect had already transformed the formation and buried countless spiritual talismans in it. The explosive beads, a top-grade item, exploded together with the formation. Even the Daogang Patriarch could not stop it, let alone these meridian condensing and meridian opening cultivators. Thousands of cultivators were wiped out and all were finished. Ningxiu Sect is finished. Ning Xiao is finished. Puff before the formation. Because of the formation blocking, most people were only injured by the shock, and there were not many casualties, but the 1,000 people were gone. At least 500 of them were the elite of the Ningxiu Sect. This time, the Ningxiu Sect was seriously injured. The commander was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Look, in the sky it's the enemy's reinforcement are coming. What should we do? Retreat, quickly, set up the formation, retreat. The Ning Xiao commander, who had originally been disheartened, was now grimacing, because a flying boat, that was 200 meters long and dozens of meters wide flew in the sky, with flags flying on it. It was the reinforcement of the Tiansheng Sect. The next moment, 2 figures appeared in the flying boat and rushed directly into the battlefield of the Purple Mansion monks, while teams of Ningmei monks rushed towards the Ning Xiao army formation. Charge, kill them all. Not only that, even the Tiansheng Sect monks who had escaped before also fought back. Their morale was greatly boosted, and each one was braver than the other. Under the attack from both sides, the Ningxiu Sect's formation was broken before it could be deployed, and the two sides began a fierce battle. There were small groups facing each other in front, behind, left and right, and there was no way to form a formation. Both sides could not gather their men, so they could only do this. The people of Ningxiu Sect kept retreating. They still had hope, that is, their camp was still intact. As long as they could hold on and reach the camp, they would still have a chance with the formation. In this way, they killed and retreated all the way. Ning Xiao shed blood countless times and finally retreated to the previous camp. The people of Tiansheng Sect did not immediately attack the formation, because they actually did not have many people. The reinforcement and the monks who had previously defended only added up to more than 2,000 people. In order to lure the other side into a trap, they lost hundreds of people. Now they have less than 2,000 people. Now everyone's eyes are on the other side, focusing on the Battle of the Purple Mansion period. As long as the Purple Mansion period wins again, Ning Xiao will be completely defeated, and there will be no chance of a comeback. On the contrary, if the Purple Mansion of Tiansheng Sect loses, then the future situation will be hard to say. After all, a Purple Mansion is too threatening to condensing veins and opening veins. To encircle and kill a Purple Mansion, you must set an ambush and let the Purple Mansion walk into the trap. Even so, it may take dozens of condensing veins to take it down. Chapter 78, Demonstration of Divine Power. Originally, there were 5 Purple Mansions on each side at the front line. The purple mansions of Tiansheng Sect were at a disadvantage because of their short breakthrough time. However, when the reinforcement arrived, the situation was reversed immediately. The purple mansion reinforcement that came were Lin Xiao and the purple mansion of Tiansheng Sect. Originally, Tiansheng Sect had kept 2 purple mansions to guard the house, but now they had also taken one out, so the rear was actually extremely empty. Lin Xiao knew his own strengths very well, so he didn't go forward to fight in close combat, but stood far away, bending his bow to shoot the moon. The 3rd level superior Xiao bow plus the 3rd level arrows posed a great threat to the purple mansions. Swoosh! Lin Xiao quickly shot the first arrow, which passed over everyone and pierced a purple mansion cultivator of Lin Xiao Sect. The man saw it and immediately threw out a spiritual talisman and laid a defense. Bang! Then the arrow pierced the defense, but a burst of fire broke out and the 3rd level spiritual talisman immediately exploded. Consecutive arrows. Lin Xiao rarely shoots only 1 arrow, and then 2 more arrows came. One pierced the shield in his hand, and his arm immediately felt a pain. The arrowhead actually carried thunder magic. Instinctively, he had to drop the shield. Bang! The remaining arrow broke his protective shield and even almost broke through his robes, but he did block it. However, on the battlefield, he was not only facing Lin Xiao, but he was originally facing a Tiansheng Sect cultivator. How could that person miss this good opportunity? He immediately threw out several 3rd level spirit talismans and bombarded the man. After the spirit talismans passed, the Lin Xiao Sect cultivator's robes were broken and even the inner armor was tattered. He was also seriously injured. Then a sword light flashed and he saw a headless corpse falling and soon lost consciousness. Well, long live the Tiansheng Sect, long live, long live. The first Lin Xiao Sect's purple mansion fell, which made the army watching below cheer immediately. Thousands of people shouted together, and the sound shook the mountains and forests, and resounded throughout the world. This immediately boosted the morale of the Tiansheng Sect. On the contrary, the Lin Xiao Sect was full of sadness. The leading purple mansion cultivator said nothing, and immediately led everyone to fight and retreat. They originally had 2 fewer than the opponent, and now they had 3 fewer. It was almost a 2-on-1 situation, and there was no chance at all. The purple mansion was extremely fast and appeared in front of the Lin Xiao Sect camp in the blink of an eye. But at this time, the pursuers were also chasing closely and they were ready to follow the opponent's purple mansion and rush into the camp. This made the opponent dare not easily open the formation to let their own purple mansion enter. You go in, I'll stop them, big brother. Big brother. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. The leader of the Lin Xiao Sect, Zifu, turned around and rushed to Tiansheng Sect. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of Zifu, the highest level of Zifu in the Lin Xiao Sect. Before, it was the female cultivator surnamed Leng from Tiansheng Sect who had been holding him back, but now he had to face the attack of 7 Zifus alone. This man is called Lin Xiao, and he is the number 1 Zifu in the Lin Xiao Sect. We must keep him today, at any cost. The female cultivator surnamed Leng said lightly, but was extremely determined, which made everyone feel that the number 1 Zifu in the Lin Xiao Sect was indeed extremely important, and he had to be kept, even if 1 or 2 Zifus died. Girls, you think you can keep me? It's really a joke. Lin Xiao faced him coldly. 1 against 7. Forget about winning, but there was still a chance to save his life. Go. The Leng surnamed female cultivator said no more and rushed forward on her own initiative. Lin Xiao was at the 10th level of the purple mansion. No one on the Tiansheng Sect side could stop him except her. If he went up to the 1st level of the purple mansion, he would probably fall in a few moves. As the Leng surnamed female cultivator rushed forward, 2 more people rushed forward, and 3 others crossed the battle group and stood between the battle group and the Lin Xiao camp to prevent the enemy from responding, leaving only Lin Xiao in place. Lin Xiao drew his bow and drew his arrow, but did not shoot. This actually put Lin Xiao under great pressure. He had just seen the power of Lin Xiao's bow and arrow, which could completely threaten the purple mansion cultivator, which made him extremely afraid. Shoot! The Leng surnamed female cultivator surrounded Lin Xiao and fought for dozens of rounds, then suddenly retreated and shouted. Lin Xiao responded and fired a 3rd level arrow. Lin Xiao's face changed, but he remained motionless. When the arrow was about to hit him, he suddenly used the iron bridge move and leaned back to avoid the arrow. However, this also disrupted his rhythm. The female cultivator surnamed Leng once again rushed forward and surrounded Ling Su with the other two. Boom, boom, the four began to throw talismans at each other. The precious third level talismans became worthless at this time. One after another was thrown out, causing a shocking explosion. Even though Ling Su was rich, he was no match for the three people. He soon used up most of his talismans. Seeing that his fellow apprentices had already withdrawn to the camp, he immediately wanted to run away. Boom, however, just when he wanted to move, an arrow flew over and forced him back. Two more people. The female cultivator surnamed Leng was furious. Ling Su had not fought them head on before, but relied on his body skills to fight constantly. The three people still couldn't trap him, so she pulled two more people. As soon as the 5 purple mansions attacked, Ling Su immediately fell into a disadvantage. He was in a panic and became precarious. Big brother. Let's go and save big brother. The purple mansion monks in the Tiansheng Sect camp had just taken a breath when they saw Ling Su in danger. Two people immediately wanted to rush back to save him. Swoosh bang, however, just as they got out of the way, they saw 3 arrows flying in a triangular shape towards a person. He didn't have Ling Su's ability to perform complex movements like the iron bridge while hanging in the air, so he could only resist. The next moment, the talisman defense was broken, and the purple mansion with a torn robe had an arrow stuck in his chest. He screamed and fell into the formation. The formation master instantly closed the formation. What a pity, Lin Xiao said lightly. The man should be seriously injured but not dead. If he was a step slower and had the opportunity to be hit by another arrow, he would definitely die. Go back and don't come out. Ling Su glanced at the camp coldly, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. He knew that he could not escape. The female cultivator named Leng obviously held back on him in order to force those purple mansion cultivators to come out. Sister, be careful. He wants to die together with her. Sister, step aside. Let me do it. Several Tiansheng Sect cultivators felt Ling Su's determination and screamed in surprise. However, they did not retreat, but rushed forward desperately. In the entire Ning province, only Ling Su could defeat the female cultivator surnamed Leng. If the female cultivator surnamed Leng and Ling Su died together, then their advantage would be reduced by a few points. Get out of the way. The female cultivator surnamed Leng did not evade and rushed forward head on. The two of them fought instantly, with swords and knives, and almost no one took the initiative to defend. They were just competing to see who was more ruthless. Bang bang, both of them broke through the other's protective shield and robes, and each of them spurted out a mouthful of blood. The female cultivator surnamed Leng flew backwards, but Ling Su rushed forward again. It was obvious that Ling Su's magic power was even stronger. At this time, the other 4 people from Tiansheng Sect also rushed forward. Bang, bang, the 4 men flew backwards, leaving several wounds on Ling Su's body. However, Ling Su showed a ferocious face and chased after the female cultivator surnamed Leng again. He wanted to drag the female cultivator surnamed Leng to be his scapegoat before he died. Puff, however, the next moment, he stopped in midair because there was an arrow on his neck. A sharp arrow passed through the back of his neck, broke his protective shield, and dealt him a fatal blow. Bang, Ling Su fell from midair and fell to the ground. The strong vitality of the purple mansion cultivator prevented him from dying on the spot, but it was almost over. In this case, he would not have any chance of survival. Big brother, uncle master, there were bursts of sad roars from the Tiansheng Sect's camp. Countless people's veins bulged and wanted to rush out, but they were stopped by the opponent's people. A purple mansion cultivator stepped forward and killed Ling Su, sparing him from the final pain. Then the 7 purple mansions lined up and looked coldly at the opponent's camp. The reason why they did not attack immediately was that they were waiting for another battlefield to decide the victory. Not long after, a long howl came from the sky, and a figure fell from the sky and hid in the formation. Then, Wang Dao also appeared. His clothes were tattered, and there were a lot of blood stains, but his face was relaxed. It can be seen that, although he did not kill the opponent's Dao gang, he won. Ancestor, how about breaking through the formation immediately? Ancestor, no. Ling Su's death has made the opponent share the same hatred and boosted morale. Attacking at this time will cause heavy casualties, and the main thing is to trap them. The commander of Danliang Sect immediately refused. Ling Xiao's death made the Ningxu sect feel sad. Although they didn't have much strength at this time, if they fought desperately to counterattack, Danliang Sect would definitely suffer heavy losses. This would not be worth the loss. Trapping them for a while longer, once their morale is gone, it would be much easier. Well, call in the formation masters, set up a large formation, and trap them to death. Wang Dao nodded. Although he could make the decision on the battlefield, he was also willing to listen to the professionals. Soon, the Danliang Sect's troops took action and set up a large formation in front of the Ningxu sect. They set up large formations in 3 directions in a row, surrounding 3 sides and missing one, trapping everyone present to death. The remaining people immediately began to clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded, or finish off the enemy's monks. In this situation, no one would be merciful. Half a day later, the casualties were counted. The Danliang Sect lost about 500 people in this battle, with more than 200 Danliang Sect disciples alone. The rest were the reinforcement who came a few days ago, and there were also 300 to 400 wounded. There were more than 1,500 intact personnel, and new reinforcement were arriving. The Ningxu sect suffered much more casualties. Before the war, they had about 4,000 people, but only a little over 1,000 returned to the formation, and it is unknown how many were wounded. The Ningxu sect lost at least 1,000 people in this battle. The number 1 overlord of Ning province had been crippled, and Xiaonan province was considered to have won. Chapter 79, The Winner's Posture. That night, in the Danliang Sect's formation, the high-ranking members of the Danliang Sect gathered to discuss the next course of action. A group of people were engaged in a heated debate. Some suggested that they should break through the opponent's camp and completely wipe out the Ningxu sect, while others thought that it would be better to take the opportunity to plunder. The series of battles had almost drained the Danliang sect's wealth, and now they urgently needed to make up for the losses through looting. Everyone, please listen to me. I know that everyone hates the Ningxu sect and wants to wipe them out completely, but this is not in the interests of the Danliang sect. The first point is the reaction of Jingzhao. Although there are wars everywhere in the 13 states of Lu state, there has not been a complete annexation of another state. We don't know the attitude of Chunliang Palace, so the Danliang sect cannot take the lead. Similarly, Qingshan County has not been completely involved in this matter. If we dare to wipe out the Ningxu sect, the Bishu Pavilion will definitely attack us with all its strength. By then, we will suffer heavy losses, and it is hard to say whether we can withstand the attack of the Bishu Pavilion. From the overall strength, Xiaonan province does not have the strength to destroy 2 states and counties. On the contrary, now 2/3 of the power of Ning province has either been destroyed or trapped. The area within 1,000 miles is empty. This is a piece of fat meat. We must take advantage of the arrival of the reinforcement from Qingshan County to eat the benefits. Otherwise we will not be able to eat it by then. Ancestor, what do you think? I think we should listen to Ziwen's words, Wang Dao said lightly, and pointed to a cultivator in the corner. This person was the commander of the Danliang sect's army. His cultivation was only at the 10th level of condensing veins, and he was not even an elder. However, this person's contribution in this battle was enormous, and Wang Dao also felt that he was an extraordinary talent. Ancestor, what sect leader he said makes sense. The Ningxu sect must be destroyed, but not now. We should immediately send out troops to plunder before the reinforcement from Qingshan County arrive. And the looting must have a purpose. The primary goal is to wipe out the vassal families and small sects of the Ningxu sect, as well as the financial resources of Lingshan controlled by the Ningxu sect, and completely cut off their foundation. In this way, even if we retreat now, the Ningxu sect will not be seriously injured. It will become a second-rate sect, or even third-rate. Ning province will be in chaos in the next 100 years. Only in this way can we completely control Lingshan on the border. Ziwen's words stunned many people. They felt a chill in their backs. This man was too cruel. Not only did he want to kill people, but he also wanted to destroy their hearts. It is conceivable how uncomfortable the Ningxu sect would be if they did this. Even if they repelled the attack of the Danliang sect, they would not be able to control Ning province. It would take at least 100 or 200 years to recover to the previous level, but would Danliang sect or other sects in Ning prefecture give them this time to recover? The answer is definitely no. Ziwen said it well. Let's do as he said. Ziwen, how many people do you think should be sent out to plunder? There are still 1,500 people in the camp with intact combat power. Tomorrow, 300 new reinforcement will arrive. We can send 500 to 800 people. It will be enough to leave 1,000 people in the 3 camps. Okay, then send 500 people first, and wait until the reinforcement arrive tomorrow, and then send another 300 people. Ancestor, there is one more thing. Our Tiansheng Sect can only take up half of the manpower sent. It's time to give other sects some benefits. In addition, the looting range cannot exceed 1,000 miles, and the time cannot exceed 5 days to prevent being caught off guard by the reinforcement from Tiansheng County. You can arrange this kind of thing yourself. Rest tonight and act tomorrow. Wang Dao nodded. He only cared about the general direction and let his men arrange the specific actions. He didn't care about so much. So the next morning, 500 people were divided into dozens of teams and rushed to the hinterland of Ninghezhou. At this time, 2/3 of Ninghezhou's forces were either killed or trapped here, and the remaining people were distributed within a radius of thousands of miles in Ninghezhou. The strength was extremely empty. Even many sacred mountains, except for the mountain protection formation, did not have a single condensation vein cultivator stationed there, and were no match for these 500 people. Lin Xiao did not go to plunder in person. He was required to guard the camp, to prevent the Ningxiu sect's counterattack, but the rest of the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect were sent out. This was a reward for the Tiansheng Sect. Although the Tiansheng Sect had few people, it performed extremely well yesterday, especially the unified top-level equipment, which was a level that all the sects in Tiansheng could not reach. Even in the Tiansheng Sect, only a few core disciples had this equipment. And Lin Xiao himself performed very well yesterday, cooperating with the Tiansheng Sect Zifu to kill 2 of the other side's Zifu cultivators. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's cooperation, at least 1 or 2 people from the Tiansheng Sect would have fallen yesterday, especially the female cultivator surnamed Leng, who was even more dangerous. Lin Xiao had no doubts about the looting. The world of immortal cultivators was very cruel. If Tiansheng was attacked today, the people of Ningxiu Sect would do the same. The law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak was fully demonstrated at this moment. It can be said that whoever dares to stop everyone from looting will become everyone's enemy. Master Lin fellow Daoist Leng Tiansheng Sect sent hundreds of cultivators to patrol along the Ningxiu Sect camp, led by the Purple Mansion cultivator. Lin Xiao also led a team and met the female cultivator named Leng from Tiansheng Sect, who took the initiative to greet Lin Xiao. My name is Leng Ning, you can call me Senior Sister Leng, I know your name. Senior Sister Leng, thank you for yesterday, it's okay, we are allies, we won't sit and watch you get killed by the enemy, thank you anyway. Well, how is Senior Sister Leng's injury? I took the elixir and it's almost healed, that's good. I'm going on patrol. Lin Xiao felt that the scene was a bit awkward. Leng Ning's personality was just like his last name, extremely cold. He felt uncomfortable when she suddenly became enthusiastic towards him, so he ran away quickly. While Lin Xiao was patrolling, 500 monks from Xianan State were attacking Ning State. They broke through the powerless spiritual mountains, killed the monks guarding the mountains, and looted everything of value. Everyone turned into a beast. Team 1, hurry up. Team 2, stop chasing, defend on the spot. Team 3, your duty is to be vigilant. If I see you take action next time, you will all be punished by military law. In front of a sacred mountain, Beizichen's voice was extremely cold, commanding the disciples of Tiansheng Sect to participate in the looting. He knew that organized looting was more efficient than rushing in, so he divided the disciples of Tiansheng Sect into 3 teams, each with its own tasks, and they were not allowed to exceed the task at all. An hour later, the floating wealth of the entire sacred mountain had been looted, and those spiritual objects such as spiritual grains that had not yet matured were burned. This was the order of Tiansheng Sect. Those that could not be taken away would be destroyed, and they were not allowed to be left in Ningxiu Sect. After robbing this sacred mountain, the 60 people quickly gathered and continued to rush forward, rushing to the location of the next sacred mountain. Uncle Bei, I have something important to report. What's the situation? What did your vanguard team find? Uncle Bay, we found a Gangsha mine. The people of Tiansheng Sect quickly attacked and came back to report Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect, Elder Huang, what do you think? Deacon Bay, the sect master has given an order. I have to listen to you. Huang Keifeng said lightly. Bei Zichen's cultivation is higher than his, and his vision and means are more powerful than his. Lin Xiao had already told Huang Keifeng not to take advantage of his seniority and let him listen to Bei Zichen. In fact, Bei Zichen did a very good job. I know everything that Tiansheng Sect did to Tiansheng Sect. Sect Master Lin did not exterminate them because of the 9 sects alliance, but the Gangsha is very valuable. If they are allowed to take it away, the strength of Tiansheng Sect will increase a lot, which is not in the interests of Tiansheng Sect. In that case, Deacon Bay can do whatever he wants. Well, listen to my orders. Everyone speed up, rush up, and rob the Gangsha mine. If Tiansheng Sect dares to be presumptuous, don't be polite. Bei Zichen was extremely domineering at this time. The history of Tiansheng Sect is now a compulsory course in the new Disciple Academy. Everyone knows how Tiansheng Sect took advantage of Tiansheng Sect. In the past few years, Tiansheng Sect has repeatedly suppressed Tiansheng Sect, making them much weaker. In particular, the decline of Tiansheng market has gradually tightened the financial resources of Tiansheng Sect. This war has become the only chance for Tiansheng Sect to maintain its position. They must get enough benefits to continue to maintain the rule of Tiansheng Sect. But this is not in the interests of Tiansheng Sect, because the two sects are too close, only 200 miles away, and annexing Tiansheng Sect is something that will be done sooner or later. Bei Zichen, considering the interests of Tiansheng Sect, naturally wants to stop it. Huang Keifeng also thought of this, so he would not stop it at all. He agreed with both hands. So, 60 people ran wildly and finally arrived just before Tiansheng Sect broke through the guard force of Gangsha mine. The appearance of Tiansheng Sect disciples made those guards completely desperate. They stopped resisting and turned around to flee, while the two sects confronted each other on the top of the mountain. Fellow Daoist Bay, what do you mean by Tiansheng Sect? We conquered this mine. Bullshit. When we arrived just now, the guards were still there. Didn't we from Tiansheng Sect contribute? You are going too far. We were about to break through just now. We could have broken through, even if you didn't come. Haha, you said it yourself. We were about to break through, not that we had already broken through. Tiansheng Sect said that looting depends on each person's ability. According to the rules, we can also get half. Tiansheng Sect disciples, listen to my order, rush in and rob. Bei Zichen became arrogant and started to rob immediately without saying a word. This time, 2 teams rushed in, and the remaining team was on guard against Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect disciples took action immediately after seeing this. However, the mine was not like the other sacred mountains. The unmined mines were worthless, and the mined mines were much cheaper than the smelted minerals. Therefore, for the sake of the smelted Gangsha, the disciples of both sides immediately fought. Uncle Master Bay, the people from Tiansheng Sect are beating people up. You have to stand up for me. Uncle Master Bay, they are trying to steal the Gangsha from us. Stand up for us. You Tiansheng Sect are so good. You are bullying our Tiansheng Sect because we have no one. Beat them up. Anybody who dares to resist will be killed. Bei Zichen was immediately furious, and before the people from Tiansheng Sect could react, he had already started to attack. The people from Tiansheng Sect were not made of clay, and they had long been resentful of the Tiansheng Sect for being so aggressive, and now they didn't care about anything else and immediately got ready to fight back. Chapter 80 The situation in the 3 states. In Xianan Prefecture, at the border of Xianheimen, in the main camp, the Zifu and other high-level officials of Xianheimen and Hangshenmen, including the headmaster, are holding an urgent discussion. They have received the latest news from the Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect won, having paid the price of more than 1,000 people. At least more than 3,000 people from Ning Prefecture were wiped out. Excluding the independent cultivators, 2/3 of the forces in Ning Prefecture were either destroyed or trapped. Ning Prefecture is finished. I was wondering why there are fewer and fewer people on the opposite side today. What does the Tiansheng Sect say? What else can they say? They want us to tie down the other side and tie down at least 2,000 people on our front line. 2,000 people. They can actually say that. There are only a few of us. Aren't they afraid that Tiansheng County will gather the strength of the entire state to break through our camp and even wipe out Xianan Prefecture? Tiansheng County doesn't have that courage. Although Xianan Prefecture suffered heavy losses, no one from Zifu died here, and Bishu Pavilion dared not perish with them. If they really did that, the fruits of the 3 states would be picked by others, replied Zhao Lun, the head of the Tiansheng Sect. The 3 states are not independent. There are also states and counties behind Tiansheng County. If the 3 states really perish together, they will not be polite. What should we do? Should we really take the initiative to attack? That won't work. The casualties are not from Tiansheng Sect. Let's see what happens. When there are only more than 1,000 people left on the other side, we will do something. We won't care about the rest. Chen Zhonggao, the head of Tiansheng Sect, shook his head. Tiansheng Sect was a big family with a great business. It didn't matter if a few hundred people died. The elites were still there, and their status remained unchanged. But how many people did they have in Tiansheng Sect? Chen Zhonggao's proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. They were all unwilling to fight for Tiansheng Sect. In this war, the benefits of their 2 sects were actually the least. Without benefits, no one was willing to move. While the 2 sects were discussing, in the Bishu Pavilion camp 20 miles away, the head of Bishu Pavilion, Zhuwk, was watching teams of people quietly evacuate. They relied on the night and did not fly into the air. They walked slowly on the ground, so no one knew at all. How many people have left? Master, there are 1,200 people, and there are still about 1,800 in the camp. Another 800 people, tonight. Ah, Master, leaving only 1,000 people, isn't that too dangerous? Don't worry, Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect are not fools. They will not fight for Tiansheng Sect. If it is not for precaution, leaving 500 people will be enough. Zhuwk shook his head. Starting tomorrow, the offensive and defensive situation here will also change. Bishu Pavilion will be on the defensive, so it doesn't matter if there are fewer people. The remaining people have to support the Ningxu Sect to break out of the encirclement, otherwise the Ningxu Sect will be wiped out. Once the Ningxu Sect is destroyed, the Bishu Pavilion will be almost done. Yes, Master, the man replied, and quickly went to count the troops and send reinforcement to support Ning Xiao. Zhuwk, why don't you gather all your forces to break through the Xianhaman camp, sweep across Xianantao and force the Tiansheng Sect to withdraw? Old ancestor, I've thought about this idea too, but old ancestor, not a single Zifu is dead in the Tiansheng Sect. What if the Tiansheng Sect leads a large army to go to war with Tiansheng County? If the war really goes on, all 3 states will perish together. Facing the furious old ancestor Chen, Zhuwk could only explain carefully. It's not that no one had mentioned this idea before, but he rejected it. Zhuwk, you idiot. Once Xianantao occupies the Black Crystal Mine, how can our Bishu Pavilion compete with them? In less than 30 years, we will follow in the footsteps of Ningxu Sect. Do you know that? Ancestor, don't worry, I have thought about this idea before, but as the head of Bishu Pavilion, I will never let this happen. What do you mean? Zhuwk, if you can't explain it clearly, you don't have to be the head anymore. Yes, Ancestor, I received news that Ningxu Sect was defeated, and more than 1,000 people were trapped in the border camp, and Tiansheng Sect sent troops to plunder everywhere. Now our Tiansheng County troops are going to rescue them, but Ancestor, Ning Xiao is in chaos now, and some towns and sacred mountains have been breached. Who knows who did it? Yu Chen Laozu was shocked, and felt cold in his heart. Zhuwk's words made him understand what was going on. Tiansheng County was going to take advantage of the situation, and put the blame on Tiansheng Sect. What a vicious plot. None of these leaders are good. Zhuwk, you have such a cruel heart. Ancestor, there is a saying in the mortal world that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Ning Xiao is not our own. Although Tiansheng Sect has defeated Ningxu Sect, it is unable to occupy it. But they have no power, but we do. It will take at least 30 years for Tiansheng Sect to develop the power to destroy Bishu Pavilion, but we are not vegetarians. We just wait for them to destroy us. We occupy Ning Hezhao and absorb their nutrients so that we can protect ourselves. Now we have Keifudan. After 30 years, it is not certain who will win. Zhuwk said lightly. If you are not cruel, how can you be the leader, or the leader who controls a county? If you know that you will die in the future, if you do nothing, you will be a real fool. Now that the Ningxu sect has become weak and settled, if they don't eat the fat meat of Ning Hezhao, someone else will. It's better for them to eat it and invest the profits they get into the sect. In a few decades, it's still uncertain who will live and who will die. I know. Let's do it this way. Do it cleanly. Don't let others get hold of it. Patriarch Chen sighed. He knew that Ning Hezhao was completely finished, and Ningxu sect was also completely finished. The next time it would be Bishu Pavilion alone against Danliang sect, so he knew that this was an immoral act, but he had to acquiesce, because he didn't want Bishu Pavilion to follow the footsteps of Ningxu sect. 3 days later, 2,000 reinforcement from Qingshan County entered the territory of Ning Hezhao. However, what frightened those Ning Hezhao monks was that the people from Qingshan County also came with bad intentions. For those sects and families that had no foothold, they also directly robbed them, and the 10 major sects in Ning Hezhao chose to extort. Yes, it was extortion. They demanded military expenses in the name of sending troops, and forced them to take out expensive spiritual objects. Otherwise the Bishu Pavilion would not be able to control the discipline of the other sects in Qingshan County. The garrison forces of each sect were extremely weak, less than 1/3 of the usual strength, and could not stop the attack of Qingshan County at all. They had to agree, and handed over the finances very aggrievedly. In this way, the troops of Qingshan County extorted and plundered all the way, and the speed was slower than the Danliang sect expected. It took another 7 days to rush to the border and set up a camp on the other side of the two states camp. The 3 parties confronted each other. At this time, the border of Xianan state, within a radius of 50 miles, gathered most of the elites of the 3 states, with more than 5,000 monks, and at the same time, another 5,000 people were buried here. The appearance of the Qingshan County army made the people of Ningxu sect very happy, but the people of Danliang sect were unwilling to let the people of Ningxu sect withdraw safely, so various small-scale fights began. At this time, there were more than 2,000 cultivators in the Danliang sect's camp, while there were less than 1,000 on the Ning prefecture side, and only about 2,000 in the Qingshan County camp. With 2,000 versus 3,000, the Danliang sect, with the momentum of a great victory, was not without a chance of winning. Kill, brothers, charge. Kill them all. Charge between the Danliang sect camp and the Qingshan County camp. More than a dozen monks were fighting fiercely, and people in each camp were watching silently. This was a fight between scouts from both sides. Both sides were somewhat unfamiliar with each other, so they were very cautious, and did not start a big war. Instead, they wanted to find out the strength of the other side, so they kept sending people to inquire. The scouts of both sides fought bloody. In a few days, dozens of people were killed and injured on both sides. The scene was extremely bloody. I just received news. Our spies sent news that Qingshan County is behind Ning Hezhao, and doing the same thing as us. Robbering Ning Hezhao. What is Bishu Pavilion trying to do? Qisheng's words frightened many elders. What is Bishu Pavilion doing? They can't feel any joy, and don't think this is an act of breaking their alliance. Bishu Pavilion should have given up Ning province, thinking that they are no longer reliable, so they want to divide Ning province. I didn't expect Zhuwk to be so ruthless. Master, what should we do? Our next goal is to defeat Bishu Pavilion. No hope. Bishu Pavilion is not easy to fight now. Qisheng shook his head. Their strategic goal has never been just Ningxu sect. They wanted to surround Ningxu sect and attack the reinforcement, leaving the elite of Bishu Pavilion, but now it's not possible. Bishu Pavilion's behavior has already shown that they will not fight to the death with Danliang sect, and they have robbed so many good things, their strength will inevitably surge, while Danliang sect has consumed countless resources, and Danliang sect is even weaker than Bishu Pavilion. But what about the Tiansheng sect? We made an agreement, but now the Bishu Pavilion's strength has skyrocketed, and they will be the first to disagree. So what if they don't agree? The worst that can happen is that we can give them more profits. They have no right to decide on this matter. Okay, master, but what should we do now? The confrontation between the three sects is not a good idea. It consumes too much energy, and our previous preparations are almost used up. Wait a little longer. There are too many people in the Ningxiu sect. We can only let 500 of them go at most. Will the Bishu Pavilion agree? Yes, I'll write 2 letters and send people to the camps on both sides. Qisheng nodded. The Bishu Pavilion was so ruthless, they certainly didn't want many people from the Ningxiu sect to go back. 500 people were enough, plus the people they had guarding the sect. There were estimated to be more than 1,000 people in the Ningxiu sect. But having more people is useless. Most of the elites of Ningxiu sect were killed or injured, and countless resources were consumed. There was nothing left after decades of accumulation. The previous looting had destroyed most of the financial resources of Ningxiu sect. After the war, they estimated that they could not even pay the monthly salary of the disciples. What strength did such a Ningxiu sect have? It was their good luck that the disciples did not run away. And such a Ningxiu sect was in line with the interests of Tiansheng Sect and Bishu Pavilion. So Qisheng was very confident that Bishu Pavilion would be happy to see such a thing. Chapter 81. Tiansheng Sect Crisis. Tiansheng Sect, in Gangming Market. Although the market was closed after nightfall, Beizixi still did not rest, and patrolled with the disciples stationed in the market of Tiansheng Sect. With the outbreak of the Three States War, the markets in various parts of Xianan province were closed one after another. Now there are only 3 markets still operating in the entire Xianan province. The first is naturally the Xianluo City market. Xianluo City is very close to Tiansheng Sect, and Tiansheng Sect still has spare power to control it. The second is the market of Xianhamen. The Xianhamen border camp is only 200 miles away from the market. The market there has become the logistics base of the camp. The guard force has increased dramatically, and it is naturally enough to control it. The third is the Gangming market of Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect cannot close it, because it is reluctant to close it. Lin Xiao invested more than 400,000 Zuan crystals in this war, emptying the entire Tiansheng Sect's assets. Now Gangming market has become the largest source of income for Tiansheng Sect, and it is reluctant to close it. Otherwise the hundreds of people in the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate will have to starve. As one of the only 3 market towns in Xianantao, the passenger flow of Gangming market has increased dramatically again. Those scattered cultivators who have nowhere to go have gathered in Gangming market. Now the second batch of buildings has not been built yet, and the first batch of small courtyards are already full of guests. The number of guests in Gangming market has exceeded its reception capacity. Among the long-term guests in the market, there are more than 50 condensed vein cultivators alone, and the guard force plus the staff of the Tiansheng Sect's shops are less than 60 people, which puts Beizixi under great pressure. So Beizixi quickly took measures, such as closing the market gate immediately at dusk, imposing a curfew in the market, and organizing reputable merchants in the market to reduce management fees, and add their guards to the guard team, increasing the guard force to more than 100 people. However, these measures still only maintained peace for a few days, and some people began to get restless again, not wanting to miss this God-given opportunity. Uncle Bay, I have checked it out. It is indeed them. Those traitors before, they colluded with the scattered cultivators. Now there are more than 100 people hiding in the forest 10 miles away. Uncle, what should we do? When patrolling to the south gate, the formation of the market town flickered, and a figure appeared. It was Zhao Liu, a member of the market town team. He had just come in from outside, and when he saw Beizixi, he shouted anxiously. 2 days ago, Beizixi keenly felt that there were scattered cultivators in the market town, and secretly thought it was not good, so he asked someone to investigate secretly. For this reason, Zhao Liu even risked his life to follow those people in the market town. The people outside are not to be worried about. The key is the people in the market town. If they make trouble at the critical moment, we can't stop them from attacking from both inside and outside. Then what should we do? Uncle, we promised the head that we must defend the market town. Don't worry, calm down. I have sent a message to the mountain gate, and there will be reinforcement at that time. Beizixi replied. Although she was also anxious in her heart, she acted very calmly, because she knew that anxiety was useless. Even though the Tiansheng Sect now has more than 1,000 new disciples, there are no more than 150 people who can really be used. The head of the sect, Lin Xiao, has transferred more than 60 people, and there are only more than 80 people who can be used. And these 80 people have to guard the mountain gate, the market, and Beiwu Mountain. It can be said that the power of the Tiansheng Sect is extremely weak at this time. So asking for help is also a word to comfort Zhao Xiaoliu, because the mountain gate cannot give her support. The mountain gate is the most important foundation of the Tiansheng Sect. The market can be rebuilt if it is gone, but if the mountain gate is gone, the Tiansheng Sect is also finished. The most terrible thing is not that those people attack from both sides, but that they are afraid that they will incite people's hearts and coerce the scattered cultivators. If there are more than 1,000 scattered cultivators in the whole market, if they rebel at the same time, they can't be stopped no matter what, just like the turmoil in the Tiansheng Sect a few years ago. Bai Zixi thought in her heart. The Bai family had studied the turmoil in the Tiansheng Sect a few years ago. The cause was that a group of inner disciples were dissatisfied with Lin Xiao as the head of the sect and coerced the disciples to force the palace, but it ended up in a disaster. The Bai family felt very strange about this because they knew Lin Xiao's ability very well and felt that with his skills, he should be able to quickly quell the rebellion and would not have caused the later consequences. They really didn't know what Lin Xiao was thinking at the time. The situation in the market at this time was a bit similar to that at the beginning. These casual cultivators were also planning to take over the shops in the market, and if they caused chaos, they would rob the wealth. So Bai Zixi would not give them this opportunity. You 4 team leaders are the elite of Tiansheng Sect. Once there is a problem in the market, you must take responsibility. Here are 4 residual image talismans, 1 for each of you. Remember, if the alarm sounds, the 4 of you must immediately rush to the 4 areas of the market. The cross avenue in the middle is the formation. At that time, I will activate the formation to separate the people, and then affix the residual image talisman to kill all the rioters on the spot with the force of thunder to deter the enemy. After the matter is done, you must not leave and continue to guard. I will deal with the enemies outside the market. Soon, Bai Zixi summoned the 4 team leaders of the law enforcement team. They were all the most loyal disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Their cultivation was about the 10th level of Kame. With the residual image talisman and the equipment on them, unless they were cultivators with more than 10 levels of condensing meridians, they would rarely be their opponents. And what they have to do is to suppress the vast majority of ordinary casual cultivators when the turmoil occurs, and not let them be coerced so as to resolve the crisis. In addition, Bai Zixi has some other measures, such as continuing to cooperate with merchants to let them provide more manpower, and semi-closing the market, allowing people to leave but not enter, and not controlling the number of cultivators in the market within a safe range, and not letting guests in. Tiansheng Sect, inside the mountain gate, Li Fengaiu led many disciples to patrol the mountain with a cold face. The entire mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect includes the territory within a radius of 30 miles, including many peaks, but the core area is only 1 or 2 miles in radius. Since Lin Xiao led people to the north, Tiansheng Sect has basically closed the mountain gate. The outermost formation and the formation at the core are open for 20 hours a day. This is a huge burden for Tiansheng Sect. Even if there is no attack, it consumes nearly 200 black crystals every day to support the operation of the formation. But the mountain protection formation alone is not enough. If there is no one to maintain the formation, it is just a dead thing. With the current strength of the Tiansheng Sect, it is impossible to maintain the patrol defense of the outer formation. Therefore, Li Fengaiu had long abandoned the outer formation and only used them as a warning formation. What really needs to be defended are these core areas. Brother Bai, you are back. Li Fengaiu saw Bai Chengxi hurriedly coming on the way and was immediately overjoyed and hurried to greet him. Elder Li, you have fulfilled your mission. Bai Chengxi is back from reconnaissance. How is it, Brother Bai? What is the situation outside? Basically, it has been investigated clearly. This time, many parties have joined forces to capture our Tiansheng Sect. This, how can this be? Don't worry, Elder Li. Let me tell you slowly. I know about 3 parties now. The first one is Li Xingwu, a free cultivator who has a deep hatred for Master Lin. A few years ago, they were brothers. Bai Chengxi slowly told the news he had found out in the past few days. 2 days ago, the Mountain Gate received Bai Zix's request for help. Knowing that someone was plotting against Gangming Market, they were shocked and wondered if someone wanted to attack the Mountain Gate. So Bai Chengxi, who had rich experience in the martial arts world, went down the mountain to investigate personally and soon found out the whole story. This time, 3 parties joined forces. The first party was Li Xingwu, the enemy of Tiansheng Sect, the free cultivator of Zifu who was almost killed by Lin Xiao. When they sneaked into the Tiansheng Sect, they didn't know why, but the result was that Li Xingwen was killed, and Li Xingwu was scared and fled. Later, Li Xingwu went to the Assassination God organization to hire an assassin to assassinate him, but he failed. Now that the Xianyantao war is going on, Lin Xiao is not in the sect, so he naturally thinks this is the best time, so he gathered a group of fellows to take revenge on the Tiansheng Sect. The second group is the group of casual cultivators who hunted monsters in the Black Wind Valley. It is said that casual cultivators are poor and weak, but there is no shortage of desperate people among casual cultivators, and those who dare to go to the Black Wind Valley to hunt monsters are definitely fierce and cruel. In the past 2 years, Lin Xiao asked his disciples to go to the Black Wind Valley for training, and it was inevitable that there would be some conflicts with casual cultivators. The disciples of the sect have always been strong. They did not dare to do anything, because the Tiansheng Sect had Purple Mansion cultivators, but the grudge must have been made, and the equipment of the Tiansheng Sect disciples also made them jealous, so the Tiansheng Sect is so weak now, it is natural for them to take advantage of the fire to rob. The third group was the disciples who defected from the Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect is so powerful now. In fact, they have wanted to come back a long time ago, but Lin Xiao is extremely disgusted with this group of people. He has shown an extremely tough attitude several times. The few people who came as spies last time were finally dealt with by Lin Xiao. So this group of people may have turned hatred from love, or they may have the support of the Bishu Pavilion behind them. They have sneaked into the vicinity of the Tiansheng Sect, and are ready to take advantage of the fire. The target of these 3 groups of people is the Tiansheng Sect. They soon gathered together with like-minded people, and they are still the kind of above board. They are now privately connecting, and constantly expanding their manpower. Many people in the world know about it, so Bai Chengxi can easily find out the news. 1 purple mansion, 50 condensed meridians, and nearly 300 open meridians cultivators. Is this the will of heaven to destroy our Tiansheng Sect? After several years of training, Li Fengai has become stable enough, but at this time he is still extremely terrified. This force is not something they can stop at all. The crisis of extermination of the Tiansheng Sect is just around the corner. No, Brother Bai, we must not let them destroy the Tiansheng Sect. We will send a note to ask the sect leader to come back. Elder Li, don't worry. The war in the north is still going on and the sect leader cannot come back. Also, don't be scared by them. Although they are numerous and powerful, we are not without a chance of winning. They are just a mob. When the time comes, we only need to kill a few leaders and the rest will naturally scatter. Bai Chengxi stopped Li Fengai immediately. Lin Xiao could not come back at all, and it was not that they were without a chance of winning. You know, Lin Xiao left them enough treasures, and the Tiansheng Sect was actually capable of protecting itself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 80 to Conspiracy. In a small village 50 miles outside the gate of Tiansheng Sect, the village has been occupied by a group of immortal cultivators. The villagers dare not say anything, and can only serve these masters carefully, fearing that they will be killed if they anger them. Senior Li, we have recruited more than 300 brothers now. Why don't we just kill them? There are only a few people at the gate of Tiansheng Sect. A group of immortal cultivators were eating and drinking in the largest courtyard in the village. The leader was Li Xingwu, who was almost shot to death by Lin Xiao. The one who spoke to him was a long-time casual cultivator who was active in Black Wind Valley. From the perspective of the casual cultivators in Black Wind Valley, the defense of Tiansheng Sect at this time was not worth mentioning. It was known to everyone in Tiansheng that Tiansheng Sect had a large number of ordinary disciples. Even the batch 7 years ago, most of them were only at the 4th or 5th level of opening meridians. In addition to the batch of people taken away by Lin Xiao and the people stationed in batches in the market, it can be said that Tiansheng Sect was extremely weak at this time. Don't worry, fellow Daoist one. Although the Tiansheng Sect's power is insufficient, the mountain protection formation is no joke. Li Xingwu shook his head and said, as a notorious independent cultivator in the world of immortal cultivation, he has always been cautious, and his vision is not comparable to these people. He knows that, no matter what force it is, the mountain protection formation is the most important. As long as they have the ability, they will continue to strengthen the power of the mountain protection formation. The Tiansheng Sect is no exception. On the other hand, although there are more than 300 people on their side, they are a group of rabble. No matter which group of people, they are all poor independent cultivators with poor skills, ordinary martial arts, and terrible equipment. Moreover, they have not been trained at all. If the mountain protection formation cannot be attacked for a long time, it will be easy for the Tiansheng Sect to ask for support. Then what do you think we should do, Senior Li? Senior Li, this is a golden opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, we may never meet it again. The casual cultivator was a little anxious. Now is indeed the best time for these desperate people to plunder. In the Three States War, the main forces of each sect are all fighting outside, and the guard force is extremely empty. They just need to rob and run away, and live in Chen State or other states. Therefore, Tiansheng Sect has become a fat piece of meat in their eyes. Since Lin Xiao became the head, the disciples of Tiansheng Sect have straightened their backs, and the money in their storage bags has increased. The equipment and resources in their hands are enough to make these poor casual cultivators drool. Actually, it is not difficult to break through the mountain gate. We just need to lure the snake out of its hole. Hasn't Brother Zhao always wanted to avenge his fellow disciples? Then let's attack the market town. The market town is extremely important to the Tiansheng Sect. If the market town is broken, they should send people to support it, right? Well, Senior Li, according to the news from our people, it is not easy to fight in the market town now. That girl surnamed Bei has united with the shops in the market town. There are at least more than 100 people on guard team, plus the guard formation. Unless you take action, we can't take it down with such a small number of people. The other person showed difficulty. Of course, with more than 300 people, they could take down the market town, but there would definitely be heavy losses. They were not even an alliance. They were just temporarily put together. They couldn't agree on who would be the main attacker, and no one wanted to make wedding dresses for others. What are you afraid of with more than 100 people? Don't forget, there are more than 100 shops in the market, and the floating wealth inside is at least worth 100,000 Zuan crystals, while there may not be so much floating wealth at the mountain gate. Since you all let me make the decision, then I will make the decision. We have more than 300 people. 200 people will attack the market, and the rest will follow me to attack the mountain gate. The market will take action first. If they go out to support, we will intercept them halfway. If they don't help, we will directly attack them. Don't worry about the rules. Whoever grabs the things will own them. After grabbing them, they will go their separate ways. Li Xingwu said coldly. These people were indeed a group of rabble. No one was willing to work hard. They all wanted to pick peaches and rely on him, the purple mansion, to break through the formation. It was really wishful thinking. Li Xingwu had no interest in the floating wealth in Gangming market. If he wanted Zuan crystals, he could just rob others. What he wanted was revenge and the skills in the Tiansheng Sect's treasury. He heard about the many Zuan level martial arts in the Tiansheng Sect from the casual cultivators in the Black Wind Valley. Before, the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect had trained in the Black Wind Valley and showed good martial arts. Some disciples were outspoken and boasted about it in their spare time. It was said that the inner disciples of the Tiansheng Sect practiced Zuan level martial arts, which made Li Xingwu extremely envious. Only casual cultivators knew how rare martial arts were. Most of them had no master and no elders to protect them. It was really difficult to get a good martial arts. Even the two brothers had robbed and killed countless people before, and they only had 1 or 2 Zuan level martial arts. So Li Xingwu didn't think about integrating these rabble. Anyway, they were all temporary. He just needed to use their power to break through the formation and grab a handful. Senior Li said it well, that's how it should be. We are all independent cultivators. We don't know how to march and deploy troops, and we don't know how to make those large siege weapons. It's better to attack directly. It's simple and efficient. I agree. With so many of us gathered together, the Tiansheng Sect may have received the news, so act as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. Unexpectedly, Li Xingwu's angry behavior won the support of many people. In their minds, power and schemes do not exist. Independent cultivators rarely use power and schemes. They all use fists. If you have big fists, drink and eat meat, you can't beat others, so you deserve to be robbed. Why play so many tricks? Can't you just rob directly? The remaining few people felt that it was inappropriate, but they didn't say it clearly. If they said it now, they would offend the public. What's more, they also felt that the Tiansheng Sect really did not have the power to compete with more than 300 of them, unless Lin Xiao came back in person. So everyone stopped worrying about how to act, but considered how to attack specifically. Xiao, who was originally a disciple of Tiansheng Sect, was the most active. He had made some arrangements under the banner of revenge for his fellow disciples. He found some unfamiliar cultivators from Qingshan County and mixed them into the market. They had agreed that once the attack started outside, they would cooperate inside. They would set fires everywhere, burn, kill, and loot, create panic, and coerce the other cultivators. Once a big chaos occurred, there would inevitably be many cultivators who would fish in troubled waters. They had experienced this scene once a few years ago, and knew what was going on. If the more than 1,000 cultivators in the market all made trouble, he estimated that, even if Lin Xiao came back, he would not be able to stop them. Xiao's words made everyone happy. Everyone felt that this was an unsolvable problem. With such preparation, it would be easy to break through the market, so everyone began to get ready. After discussing for an hour, the people in the yard left one by one, and Xiao returned to the woods outside the market, where there were still hundreds of his fellow apprentices. There was nothing much to say. After returning, the Xiao family cultivator gathered his men, and then walked out of the woods openly, and headed straight for Gangming Market. On the way, they met the cultivators of the Black Wind Valley. The two gathered together, and the number of people exceeded 200. A group of people soon appeared outside the Gangming Market, and a violent bell rang in the market. This was the sound of the alarm. Soon, figures appeared on the wall of the market. Who are you? This is the Tiansheng Sect market. If you dare to come forward, you will be killed without mercy. Basic C jumped out, blocked the crowd, and scolded. Brother Xiao, this is the deacon of the Tiansheng Sect in the market. There is only one condensation vein cultivator. We have more than a dozen condensation vein cultivators here. Why don't we take down this little girl first? No, let's go together. Don't be careless. The magic weapons in her hands are all top level, second level. Don't be careless. Attack the market directly and let her finish the job without taking care of anything else. Okay, but after the matter is done, I want the long sword in her hand. Okay, let's do it together. After the two discussed for a while, they each let out a long roar, and then 200 people rushed to the market together, which made Basix's face change drastically. Kill the enemy, guard the market. Basixi roared, and then his figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind a condensation vein cultivator, and pierced the opponent's chest with a sword. Too fast. Basix's speed was really too fast. After affixing the residual image talisman, her speed was not slower than that of the purple mansion cultivator. It was not comparable to these cultivators at all. The condensation vein cultivator was killed by Basixi before he could react. However, the other condensation vein cultivators were not vegetarians either. They immediately surrounded Basixi, especially the cultivator surnamed Xiao. He knew that Lin Xiao had this kind of talisman that could greatly increase a person's speed, so he had been prepared for this move. Now that more than a dozen people surrounded Basixi, it was useless, no matter how fast she was. It's you, the traitor of Tiansheng Sect. At such a close distance, Basixi recognized this person. He was the inner disciple of Tiansheng Sect before, and one of the culprits of the chaos in Tiansheng Sect. It's me. Go to hell, the man laughed fiercely, but his hands were merciless. A dozen of condensed veins casual cultivators besieged Basixi together. Even if their skills, martial arts, and equipment were not as good as Basixi's, they were not something Basixi could resist. Suddenly, Basixi became extremely dangerous. It's really a waste to use this treasure on you. Basixi was very calm. When she saw that she was completely at a disadvantage, she immediately took out something from the storage ring and threw it to the place with the most people. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded, and 6 or 7 of the dozen casual cultivators flew backwards, all vomiting blood, and those in the center of the explosion turned directly into flesh and blood. This was Lin Xiao's trump card for Basixi. He had used this to kill Zifu before. It was a special magic weapon that contained 52nd grade high quality talismans. Even Zifu couldn't resist the explosion, let alone these condensation vein cultivators. Basixi immediately rushed towards the injured condensation vein cultivators and would not let them escape. At this time, along the cross avenue in the market, a light curtain rose up, dividing the entire market into 4 parts. The 4 team leaders affixed the residual image talisman and were quickly killing the cultivators who were stirring up trouble and trying to coerce the scattered cultivators. Chapter 83, Heavy Damage to the Purple Mansion. Just when the 200 purple mansions attacked the market, Li Xingwu led the remaining 100 people to the gate of Tiansheng Sect. They had already felt that the battle in the market had disturbed the mysterious energy of heaven and earth. Not only them, but also the people in the gate of Tiansheng Sect felt it, but the reaction of Tiansheng Sect was not to go out to rescue, but to strengthen the defense. The angry shouts of some people could be heard from outside the gate. Senior Li, the people of Tiansheng Sect are not fooled. What should we do? No matter what, just charge directly. With more than 100 of us, are we still afraid that we can't break the formation? Li Xingwu was in a bad mood. He didn't want to care so much. A few years ago, he saw his elder brother being killed here with his own eyes, and he fled in embarrassment. Seeing the things reminded him of people. He just felt a breath of anger in his heart, and he wanted to vent this anger through killing. Okay, everyone charge. The casual cultivator didn't think so much, and directly called out, and more than 100 people emerged from all corners, no longer hiding, but rushed to the gate of Tiansheng Sect with great fanfare. The outer formation was at the gate. Because no one was maintaining it, it was broken by everyone in less than a minute. After entering the gate, there were spiritual fields, where various spiritual grains and spiritual medicines were planted. If it were normal, these casual cultivators would not be able to resist harvesting them. Even if they were not yet ripe, the products of these hundreds of acres of spiritual fields were worth a lot of black crystals. But now no one was willing to touch them, because there were still many good things on the mountain. As soon as the outer formation was broken, the news had been received on the mountain. Li Fengaiyu shouted angrily, asking all the disciples who had opened their meridians above the 5th level to gather, while the remaining disciples hid in buildings such as the Sutra Pavilion and the Alchemy Room. These buildings were also protected by formations. Even if the core mountain protection formation was broken, they could still resist for a while. Elder Sun, Elder Zhao, now that the enemy is attacking, what have you considered? In the courtyard of the guest elders, Bei Chengxi looked at several guest elders and asked them to make a decision immediately. He told these people 2 days ago that the Tiansheng Sect would have to overcome a difficult time. If they are willing to help, then after the matter is accomplished, the Tiansheng Sect will exchange them with Zuan level martial arts, as well as top grade elixirs such as Zisudan and King Gyudan at extremely favorable prices. Moreover, if they reach the 12th level of condensed veins in the future, they can unite several people and exchange merit points for Keifudan. Yes, it is Keifudan. At that time, the Tiansheng Sect will help to collect materials, and then go to Jingzhou or other places, to ask people to make bills. You must know that with their strength, even if they have money to buy materials, they can't find an alchemist to make bills. They don't have the qualifications and will only attract the covetousness of others, but the Tiansheng Sect will not. At least the Tiansheng Sect can ask the Danliang Sect for help. Bei Chengxi offered such a generous condition, naturally wanting them to help. If they don't agree, then they will be asked to leave immediately. Several guest elders looked at each other, nodded, and then agreed. The treatment of K-Fudan was too tempting. They knew why the three-state war started. Without K-Fudan, they would have no hope of breaking through to Zifu in their lifetime, but now there is hope. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Bei Chengxi swears here that your choice will not be wrong. Zhu Zongsheng, yes, disciple is here. Zhu Zongsheng. Follow elders out of the central control room immediately and control the formation. Quick. Bei Chengxi was overjoyed and immediately called Zhu Zongsheng outside the door to let him follow the formation elders Zhao Huaiying to the central control room. Now it was maintained by ordinary disciples, and their level could not be compared with Zhao Huaiying at all. Then Bei Chengxi took the remaining guest elders to the front line. At this time, the battle had already begun. Hundreds of casual cultivators bombarded the mountain protection formation, while the disciples of Tiansheng Sect relied on the support of the formation to continuously attack those casual cultivators, throwing out all kinds of spiritual talismans and magic tools, as if they were free. Behind the independent cultivators, there were still a dozen people standing still. They were the leader sect headed by Li Xingwu. There were only a dozen condensing veins cultivators participating in the attack. In their opinion, this was enough. However, once the guest elders joined, their attack strength was not enough, especially Zhao Huaiying, who was originally a second-level formation master. With him controlling the mountain protection formation, the power suddenly increased to a high level. The attacks of the crowd were like pouring water into the sea, and all disappeared without a trace. The rest of the guest elders all had a cultivation level above condensing veins. Once they joined, the number of condensing veins cultivators of Tiansheng Sect reached 7, which was enough to pose a threat to the attacking condensing veins cultivators. Elder Li, I will go out to challenge Li Xingwu. If I succeed, you will immediately take out the treasure to kill the enemy. If I fail, then you will lead your disciples to resist step by step. Don't hide in the sect's treasury, which is where they focus their attacks. Elder Bei, let me go. You are an alchemist, and the sect needs you. What's the need? The Bei family has received great favors from the Tiansheng Sect, but has no merit. Let me go. My cultivation is high. Bei Chengxi shook his head. He is at the 6th level of condensing veins, while Li Fengai who is still at the 1st level of condensing veins. Even if Li Fengai uses the residual image talisman and talisman, he may not succeed. He has a glimmer of hope. Now he must use this treasure at the bottom of the box to severely injure or kill Li Xingwu in order to rescue the Tiansheng Sect. Otherwise, they dare not use these treasures to kill these casual cultivators, fearing that Li Xingwu is prepared. Bei Chengxi didn't say much and quickly put on a residual image talisman and then fought his way through a group of loose cultivators who had opened their meridians. Those loose cultivators who had opened their meridians were simply unable to resist him, and even ordinary loose cultivators who had condensed their meridians were no match for him. I've always heard that Lin Xiao of the Tiansheng Sect got a relic, which contains a talisman, that can make a person's speed extremely fast, and the condensed meridians can catch up with the speed of the Purple Palace. I didn't expect to see it today, Li Xingwu said as he looked at Bei Chengxi who was constantly charging. He had heard about the residual image talisman, which caused a huge commotion in Qianluo City at the time, and it was impossible not to know about it. However, the various sects only knew the name of this residual image talisman, but could not copy it. It was said that it was a talisman that only existed in the Eastern Immortal Cultivation Kingdom. Senior Li, he's just faster. Let's go and deal with him. More than a dozen people surround him. Let's see how he runs. Okay, go ahead. Li Xingwu waved his hand. The dozen or so condensing veins cultivators around him were about to take action to deal with this powerful enemy. However, Bei Chengxi also saw it at this time and immediately shouted, Li Xingwu, you're a loser. You failed in the sneak attack on Tiansheng Sect and not only killed your brother Li Xingwen, you hired a killer and found a useless organization. How dare you attack Tiansheng Sect today? Your face is really thicker than the city wall. You're looking for death. Li Xingwu, if you are a man, come out and fight. I, a condensing veins cultivator, can kill you Zifu like killing a chicken, just like Master Lin killed your brother back then. Do you dare? All of you stand down. I'm going to cut him into pieces. Every word Bai Chengxi said hurt his heart. Li Xingwu couldn't bear it any longer. He shouted and left his original position. The other casual cultivators were also happy for this to happen. Bai Chengxi's speed was too fast. Even if they could win, they would have to pay a price. Now that the Purple Mansion cultivator could take action, it would be the best. Bang in the first move, Bai Chengxi chose to fight head on. His equipment was better than Li Xingwu's. Li Xingwu had only a big knife which was a 3rd level low grade magic weapon, and the rest was not even a 2nd level high grade one, while he had only the best of the 2nd level high grade ones. However, Bai Chengxi still spat out a mouthful of blood. The gap in cultivation was difficult to make up with equipment. If he had the 12th level of condensed veins, he might still be able to challenge. After replacing a new 2nd level defensive talisman, Bai Chengxi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, avoided Li Xingwu's attack and said, "So this is the power of the Purple Mansion. It's really weak. No wonder your brother was killed by Master Lin. Shut up, I'll kill you." Li Xingwu was furious, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Li Xingwen's death was a pain in his heart. Bai Chengxi mentioned this matter every time, which had completely made him lose his mind and only wanted to kill Bai Chengxi. Go to hell. Seeing Li Xingwu coming to kill again, Bai Chengxi took out a box-like thing in his hand, and when he got close, he pressed it on him, and then immediately used his body skills to escape. Boom, the earth-shattering explosion sounded, and Bai Chengxi was also blown away by the airwave. In order to increase the success rate, he asked Li Xingwu to stay close to him, just in case the opponent would react too quickly. But Li Xingwu was even worse. He flew backwards, and his robes and other things were all broken. The blood he spat out was mixed with some internal organs. Puff, puff, Li Xingwu flew dozens of meters away, and fell to the ground, motionless and silent. Successful, kill him. When Li Fengyu saw that Bai Chengxi succeeded, he immediately rushed out of the formation and took out a talisman to throw it into the crowd of the other party. There was an explosion, and more than a dozen figures were blown away. Then Li Fengyu rushed to Bai Chengxi and rescued him. As soon as Li Fengyu took action, Chen Hua, who had secretly sneaked back from Beiwu Mountain, also moved. He also had a talisman in his hand. Lin Xiao's confidential had talismans in their hands, which was to restrain the Purple Mansion cultivators. The 2 talismans exploded, killing dozens of meridian opening cultivators and 7 or 8 meridian condensing cultivators. The key point was that Li Xingwu's defeat shocked all these casual cultivators. They couldn't wrap their minds around it. Wasn't Zifu high and mighty? Didn't Zifu kill meridian condensing cultivators like killing chickens? How could they die like this? On the other hand, the morale of the Tiansheng Sect was greatly boosted. Dozens of fully armed cultivators rushed out with a howl. They had a great advantage against ordinary meridian opening casual cultivators. Even their defensive talismans could not be broken by a casual cultivator's sword, while a sword from a Tiansheng Sect disciple could kill those casual cultivators with only simple defenses. The situation on the battlefield was reversed. The mob nature of the casual cultivators was exposed. No one was in command, and the people were not united. Even though their number was several times that of the Tiansheng Sect disciples, they still began to disintegrate. When the meridian condensing cultivators began to flee, no one could control the situation, and everyone fled in a hurry. The Tiansheng Sect disciples only chased to the gate before being stopped by Chen Hua, who then quickly gathered the disciples and asked them to return to the formation. If they came back to kill, the Tiansheng Sect disciples would not be able to stop them. However, when they were cleaning up the battlefield, they did not find Li Xingwu's body, only a pool of blood, which made Bai Chengxi and others worried. They did not know how seriously Li Xingwu was injured. If he was not seriously injured and came back again, they would have no talismans in their hands. Chapter 84 New Situation. Just when many scattered cultivators were besieging the Tiansheng Sect, the three states war had a new change. With the support of the Tiansheng County Army, the cultivators in the Lin Xiao camp began to break out, and the Tiansheng cultivators would naturally not let them retreat easily, so the war that had stopped for more than 10 days broke out again. In this battle, the small sects in Lin Xiao were once again regarded as abandoned by the Lin Xiao sect, and were hunted down by the Tiansheng cultivators. Hundreds of people were killed and wounded. More than 200 people were killed on the spot, more than 100 were captured, and less than 100 people escaped. The number of people in Tiansheng was only 50 or 60. Originally, the strength of Tiansheng was not enough to achieve this result, precisely because Tiansheng County did not attack Tiansheng with all its strength, but was only responsible for containment. Hundreds of people from the Lin Xiao sect fled back to the Lin Xiao sect mountain gate, and closed the mountain gate formation. The Tiansheng County Army was unwilling to face the Tiansheng army alone, and slowly retreated. Tiansheng pressed forward step by step, and finally confronted again near the Lin Xiao sect mountain gate. The war between the three states could no longer continue at this point. Tiansheng state could not destroy the Lin Xiao sect, and the cultivators of Tiansheng County were unwilling to fight to the death with Tiansheng state, so they just stalemate. During the stalemate, Tiansheng sect completely occupied the originally disputed border Lingshan Mountain, built a formation on the Lingshan Mountain, established a permanent offensive, and slowly turned that side into a fortress. The Tiansheng sect did not draw manpower from Tiansheng state to build the fortress, but forcibly recruited mortals from Ning state. For this reason, hundreds of thousands of mortals were forced to migrate to the vicinity of the border Lingshan Mountain under the sword of Tiansheng sect. All the young and strong were drawn out to build the fortress. This was an extremely cruel thing. The cultivators of Tiansheng sect were quite good to the mortals of Tiansheng state, but they were not so polite to the mortals of Ning state. They worked day and night, and in less than a month, thousands of people died due to fatigue, illness, accidents, etc. By the time the fortress was completed 3 months later, only 1 in 10 of the first batch of hundreds of thousands of mortals had survived, and the confrontation between the three states was about to end. Tiansheng sect continued to draw mortals from Ning state to Tiansheng state. This time, the scale was even larger, involving mortals within a radius of hundreds of miles, a total of more than 500,000 people. And this group of people was to move to the hinterland of Tiansheng state, a journey of more than 3,000 miles. Everyone knew that with such a long distance and with families, less than half of the people could actually reach Tiansheng state. Tiansheng sect has issued an order. Starting tomorrow, all sects will return to Tiansheng state one after another. Our Tiansheng sect is the first batch. You must be ready tonight. In the Tiansheng state camp, Lin Xiao said to Beizichan and others. After several months of fierce fighting, there were only 51 of the 60 disciples brought by Lin Xiao. 9 disciples died in battle, and another 5 were already disabled and unable to practice. Even this number was the smallest loss among the troops of each sect. For example, the Tiansheng sect had more than 800 people killed in the battle, and there were also 100 to 200 injured. However, the elite of the Tiansheng sect were not lost, and most of them were low-qualified disciples. For example, the more than 300 cultivators who were forcibly promoted to the condensation vein stage, now only 30 to 40 people are left. Master, we are ready. Everyone is eager to go home, and has been wanting to go home for a long time. Is everything okay in the sect? It's okay. The independent cultivators have retreated now. Lin Xiao shook his head. He knew about the independent cultivators attacking the Tiansheng sect through the system the moment he learned about it, but he was participating in the war at the time, and couldn't get away. The Tiansheng sect also didn't allow him to go back. Lin Xiao could only trust Li Fenggai and the others. Fortunately, not long after, the system showed that the mountain protection formation was normal, which made him feel relieved. After half a month, Li Fenggai also wrote him a very long letter, introducing the cause and effect of the incident. All the independent cultivators who attacked the mountain gate and the market were repelled. The Tiansheng sect killed more than 200 enemies, including more than 20 condensation vein cultivators, and severely injured the purple mansion cultivator Li Xingwu, but the price was not low. In the mountain gate and the market, the Tiansheng sect lost 11 people, and injured 30 or 40 people. The talismans and residual image talismans left by Lin Xiao were all used up, and the rest of the property losses exceeded 50,000 black crystals. The independent cultivator was extremely poor, and the total value of all the spoils was no more than 20,000 black crystals. That's good. Well, this time thanks to you Bei family. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly after I go back, master. What are you talking about? This is what we should do. Haha. Lin Xiao smiled with relief. In this war, the Bei family repeatedly made great contributions. Bei Zichen severely damaged the Tiansheng Sect, Bei Zixi defended the Gangming market, and Bei Chengxi risked his life to severely damage Li Xingwu. If it weren't for their efforts, the Tiansheng Sect would probably not be able to escape. The loyalty of the Bei family has reached an average of nearly 60, which is enough for Lin Xiao to invest in them on a large scale, so after returning, he will definitely reward the Bei family. Then Lin Xiao talked to Bei Zichen, Huang Keifeng and others about the harvest. For this 3-state war, Lin Xiao invested more than 400,000 Zuan crystals in the arms race of 1.5 years. Now these things have been consumed by 80%. If there is no income, wouldn't it be a big loss? In the war of several months, especially in the looting operations of those days, the disciples of Tiansheng Sect obtained rich spoils of war. According to rough estimates, it should be between 200,000 and 300,000. However, this does not count their military exploits. At the beginning of the war, Tiansheng Sect gave each person a jade butterfly. This jade butterfly has the function of leaving a shadow. Wearing it on the body can record the military exploits at that time. After the war, Tiansheng Sect will count these military exploits and then give rewards to the members of each sect. This reward is also extremely generous. Lin Xiao cooperated with the Tiansheng Sect cultivators to kill 2 of the other side's purple palaces, and the rest of the Tiansheng Sect disciples were also reused because of their good equipment. They were extremely outstanding in the battle of the Khmer level. Therefore, although the Tiansheng Sect had few people, the great achievements they made were not inferior to those of other sects. In the absence of Tianhe Sect and Hangshan Sect, they should be ranked first. However, this reward could not be obtained for the time being, because the Tiansheng Sect was also poor. The Tiansheng Sect had invested at least several million Zuan crystals before and after, which was their accumulation of decades or even hundreds of years. It was estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 years to get the reward, but they would never embezzle this reward, and they dared not. If so, no one would support the Tiansheng Sect in the future. The next morning, the Tiansheng camp withdrew the first batch of 300 cultivators, and the Tiansheng Sect was among them. On the way back, Lin Xiao saw the immigrant army of Ning Xiao. The scene was bloody and cruel, which also alerted Lin Xiao and others. This is the world of cultivators. If Tiansheng is defeated one day, their people will also end up like this, including the relatives of these cultivators. When passing by the border mountain, the fortress there had already been built. It was an extremely solid fortress. With hundreds of cultivators, even with the remaining forces of Ning Xiao, it would not be able to be conquered, even if they tried their best. This mountain was named Angsuan Mountain by Tiansheng Sect. Zuanjing mines were discovered on the mountain many years ago. In the past few months, the cultivators of Tiansheng Sect have explored the scale of the mine, and announced to the outside world that it was a small Zuanjing mine, but outsiders did not know the details. At this time, Tiansheng Sect has already started to develop. At least 20,000 mortals are mining day and night. Tiansheng Sect is also in urgent need of blood. Otherwise, the next reward will not be given. The other sects will not agree. Master, I just looked at it. The black crystal mine in this Lingshan mountain is at least medium-sized. At least tens of millions of black crystals can be dug out. Tiansheng Sect has made a lot of money this time. Don't covet it. They probably won't take out this Dangsuan mountain. Tiansheng Sect will swallow it alone. This is too unfair. I think it should be distributed like Kayan Mountain. There is nothing unfair. Strength is respected. Moreover, Tiansheng Sect will compensate us in other places. Qingshan County has also taken a big advantage this time. They dare not covet our benefits. Lin Xiao shook his head. The result of the 3 states war was unexpected. No one expected that the people of Bishu Pavilion were so vicious that they actually attacked their allies. This time, Qingshan County took the biggest advantage. Now, Tiansheng Sect is no longer planning to occupy the existing territory, but only Lingshan on the border. On the other side, the territory of Ninghe and Qingshan County is occupied by Qingshan County for at least 1,000 miles. The reason why Tiansheng Sect did this was to give Qingshan County a look, leaving enough territory for Ningxiu Sect to restore its strength and to contain Qingshan County. Anyway, the two forces will never be as close as before, and they can't even form an alliance. This is the game between forces, which confirms the saying that there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. It also taught Lin Xiao a profound lesson. Compared with these old foxes, Lin Xiao felt that he was still too innocent and too green. If he didn't grow up maturely, he would be sold out when dealing with these people in the future. After passing Dangsuan Mountain, they arrived at the territory of Tiansheng. The Tiansheng Sect and his party sped up. After arriving at Tianluo City, they took the dragon horse fast horse that had been deposited here before and headed straight for Tiansheng Sect. 2 days later, Lin Xiao and his companions appeared on the territory of Tiansheng Sect. They did not return directly to the mountain gate, but went around Gangming Market and Beiwu Mountain. The Tiansheng Sect disciples, who were still victorious, were full of murderous intent, which frightened countless casual cultivators. After showing off their power, Lin Xiao led his companions back to the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect. After arriving at the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao did not have any time to rest. He immediately announced two things. First, a public memorial ceremony would be held to hold a funeral for those disciples who sacrificed their lives for Tiansheng Sect. Second, an indefinite reward would be offered to hunt down those casual cultivators who participated in the attack on Tiansheng Sect. Chapter 85 Cemetery. In the 323rd year of the Tiansheng Sect calendar, the Three States War broke out in Xianan Province. The head of the Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao, led all the disciples to participate in the war. There are currently outstanding disciples of the Tiansheng Sect, Niu Zhensheng, Chen Yufei, Zhang, Bo, 1 Bobo again, 2 Bos Bo 3 times, 3 Bos on the third day after Lin Xiao came back. Dozens of white tombstones stood on the hillside next to the lake behind the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate. The tombstones faced the beautiful lake, and at this time, there were thousands of Tiansheng Sect disciples standing there. Except for the necessary disciples on duty, all the members of the Tiansheng Sect were present, including the group that had just joined the Tiansheng Sect half a year ago. As the head of the sect, Lin Xiao personally took the lead in commemorating these disciples who died for the Tiansheng Sect and issued many measures. For example, a martyrs hall has been built in the mountain gate of the Tiansheng Sect. As long as the disciples sacrificed for the Tiansheng Sect, they can have a place there and set up tablets. As long as the Tiansheng Sect does not perish, they will be worshipped forever. In addition, the families of the sacrificed disciples will be rewarded generously. If a family member is already a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect, he will be promoted to an inner disciple of the Tiansheng Sect and can receive the meritorious relics of the dead disciples. Their meritorious rewards in the war will not be deducted and will all be passed on to their relatives. If the relatives are not yet disciples of the Tiansheng Sect, the 3 generations of mortal relatives will be supported by the Tiansheng Sect. Within 3 generations, all relatives who have spiritual roots measured, regardless of their quality, will be treated as inner disciples. After 3 generations, even the most rubbish spiritual roots will be accepted by the Tiansheng Sect and at least treated as outer disciples. Once these measures were announced, many disciples were extremely excited and moved. Their sense of belonging to the Tiansheng Sect increased greatly, and their loyalty soared. Even the loyalty of those new disciples was nearly an average of 50. After the worship, Lin Xiao asked someone to take the disciples back, and he followed Li Fengyu and others to walk by the lake. Li Fengyu made a suggestion, that is, to set up this place as the Tiansheng Sect cemetery, and to list the former disciples, including the disciples who died for the sect in the civil strife a few years ago. Lin Xiao agreed, but his memory of the original owner of this body was not complete, and a lot of it was lost. He could not remember who was loyal to the Tiansheng Sect during the civil strife, so he could only let Li Fengyu and others take charge. Elderly, what do you think about offering a bounty for hunting down those independent cultivators? Should we also offer a bounty through a killer organization like the Assassin? Master, that won't work. Any killer organization is notorious, and this kind of public bounty cannot go through them. We just need to offer a bounty, and there is no limit on the identity of the reward. As long as the target is determined, it will be fine. Okay, then let's do this. It is said that the people who take action are independent cultivators who have opened their meridians at the 5th level or above. So starting from the 5th level, the bounty will be 100 Zuan crystals, and an increase of 50 Zuan crystals will be added for each level of the opening meridians. For condensing meridians, it will start from 1000 Zuan crystals, and 300 will be added for each level. As for easing Wu, it will be set at 10,000 Zuan crystals, and more can be added if there is new intelligence. This bounty has no time limit or identity limit, and anyone can claim it, including our Tiansheng Sect's disciples. Yes, Master, I'll release the list once I've made it clear. Those who have participated in the attack on the Tiansheng Sect won't be able to escape. Li Fenggai was full of killing intent. The battle still frightened him. If Bai Chengxi hadn't risked his life to provoke Li Xingwu and made him lose his mind, the Tiansheng Sect would have been breached. The same was true in Gangming Market. Bai Zixi also took a great risk and showed her excellent talents. Her measures made Li Fenggai feel ashamed. If it was him at that time, he might not have done so well. Elder Li, we didn't bring back many black crystals from the battlefield. Most of them were spiritual objects. You have to work harder these days and pick out the useful ones. The unnecessary ones should be sold through the market as soon as possible to raise funds. At the same time, the merits of the disciples in this war should be calculated. At the latest, these rewards should be issued in 1 month. Lin Xiao also asked Li Fenggai to raise funds as soon as possible. Now the Tiansheng Sect can't issue rewards. This is a very morale damaging thing, so it must be fast. Li Fenggai also agreed. This time, there were many people in the Tiansheng Sect who made meritorious deeds. It can be said that all the cultivators above the 5th level of K may have made meritorious deeds. Some people who performed extremely well will also be rewarded heavily, so the work is extremely busy. Soon, Li Fenggai rushed back to the sect. There were a lot of things waiting for him to deal with, and Lin Xiao had always been a hands-off boss. Unless it was related to the strategy of Tiansheng Sect, he would not ask about ordinary affairs. Although this was a move to trust Li Fenggai and the others, it also made them extremely busy and had no time to practice. Of course, they had given up practicing long ago. System, display page ding dong. The system page is opened. Host level, 7th rank, Purple Mansion. Sect name, Tiansheng Sect. 8th rank. Number of disciples, 1145 people. Host rights, points mall, opened. Sect rights, all institutions have been opened. Upgradable, disciple loyalty, average. 59.8, low loyalty. Side quest, 1. Disintegrate the notorious assassin organization Assassin God. Points balance, 22,089 inches. Lin Xiao looked at the points balance on the system page and was quite satisfied. There were more than 20,000 points, most of which were brought by new disciples, and 5,000 points were awarded for completing the side quest of defeating the attack plan of Bishu Pavilion. Lin Xiao learned from the system that the reason why those Tiansheng Sect defectors attacked the market was also instructed by the Bishu Pavilion, and the failure of their plan was enough to let the Bishu Pavilion know that Tiansheng Sect was not a soft persimmon, so they gave up the plan to attack Tiansheng Sect. Of course, this was also related to the overall situation. Anyway, their plan to give up meant that the side quest was successful, so Lin Xiao got another 5,000 points. At the same time, there was a mysterious gift, which Lin Xiao had no time to open before, so he asked the system to open it again. Ding dong, the mysterious gift is opened. Congratulations to the host, and you have obtained a Daoji pill. Daoji pill. This thing is still a mysterious gift, so stingy, Lin Xiao said contemptuously, but he was very happy in his heart, because Daoji pill is not a pill that can be exchanged by the system at this stage, and this pill, as the name suggests, can help Zifu monks lay the foundation of Taoism and break through the Daogang period. It should be a treasure among the 4th level pills. Pills like this are not sold in the market at all, because no one will sell them. Even in the Eastern Immortal Cultivation Kingdom, they are extremely precious. Lin Xiao even doubts that pills of this level will never appear in the market, because no force will complain about having too many Daogang monks. Once Lin Xiao announces this, there is no doubt that Chunhyang Palace will be the first to come to kill. They will not pay a black crystal to buy it. They will directly send a large army to destroy Tiansheng Sect and rob it directly. Even Tiansheng Sect will tear up the agreement of the 9 Sects Alliance and destroy Tiansheng Sect, because within the scope of Lu State, one Daogang monk is enough to affect the balance of power in the entire country. Chunhyang Palace has been established for more than 5,000 years and has become the overlord of Lu State for nearly 2,000 years. However, after 2,000 years of accumulation, they have only cultivated 2 Daogang monks, which is enough to show the preciousness of Daogang monks. It is even more difficult for a sect like Tiansheng Sect to cultivate another Daogang monk. It is estimated that it will take decades of accumulation for the sect to achieve it. This time the system didn't argue with Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao didn't dare to despise the system anymore. If he angered it, it would be bad. If it shocked him again. Lin Xiao now has more than 20,000 points, but he doesn't know how to use them for the time being. It only takes 5,500 points to improve his cultivation to the 12th level of the Purple Mansion, but Lin Xiao didn't dare to do so. It's not a good thing to improve his cultivation too quickly, and the Daogang cultivators will be suspicious. Similarly, if Lin Xiao improves the spiritual veins of the Tiansheng Sect overnight, it will also arouse suspicion. These are things that require years and months to do, and it's hard for outsiders not to covet them. And if it's to improve the level of the mountain protection formation, Lin Xiao thinks it's not worth it, because these can be done with black crystals, and it's not worth it to spend all the points. Finally, Lin Xiao had to look at the system upgrade requirements again. The current system is at the 8th level. To upgrade to the 7th level, Tiansheng Sect must have 8 Purple Mansion monks. At the same time, it requires alchemists, weapon refiners, talisman makers, array masters, spiritual plant masters, etc. to all have the level of the 2nd level upper level, and more than one. At the same time, it also requires reserve talents to reach the 2nd level lower level. At the same time, all the sect treasure house, spiritual medicine garden, trial field, alchemy room, and scripture pavilion are upgraded to the highest level that can be upgraded now. In this way, Tiansheng Sect is considered a strong sect among the 8th level sects, and it has met the upgrade requirements. Lin Xiao looked at these conditions and couldn't help but smack his lips. The requirements are too high. Upgrading institutions is easy to say, now the points are enough, but how to do 8 purple mansions? Now there is not even one 12th level condensed veins, let alone 8. Even as strong as Tiansheng Sect, there are only 7 purple mansions. For these 7 purple mansions, they even go to war. There are also those who are good at cultivating immortal arts. They are all required to be of the 2nd grade upper grade. How is this possible? The only alchemist, Bei Chengxi, is only of the 2nd grade middle grade. The rest of the weapon refiners are nowhere to be seen. And Lin Xiao also knows that when the next upgrade comes, the requirements for these professions will increase, such as beastmasters and puppeteers. These options have already appeared, but they are not required yet. If we don't want to be in a hurry like the next upgrade, we probably have to start training now. According to what Lin Xiao knows, the level of puppeteers and beastmasters near Lugo is very low. There is no 3rd grade level at all. These professions must wait until the cultivation society is very prosperous before they can be born. The most needed 4 major professions in the Baron Cultivation Society are alchemists, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and weapon refiners. The rest are not so important. Lin Xiao had a headache just thinking about it, so he had to temporarily upgrade all the institutions, spending more than 5,000 points, and then spent another 5,000 points to exchange for a large number of spiritual objects that Tiansheng Sect urgently needed. Lin Xiao had to start training more disciples again, and the 8 Purple Mansion monks must be trained as soon as possible. Chapter 86 War Benefits. Dankseon Mountain. 3 days ago, the last batch of Danliang Sect's cultivators retreated here, and the three-state war that lasted for more than half a year was completely over. The army of Qingshan County was also retreating, and Lin Xiao Sect also reopened the mountain gate, preparing to lick its wounds and restore its strength silently. The dark clouds hanging over everyone in Ning province finally dissipated. Qisheng, have all the data been counted? Ancestor, after 2 or 3 months of statistics, it's almost done. The three-state war lasted more than half a year, and Chainan province paid a great sacrifice. The total casualties exceeded 2,000 people, of which our Danliang Sect's casualties reached. The three-state war lasted more than half a year, but more than 3 months ago, the three states entered a confrontation period, and basically no fighting broke out, so Danliang Sect quickly conducted data statistics. Throughout the war, Chainan province paid more than 2,000 lives of cultivators, of which the heaviest casualties were of course Danliang Sect. After all, Danliang Sect was the dominant consciousness. If they didn't fight to the death, how could the rest of them follow them? The second largest casualties were probably the recruited independent cultivators, who were also cannon fodder for Danliang Sect. However, they were earning money with their lives, so there was nothing much to say. It was agreed in advance. The third largest casualties were from Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect in the Qingshan County front. Although Qingshan County did not attack with all its strength, after several attempts, they also suffered 100 or 200 casualties. The rest were the other clans and families. The casualty rates of these clans and families varied, depending on the strength of the clan and the amount of investment. For example, Tiansheng Sect did not suffer many casualties on the front line, mainly because Lin Xiao was willing to invest and prepare the best equipment for his disciples. In addition to casualties, the entire Chainan province also invested nearly 10 million Zuan crystals, of which Danliang Sect alone accounted for 7 layers, including several third-level formations, Daogang independent cultivators, various talismans, magic tools, elixirs, etc. The previous preparations consumed 90%, and Danliang Sect's accumulation of 100 years was basically exhausted. So many Zuan crystals were spent, so many people died, but where is the profit? Reporting to the ancestor, the current profit is very small. The spoils of war and looting combined, Danliang Sect has only recovered less than 1 million Zuan crystals. The biggest profit is still this Dangsuan mountain. According to our people's detection, this Dangsuan mountain is at least a medium-sized Zuan crystal mine, which is buried very deep, and can dig out at least 100 million Zuan crystals. At the same time, it is a spiritual mountain with a third-level spiritual vein. Once developed, its value will be no less than the spiritual mountain at the gate of our Danliang Sect. It is priceless. However, all these take time. We have too few cultivators, and we can only rely on mortals to mine. Now there are about 50,000 young and strong mortals miners, and they can dig out 500,000 to 600,000 Zuan crystals every year. Qisheng replied. This war undoubtedly made the Danliang Sect a fortune. This Dangsuan mountain alone is more valuable than the entire Danliang Sect. Third order spiritual veins, medium-sized mines, why haven't they been discovered before? Ancestor, spiritual veins and mineral veins are divided into explicit and invisible. It depends on how deep they are buried. The spiritual mountains occupied by the various sects in Chainan province are all explicit, and they are what they appear to be. But this Dangsuan mountain is different. The spiritual veins and mineral veins are buried deep underground, and if it weren't for our large-scale exploration now, they wouldn't be discovered at all. In the past 100 years, we were in confrontation with the Lin Xiao Sect, and no one dared to develop on a large scale easily. So we have a treasure mountain in our hands, but we don't know its value. Okay, Dangsuan mountain must be developed as soon as possible, and our Danliang Sect must grow stronger as soon as possible. This time, Ning province has been crippled, and Qingshan County has already made preparations. If a major war really breaks out, it won't be so easy to fight. Understood, ancestor. I have already transferred some people here. In the future, the focus of the Danliang Sect will be Dangsuan mountain, except for the mountain gate. As for the other spiritual mountains, we only need to send a small number of people to station there. They are all the hinterland of Xianan province, and as long as our Danliang sect is not weakened, no one will dare to attack the Danliang sect. Okay, is there anyone planning to take over Dangsuan Mountain now? No, some people from various sects propose to divide up Dangsuan Mountain, but I nipped the bud. Dangsuan Mountain is not allowed to be involved by other sects. Then they have no objection? Of course they have objections. So we have to appease them and give them generous rewards for the war. Otherwise the Danliang sect will become disunited and no one will follow us next time. That's fine. The foundation of the sect lies in Lin Xiao, so a little bit of wealth doesn't matter. What about Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect? What do they think? They haven't mentioned it yet, but I can guess a thing or two. They must be appeased. We promised Tianheman before that we would defeat Bishu Pavilion and occupy the disputed sacred mountain on their side. But now it's impossible, so we must make it up to them. Now there are still several sacred mountains in Xianzhou that have not been developed. When the time comes, we will give them the quota of our Danliang sect. Anyway, we don't have the manpower to develop them. By the way, speaking of this matter, there is one more thing that needs to be discussed. The leader of Tiansheng Sect has found me privately. They want to change a sacred mountain. Changing a sacred mountain, is it because of Tiansheng Sect? Yes, ancestor. Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect had a conflict during the looting. More than 100 people were defeated by more than 60 people on the other side. This was when Lin Xiao was not present. At that time, we had to rely on Lin Xiao to balance the enemy's purple mansion cultivators, so we did not intervene. This made Tiansheng Sect disheartened, and they were also afraid that Tiansheng Sect would completely swallow them up, so they proposed to change a sacred mountain to practice. Qisheng explained the whole cause and effect. As soon as the conflict broke out, the Tiansheng Sect found someone to complain to him, but Qisheng did not punish the Tiansheng Sect for this, because at that time everyone knew that the army of Qingshan County was coming, and there would definitely be Purple Mansion monks following. In order to check and balance the Purple Mansion monks of the 3 states, Qisheng did not dare to do anything to the Tiansheng Sect, so he just tried to smooth things over. And retaining the Tiansheng Sect can also serve as a warning to the Tiansheng Sect. If the Tiansheng Sect crosses the line at that time, we can use the Tiansheng Sect as an excuse to suppress the Tiansheng Sect by using the agreement of the 9 Sects Alliance. Very good, then agree to them. We are short of manpower, so we can give one of the mature sacred mountains we have developed to Tiansheng Sect, so that they won't suffer a great loss of strength due to the relocation. Then, we can give Tiansheng Sect's sacred mountain to Tiansheng Sect, which can just make up for the post-war compensation, and save us some Zuanjing. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. My lord, I think so too. Tiansheng Sect will swallow up Tiansheng Sect sooner or later anyway. Tiansheng Sect's sacred mountain is too close to them. Instead of letting them occupy it for nothing, it's better to do them a favor and we can save ourselves a lot of Zuanjing. Qisheng nodded. He just wanted to disgust the Tiansheng Sect. They wanted to occupy a sacred mountain for nothing. It was impossible. He wanted to let the Tiansheng Sect know that the order of Xianzhou was still decided by his Danliang Sect. Then the 2 of them commented on the other sects one by one. Through this war of 3 states, the Danliang Sect was more determined to form the strategy of the 9 Sects Alliance. The Danliang Sect alone could not take all the benefits, and the Chunayang Palace far away in Jingzhou would not let them do so. Therefore, they must support the other sects to grow together, and then integrate the power of the entire Xianzhou, and slowly annex the surrounding territories. Maybe hundreds of years later, when the kingly way advances to the spiritual light period, they can compete with the Chunayang Palace. Even letting the Lu Kingdom change the dynasty is not impossible. At that time, the various sects in Xianzhou will be their vassals and barriers, and the Danliang Sect will benefit greatly. The 2 talked until late at night, and formulated many plans and strategies. These plans and strategies are the top secrets of the Danliang Sect, and no one except a few people will know them. In the 2nd month after the 3 States War, Danliang Sect announced the specific details of the war, including the losses and results of Xianan Prefecture, the losses of Ning Prefecture, and the losses and gains of Qingshan County. In general, Qingshan County got the biggest advantage in this 3 States War. They only had 300 to 400 casualties, but they received hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals in compensation through looting and extortion. When Ningxiu Sect was crippled, and Danliang Sect was trying to deceive them, Bishu Pavilion went all out and directly sent troops to occupy thousands of miles of Ning Prefecture. The sects and families in those territories were either wiped out by Bishu Pavilion or surrendered. If Danliang Sect had not given up the territory it had occupied before, it is estimated that there would not be much left in the entire Ning Prefecture, less than 1/5 of the previous one, and now it is only about half of the previous one. Moreover, this half of the territory, except for the mountain gate of Ningxiu Sect, was crippled, and even the number of mortals was relocated by hundreds of thousands. The remaining 9 sects in Ninghezhou had completely fallen out with Ningxiu Sect because of the behavior of Ningxiu Sect. These 9 sects suffered heavy losses, but they still had considerable strength when they united. At this time, they had reoccupied a sacred mountain. The 9 sects united and decided to ignore everyone and live a small life behind closed doors. So Ningxiu Sect became a lonely family. The lonely Ningxiu Sect had no ability to resist the 2 sects. So Ningxiu Sect endured the humiliation and actually joined the Bishu Pavilion and became a vassal of Bishu Pavilion. The entire Ninghezhou was already in name only. If it were not for the Chunayang Palace in Jingzhou, Ninghezhou could have been removed from the list. Bishu Pavilion was also very wary of Ningxiu Sect. After all, the other party was a sect with Daogang cultivators. They did not dare to really annex it, nor did they dare to trust it. They had to provide nominal protection and let Ningxiu Sect pay a little money every year, leaving them to fend for themselves. Chapter 87. Go with the flow. This is a letter from Qisheng of Danliang Sect. You have all read it, right? What do you think about this? Danliang Sect used the mountain gate of Shanliang Sect to replace 200,000 Zuan crystals, which was used to replace the rewards and relief for Tiansheng Sect. The report on the Battle of the 3 States also included the rewards and relief for each sect, but this was sent to each sect privately and was not made public. Danliang Sect has already counted the merits of all the people in Tiansheng Sect, plus the relief for those who died or were disabled, all adding up to about 400,000 Zuan crystals. Danliang Sect will distribute it in batches with equivalent Zuan crystals or spiritual objects. However, when it came to Tiansheng Sect, the mountain gate of Shanliang Sect was used as a substitute for 200,000 Zuan crystals. This news surprised Lin Xiao. Master, what does the Danliang Sect mean by this? Is it bullying? It's obvious that they are favoring the Shanliang Sect. We should reject this condition. Elder Li, this is not right. It's obvious that the Danliang Sect favors the Shanliang Sect. I think this is a warning from the Danliang Sect to us. We can't refuse at all. If we refuse, I'm afraid the Danliang Sect will bring up the conflict between us and the Shanliang Sect again. Elder Bei, what do you mean by this? Do we have to swallow our anger? The Shanliang Sect is already meat on our lips. We can swallow them without the reward from the Danliang Sect. Elder Li, what you said is right. But it is precisely because of this that the Danliang Sect issued a warning to us. Don't forget that the Shanliang Sect is one of the 9 sects in the alliance. By then, the Danliang Sect will have the righteousness in the handle of the conflict as evidence. The situation will be very unfavorable to our Tiansheng Sect. No need to argue. I understand what Elder Bei means. If we accept the warning from the Danliang Sect this time, the Tiansheng Sect will be bullied because it is weak. If we don't want to be bullied, then we should strengthen ourselves. Lin Xiao said lightly, stopping the two from arguing. Lin Xiao completely understood Li Fenghai's anger, because he was also angry. Shanliang Sect had long been Lin Xiao's target, and it was already on his lips, but Danliang Sect intervened, which was infuriating. Master, no need to say, everyone understands that those who come out to mix will definitely be bullied. It's okay, just remember it, there are still many days to come. Now let's talk about how to take over the mountain gate of Shanliang Sect. I remember that the mountain gate of Shanliang Sect was well developed, with 300 acres of spiritual fields, and the annual output is more than 20,000 Zuan crystals. If we look at it in the long run, we are actually not losing money. Lin Xiao nodded. There was no point in saying more, it was better to go with the flow. If we look at it in the long run, the value of a spiritual mountain is far more than 200,000 Zuan crystals. Of course, Tiansheng Sect is quite special now and actually needs cash flow. Master, since you are ready to go with the flow, you must act as soon as possible. In order to gain greater benefits, I think we should take over Tiansheng Sect in its entirety. In addition to the spiritual vein at the mountain gate, Tiansheng Sect also has some branches, such as the ones in the previous Tiansheng market. We must take over all of them without leaving any behind. Elder Bay said it well. It's not just those branch spiritual veins, but also the spiritual medicine gardens. Every sect will plant a lot of precious spiritual medicines when it is established and cultivate them slowly. Tiansheng Sect also has a history of more than 200 years. There must be many second and third level spiritual medicines that have not yet matured, and some spiritual medicines are very difficult to transplant, so we have to eat this bite of meat. Well, Master, with our current relationship with Tiansheng Sect, I think they would rather destroy it than leave it to us. Haha, they say they won't give it to us, right? Tomorrow I will let Baizichan take a team to Tiansheng Sect. The excuse is to supervise them to move out and not damage the spiritual veins and spiritual fields. Let Baizichan deliberately find fault. They also injured our people in that conflict. If you don't give us benefits, don't blame Tiansheng Sect for taking action. Lin Xiao smiled and said, it's like being a hooligan. Who wouldn't do that? Tiansheng Sect would bully the weak, wouldn't Tiansheng Sect? This is called big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. Who made Tiansheng Sect weak? Seeing Lin Xiao's behavior, Li Fenggai was overjoyed. Although Bai Chengxi felt that it was inappropriate to let Baizichan do this, he did not stop him because Baizichan's strength was just right for this, and he was the one who provoked the previous conflict. After several high-level officials discussed it unanimously, they immediately took action. The next day, Baizichan took 20 people to Tiansheng Sect. The people of Tiansheng Sect were stunned. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a warning from Tiansheng Sect to Tiansheng Sect, but Tiansheng Sect accepted it so willingly and so quickly. But no matter what, Baizichan's people had already arrived and began to urge Tiansheng Sect to move. The earlier Tiansheng Sect took over Lin Xiao, the more profit it would get. Using this excuse, they kept forcing Tiansheng Sect to act quickly. But moving is not that easy. Even if it is a mortal family of 3, there are still a lot of things. What's more, a sect with hundreds of people has to go to a new home more than 1,000 miles away. The people of Tiansheng Sect are really overwhelmed. Tiansheng Sect decided to ignore Baizichan and move out according to the original plan. However, after Baizichan reported the situation, Lin Xiao quickly sent a message to Tiansheng Sect, asking Tiansheng Sect to formally issue an order for Tiansheng Sect to take over Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate. It only took 7 days. As soon as the order arrived, Lin Xiao sent dozens of people to Tiansheng Sect, and they were fully armed and murderous. They set up a camp at the foot of the mountain and notified Tiansheng Sect to move within 3 days. If they did not move out, it would be an invasion of Tiansheng Sect's territory, which would be considered a provocation and the consequences would be borne by the sect. But Tiansheng Sect couldn't move out within 3 days, so they had to soften their attitude and come to Tiansheng Sect to negotiate in person. Lin Xiao didn't show up at all and asked Li Fenggai to receive him. After a long talk, they finally reached an agreement. Tiansheng Sect would give them another half a month, and Tiansheng Sect would leave a sum of money and property as compensation for those spiritual medicines that were not easy to transplant. Half a month later, the last group of people from Tiansheng Sect withdrew, leaving only a pile of garbage. They had already dismantled everything that could be dismantled, and Tiansheng Sect didn't need those things. Baizichan mobilized hundreds of mortals from the foot of the mountain to do a big cleanup on the mountain, and the disciples of Tiansheng Sect also personally walked around the entire mountain gate dozens of times, carefully inspecting it, fearing that Tiansheng Sect had left some hidden tricks, and gave up when they found nothing. After cleaning, Lin Xiao sent hundreds of people to manage the mountain gate, and at the same time, change the name to Tiansheng Mountain, becoming a branch of Tiansheng Sect. Hundreds of people worked together to build the mountain, so the speed was naturally very fast. Most of the buildings on the mountain were demolished and rebuilt, and formations were set up. Then all the spiritual fields and spiritual veins were planted with spiritual grains, and spiritual fruits were planted on the mountain. At this time, the power of the Tiansheng Sect was not very strong, so they did not dare to plant too many precious things. In addition to the spiritual medicine left in the spiritual medicine garden, the rest were ordinary spiritual medicines that could be harvested in 1 or 2 years. These were all a kind of bulk materials, and the demand of the Tiansheng Sect was endless. After more than 3 months of busy work, the matter of Xianyang Mountain came to an end, and most of the manpower was withdrawn. Lin Xiao personally appointed Li Mingyang to garrison Xianyang Mountain. Now the Bei family has been highly valued by Lin Xiao, and all 6 of them occupy high positions. In the long run, this is not good for the sect. As the head, Lin Xiao must control the balance, so Li Mingyang was officially promoted. He was no longer just a genius disciple, but a middle-level manager of the sect. He took the position of deacon, and led the first and second batches of a total of 150 disciples to garrison Xianyang Mountain. In addition to protecting this sacred mountain, Li Mingyang's mission is to start the management task. Any sacred mountain needs to be carefully managed. A crude and free-range operation will not be rewarded. At the same time, the expansion of Beiwu Mountain and Gangming Market is also on the agenda. At this time, there are too many people at the gate of Tiansheng Sect, and the concentration of Zuanqi is urgent. Not only Lin Xiao can't practice, but even the condensation veins cultivators dare not practice easily, because once they practice, ordinary disciples can't absorb any Zuanqi. So Lin Xiao must disperse the disciples, and can't gather in the mountain gate. Beiwu Mountain and the market will release a group, and then the rest will be sent out to practice, still to the Blackwind Valley. All disciples must take turns to fight. The difference between cultivators, who have seen blood and those who have not seen blood is too big. The remaining rewards from Tiansheng Sect will arrive next month. I looked at the account book. With this batch of rewards, Tiansheng Sect will not have any problems with its financial resources for 1 or 2 years. So we return to the previous theme, training disciples, speed up, and must be fast. After finishing this part, Lin Xiao said to Li Fengyu and others again. With the arrival of the previous batch of new disciples and the end of the arms race, Tiansheng Sect's monthly expenditure is about 30,000 Zuan crystals. With the growth of Xianyang Mountain and Gangmingfang City, Tiansheng Sect will have an average monthly income of about 18,000, and a financial shortage of about 12,000. After deducting the rewards and pensions, the previous war harvest still has more than 100,000 left. With the remaining 200,000 rewards, there will be more than 300,000 Zuan crystals in the sect's treasury. A subsidy of more than 10,000 per month can also subsidize more than 20 months, which is about 2 years. Therefore, Lin Xiao does not have to worry about having no money in these 2 years, and naturally he has to continue to train his disciples. Master, the treatment we give to our disciples is already good enough. Ordinary disciples are almost catching up with the inner disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Our inner disciples are treated better than their core disciples. We can't increase it anymore. If we increase it anymore, we will make enemies and try something else. Anyway, I won't feel comfortable without spending money. Aren't there new talents in cultivating the 100 arts of immortality? We need to train them. There can't be only one formation master or something like that. We have to train them in echelons. In addition, there should be a group of condensing veins cultivators among our disciples. One Li Mingyang is not enough, master. You are too impatient. Li Mingyang's batch of disciples has only been here for more than 7 years, and there is still almost 8 years. How can it be so fast? What impatience? What do you know? Xianyang province is only temporarily calm. In addition, don't forget that I have a big enemy, the Thorn God organization. Now so many years have passed. I estimate that they have to infiltrate the Lu Kingdom again. If the Thorn God's assassin comes again, I may have to go out and hide for a while. Without a group of condensing veins cultivators to hold up the situation, what should I do if Li Xingwu makes a comeback? Lin Xiao said lightly. At this moment, he actually hoped that the Assassination God organization would reappear. Then, he would leave Lu State on the pretext of avoiding the limelight and go to the Eastern Immortal Cultivation world. When he came back in a few years, he could use the excuse of having had a fortuitous encounter there to use the points to massively improve his cultivation. If he reached the 12th level of the Purple Mansion, then the status of the Tiansheng Sect in Xianan province would be enhanced again, and even the Hangshan Sect would not be able to stop it, because Lin Xiao, who was at the 12th level of the Purple Mansion, could slaughter 4 or 5 of their Purple Mansions. Chapter 88 Cannon Fodder. Lin Xiao's sense of crisis was not groundless. While the Tiansheng Sect continued to increase its training of disciples, the sects in the 3 states that had a little spare capacity were doing the same thing. Compared with other sects, the Tiansheng Sect was undoubtedly the most humane, because the Tiansheng Sect at least maintained an open attitude of treating everyone equally and teaching everyone, even disciples with ordinary qualifications, as long as they were willing to work hard and study, would receive great training from the Tiansheng Sect. But how did the other sects do it? Ordinary disciples were basically menial disciples, and the investment required was extremely low, often only about 1/10 of the treatment of inner disciples. After the 3 States War, the Danliang sect recruited thousands of ordinary disciples in one go, all of whom were left over from the Ascension conferences over the years. Every 3 years, at the Ascension conference, thousands of children would be tested for their spiritual roots, but 80% of them were ordinary disciples. Apart from the 400 disciples who were divided up, the rest were basically unwanted. In the 3 Ascension conferences, Lin Xiao recruited about 300 people each time, but there were still hundreds of people left each time. Now, Danliang sect accepted everyone who came, because they had never thought about training these people well. They were just like chickens and ducks raised in ordinary villages, just given some food, and allowed to grow freely. After 30 or 40 years, these people could forcefully open their meridians to more than 80% or 90%, and some with great perseverance might be able to break through the condensation meridian. If a war breaks out in 30 or 40 years, these people will be the most suitable cannon fodder. Danliang sect will still select a large number of people to mature, forcefully promote them to the condensation meridian stage, and then send them to the battlefield as cannon fodder. The Xianhe sect, Hangshan sect, Bishu Pavilion, and Ningxiu sect made the same choice as Danliang sect. The ordinary disciples who were previously abandoned were recruited into the sects, causing the number of cultivators in each sect to surge in half a year. Later, according to the news from the martial arts world, Lin Xiao learned that the number of cultivators in Danliang sect, Xianhe sect, and Hangshan sect remained at around 2,000, while Bishu Pavilion exceeded 3,500. Even the Ningxiu sect, which was crippled, recovered to nearly 2,000. The sects in the 3 states were all silently preparing for future wars. A month later, the second harvest of Kayan Mountain was transported back to Tiansheng Sect by Beiziu. The first harvest occurred during the 3 States War, so Danliang Sect did not distribute it, but used it for the expenses in the war. Everyone had no objection. Now that the war has stopped, it is natural to share dividends. Beiziu returned to the sect to report on his duties. Later, Lin Xiao asked another member of the Bei family named Beizicheng to lead a team to garrison Kayan Mountain. In fact, the task of garrisoning Kayan Mountain was very easy. It was the hinterland of Xianan province and the property of the 9 sects. No one dared to make trouble. It could be called a vacation. Beiziu had been stationed there for more than 2 years, and his cultivation level had also been raised to the 2nd level of condensing veins. Lin Xiao rewarded Beiziu with a lot of top-grade green jade pills obtained from the system. He soon went into seclusion. It is estimated that he would not come out unless his cultivation level broke through. At this time, in the entire Tiansheng sect, except for Lin Xiao, Beichengxi, Beizicheng and Beizixi had the highest cultivation levels. Among them, Beizixi had eaten a marrow cleansing pill, which cleansed her tendons and marrow. She originally had a top-grade spiritual root, and now she was almost as good as the top grade. After a few years of hard work, she had opened up a gap with Beizicheng and now reached the 7th level of condensing veins. However, everyone in the Bei family made great contributions this time. Lin Xiao also gave Beizicheng and Beichengxi the marrow cleansing pill. They all ate it. In the future, their cultivation will be faster. If nothing goes wrong, they will be the next batch of Purple Palace cultivators of Tiansheng Sect. Li Fengaiu, Huan Keifeng and Chen Hua are not interested in the Tao. They have only been promoted to 1 level in 6 years. It is worth mentioning that they are also preparing to marry wives and concubines. Among the 30 old, weak and disabled people who were left behind, there are many people who have this idea. The reason why they did not do so in the past few years is that the task is too heavy and they have to do everything. Now Li Mingyang's batch of disciples has been in the sect for more than 7 years. Most of them have grown up and started to slowly replace their positions, which has reduced their pressure a lot, so this idea has become active again. Lin Xiao strongly supported this and directly held a collective wedding, presided over the wedding for 20 couples, and gave them expensive gifts. These people have no hope for their own Tao, but the probability of their children having spiritual roots is very high. At that time, their children will be very loyal to Tiansheng Sect. This is a very worthwhile investment. After the collective wedding, Tiansheng Sect returned to normal order. In the blink of an eye, another year passed, and new disciples graduated from the academy. This batch of disciples enjoyed more abundant sect resources. Those with good qualifications all had the 4th or 5th level of cultivation. Moreover, the number of those who had not broken through the opening meridian stage for 2 years decreased, with less than 20 people. Now there were only 40 or 50 mortal disciples in the entire Tiansheng Sect. The surge in overall strength made Lin Xiao more and more confident. Gongmingfang City was expanded again. The number of law enforcement and management disciples stationed there exceeded 100 people. They also began to upgrade the spiritual veins of Beiwu Mountain and Xianyang Mountain. Each spiritual mountain consumed 5,000 Zuan crystals every year and buried them in the nodes of the spiritual veins to nourish the spiritual veins and improve the cultivation environment of the disciples. After arranging things, Lin Xiao went to Beiwu Mountain for a retreat again. This retreat lasted for nearly a year. When he came out of retreat, Lin Xiao broke through again and reached the 3rd level of Zifu. This was achieved through his own practice, not by the blessing of the system. At this time, Lin Xiao had been the head of the sect for more than 9 years. In the past 9 years, Lin Xiao worked day and night and invested millions of black crystals in the Tiansheng Sect and developed a small sect that was about to be annexed into the 4th largest sect in Xianyantao. However, this was not enough, far from enough. The stage of Tiansheng Sect was still limited to Xianyantao. This was not the end of Lin Xiao's journey. There was a wider world waiting for him to explore. The Ascension Conference held every 3 years in Xianan Province is one of the most important events for each sect. Although our territory, Xianan Town, has been expanded several times and now has about 200,000 mortals, it can only bring us less than 10 new disciples each year, and their qualifications are worrying, so the interests that should be fought for still have to be fought for. Beizichan, you will lead the Xianluo city trip this time. There are a few things you need to pay attention to. First, the disciples with top grade qualifications are determined by Danliang Sect. Other sects cannot compete with them. This year is still the same. If you draw a lot, they will exchange it for 3 disciples with middle grade qualifications. The second thing is the Xianxiao Pavilion in Xianluo City. This business has an irreconcilable feud with us. The specific hatred will be told to you later. Anyway, after you go there, don't contact them or offend them. They have the powerful forces of Jingzhou behind them, and we can't afford to offend them. Of course, if they dare to make any small moves, don't be polite. Disgust them if they should be disgusted, and slap them in the face if they should be slapped in the face. If their Purple Mansion priests want to take action against you, send me a message immediately. I will arrive at Xianluo City within 1 day and completely destroy them. The third thing is about competing for disciples. In the past, no one competed with us for those ordinary disciples, but this time it may not be the case, so I require you to recruit 200 ordinary disciples. As for those disciples from aristocratic families, I will not force you to recruit as many as you can. We will not refuse anyone who comes. In the cave, Lin Xiao summoned Beizichan and handed him the important event of the Ascension Conference. This was already a sign that Beizichan had squeezed into the upper echelons of the Tiansheng Sect, so Lin Xiao had to explain some of the inside stories clearly. Over the past year, Lin Xiao had been constantly exchanging treasures from the system mall, and his points were used up quickly. A few days ago, they had fallen below 10,000, so he had to continue to expand the number of disciples. Master, rest assured, Zichen has remembered it. Just remember it. You should know the situation of the sect. Elderly and his men are not as advanced as you, and they are also very old. They will retire sooner or later. You still have a long time to live. Thank you for your cultivation. Zichen will definitely live up to your expectations and go through fire and water for the sect. Then it depends on your actions. Lin Xiao waved his hand and asked Zichen to go down and prepare. Zichen left happily. Now he has a stronger sense of belonging to the Tiansheng Sect. Although the Tiansheng Sect is not strong, it is very willing to invest in the training of disciples, or it should be said that it is the most willing he has ever seen. The people of their Bei family have the qualifications and means, so they are naturally trained vigorously. Therefore, in Zichen's view, the probability of the 6 people of their Bei family breaking through the Purple Mansion is very high. If this result really happens, then they will have a great chance to return to Chen State for revenge. Zichen left with dozens of disciples and went to Xianluo City, while the Tiansheng Sect welcomed a group of casual cultivators who came to apply for the position of guest elder. Lin Xiao had wanted to recruit another batch of guest elders, but he was delayed by the 3 states war, so he didn't do it. So he printed another batch of recruitment orders a few months ago and sent them to all places to recruit talents. The treatment given by Tiansheng Sect is very high. The contracts of the first batch of guest elders have expired, but they still choose to renew their contracts and are reluctant to leave, especially last time they helped resist the attack of the powerful enemy. Afterwards, Lin Xiao also acquiesced to Bei Chengxi's approach at the time and let them exchange the Zuan level martial arts, the best Qingyu pills, and the marrow cleansing pills with their merit points, which made those guest elders extremely happy. When this news spread, it shocked the scattered cultivators from all over the country. There were 40 or 50 condensation vein cultivators who came to apply for this time, but Lin Xiao also appropriately raised the requirements. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, The Return of the Assassin. Among the casual cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, there are few cultivators who have condensed meridians, and even fewer who have skills. The majority are desperate criminals. They have poor qualifications, poor skills, and no fixed source of income. They have to fight for everything, so they are particularly fierce. Many sects will recruit some of these people to enrich the strength of the sect. Sometimes these people are also very useful, but these are not what Lin Xiao needs. Although the disciples of Tiansheng Sect are not fierce enough, it does not mean that their combat effectiveness is low. Lin Xiao can give them the best equipment among the same level and let them go to various places for training. This kind of life-threatening experience is the least valuable. What Lin Xiao needs is all kinds of talents: alchemists, weapon refiners, talisman makers, array masters, which are the most important. The rest, spiritual plant husbands, beast masters, puppet masters, mechanical workers, or those who are good at brewing, weaving, making robes, and proficient in spiritual food are also okay, but the corresponding treatment will be lower. After several days of selection, Lin Xiao kept more than a dozen people from hundreds of people. These dozen people all enjoyed the treatment of the previous batch of guest elders. Only after they made great contributions to the sect, they were allowed to exchange for the mysterious level skills and martial arts. Although these things were not valuable in Lin Xiao's eyes, they still could not be given away easily. When the recruitment was over, Zichen also came back with new disciples. Zichen lived up to expectations and snatched 200 places for ordinary disciples from the 3 sects of Tiansheng Sect, which was more than the number recruited by Tiansheng Sect. Together with the original quota, this batch of new disciples totaled more than 250 people, and the number of disciples of Tiansheng Sect also reached more than 1,300. The new disciple training system of Tiansheng Sect has been formed. There are special cultivators to educate new disciples and popularize the knowledge of cultivation. Condensation cultivators such as Bei Chengxi will often act as teachers to give lessons. Lin Xiao even found 2 more fanatical disciples from among his former disciples and gave them the ideological education class, asking them to educate the new disciples and make them loyal to Lin Xiao and Tiansheng Sect. From the current point of view, they have done a good job. Just when Lin Xiao was about to continue to develop his strength silently, Tiansheng Sect suddenly received a shocking news that the Thorn God organization was back. The first thing the Thorn God organization did after returning was to retaliate in a big way. Half a month ago, they assassinated more than a dozen people in Jingzhou, openly targeting Chunhyang Palace. The lowest cultivation level of these dozen people was only the 2nd level of Kame, and the highest cultivation level was the 12th level of Zifu. They were all core disciples of Chunhyang Palace. The lowest cultivation level of Kame at the 2nd level was said to be the grandson of a Daogang cultivator in Chunhyang Palace, and the one at the 12th level of Zifu was an important elder of Chunhyang Palace, who was said to be about to break through Daogang. The rest of the people were also of noble status. This result caused Chunhyang Palace to suffer heavy losses. The 12th level of Zifu cultivator alone was enough to make them vomit blood in anger. God knows how much resources they spent to cultivate such a master. The revenge of the Assassin God organization this time did not follow the messy rules of the past. They were all assassinations, but they claimed afterwards that it was revenge for the cleanup a few years ago. A few years ago, Lin Xiao captured an assassin named Liu Qi from the Assassin God organization and used the Chaos God talisman to force out the secret of the Assassin God. Then he spread the secret to various places through the channels of Tiansheng Sect and personally wiped out their base in Tiansheng. Many forces such as Chunhyang Palace also cleared out the Assassin God organization at the same time. The base of the entire Lu state was pulled out, and the Assassin God organization also suffered heavy losses. Not many people escaped. Now a few years have passed, and they have made a comeback after the limelight has passed. After learning the news, Lin Xiao immediately rushed to Tiansheng Sect. When he arrived, Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect also sent people. They were the ones who destroyed Gaoji Abao together. The Assassin God organization wants revenge, and it is estimated that they will not let them go. Fellow Daoist Lin, fellow Daoist Tang, fellow Daoist Timo, you are here. The ancestor is waiting for you. Please go in quickly. An old friend Liu Yunfeng was already waiting for Lin Xiao and the others, and he welcomed them in as soon as he saw them. In Wang Dao's cave, Lin Xiao saw many sound transmission nodes coming in and out, all of which were level 3 or above, and there were even a few level 4 sound transmission nodes that could transmit a distance of 100,000 miles, which must have come from the Eastern Kingdom. Things have been investigated. The Thorn God organization is not just a matter of making a comeback, but also wants to take root in Nanzhao. For hundreds of years, the forces in Zhongzhou have not tolerated the Thorn God organization and have been vigorously hunting them down. They want to kill them all. Hundreds of years ago, the Thorn God organization ran to the Nanzhou region and continued to infiltrate, and some forces in Zhongzhou did not let them go and kept driving them to the southwest. Just 2 years ago, when we fought the 3 states, the Thorn God organization suffered heavy losses again under the joint strangulation of Qi, Qin, and Yan, several major immortal cultivation countries. It was difficult to gain a foothold there, so their Thorn God forces moved to the southwest again. It is said that the focus is now on Wu, and at the same time, radiates to the surrounding areas. Our Lu country is also a country they focus on developing. Damn, a group of bastards in Zhongzhou who were beaten like stray dogs in a big country actually made us worry and afraid. It's really shameful. This is called a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if it is the remnant of the Thorn God, if there is no joint efforts of many countries, it is enough to subvert a small immortal cultivation country. Senior Wang, I want to know what Chunhyang Palace thinks about this matter. An assassination organization is definitely the most troublesome thing for big forces. There are many factions in big forces, and the relationships are complicated. Many internal struggles are inconvenient for them to resolve, so they will ask the assassination organization to take action. If we let them gain a foothold, we will not have a good ending. Several people expressed their opinions. They were very indignant in their hearts. These assassination organizations were like stray dogs. They were driven from central continent to south continent, and then driven to the corners from big countries like Key. However, they still posed a great threat to them. Of course they are mortal enemies. The two sides are like water and fire. No one wants to be assassinated when they go out. But as I said, the assassination god organization is mysterious and powerful. The Chunhyang Palace alone should not be their opponent. The Chunhyang Palace can't do it? Then have they taken any measures? Yes, it is estimated that there will be news after a while. It should be, to disintegrate the growth soil of the assassin organization. How do they survive? They rely on continuous killing orders. If they are not asked to work, they can naturally be destroyed. Therefore, the Chunhyang Palace should enact strict laws. No one is allowed to contact the assassination god organization. Once an assassination case occurs, it will be thoroughly investigated. For example, if someone in your Tiansheng Sect died at the hands of the assassination god organization, then at that time, the Chunhyang Palace and our several sects will thoroughly investigate the matter and arrest all the relevant personnel of the organization. If it was done by someone inside your Tiansheng Sect, maybe your Tiansheng Sect will be forcibly disbanded, and all the relevant personnel will be killed. It is better to kill the wrong ones than to let them go. The involvement is too great. We can't do anything. This is what they did in Zhangzhou. Through this method, they surrounded and intercepted them, and forced the assassin god organization into a desperate situation. It has proved that this method is very good. But this is only a temporary solution. At most, it can limit their development, but it cannot eliminate their existing forces. This is just one of the ways. To eliminate them, we have to kill them all. Once we find any clues, we must immediately track them down and send out experts to block them. The assassin god organization dare not fight us head on. Killing one today and one tomorrow will make them continue to weaken, and they will not be able to replenish their financial resources. I guess they will run away at that time. In short, this matter is a major event for the entire loot state, especially for our families. No one can escape. We must pay attention to this matter and execute it seriously. Senior Wang, it seems that my situation is the worst. They haven't started another wave of assassinations yet. The next time it will be the Daogang cultivators who will kill me. You are wrong. There are a certain number of Daogang cultivators in the entire Lu Kingdom. Once a strange Daogang cultivator appears, everyone will be alert. If the entire Lu Kingdom unites, they have no chance at all. You know, at the Daogang level, unless there is a special concealment method, it is difficult to hide from other people's eyes. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you. After I go back, I have to practice a martial art of body movement and see if I can escape with my life then. Master Lin, don't be so discouraged. There are many treasures for escaping in the world of cultivating immortals. I have seen a lot of them during my travels abroad over the years. I will make a list later and see if you need them. If you do, I can ask my friends to buy some from the big country. For example, this 4th order teleportation talisman can teleport a person a distance of 3,000 miles at a time. Even a Daogang cultivator will need some time to run this distance at full speed, which is enough for you to escape. 4th order teleportation talisman? Don't you have a 3rd order one? Lin Xiao asked hurriedly. The system now has at most 3rd level spiritual objects, so this teleportation talisman is not among the special items. No, you probably don't know that many treasures start at the 4th level. Why? Because the 4th level corresponds to the Daogang period of the cultivator, and the Daogang cultivator has begun to come into contact with the rules of heaven and earth. The condensed veins cultivator can make 3rd level magic weapon talismans, but the purple mansion cultivator cannot make any 4th level magic weapon talismans. Even if you have 4th level spiritual material, it is useless, because this involves the rules of heaven and earth. The 4th level is a watershed for cultivators. I see. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Wang. No need, we are all allies. If you die, it will be a loss for my Tiansheng. You can take a look at the list of these treasures. Wang Dao waved his hand, then took out a pen and paper, wrote down the functions, usage methods, costs, and prices of various escape treasures, and let everyone choose. This matter concerns everyone's life, and no one dares to choose to be stingy at this time. They all spent a lot of money to buy more than one life-saving treasure, and Lin Xiao was the same. Then he paid an order, and Wang Dao would ask his friends to buy it. No one knew when he could buy it back. Anyway, Wang Dao would not cheat them, so he bought it as soon as possible. The three of them did not return to the sect all at once. They lived in Tiansheng Sect for more than a month. Finally, Chunhyang Palace issued a hunting decree against the Thorn God organization. This decree was not only followed by the state of Lu, but also by several surrounding countries. Everyone had a tacit understanding that the Thorn God organization must not be allowed to grow stronger. The nourishment for the Thorn God organization to grow stronger was the blood of various forces. Chapter 90, Hibernation. Lu State, Jingzhou. Jingzhou is the most important prefecture in Lu State, with a vast territory and many mortals. There are more than 10 million mortals under the effective jurisdiction of the mortal government, which can be said to be the essence of Lu State. And the numerous mortals have already created countless mortal villages and towns. Even with the power of Chunhyang Palace, it is impossible to take care of all the mortal villages and towns. At this time, in the home of a landlord in a remote village in Jingzhou, more than a dozen monks gathered around a table. This village is one of the secret bases of Thorn God. When Thorn God infiltrated Lu State, he began to create some secret bases. These bases were only known to Thorn God's high-level officials, so even in the actions a few years ago, this place was not exposed. However, Lu State and several surrounding countries adopted the methods used by those forces in Zhangzhou to jointly strangle Thorn God, forcing them to use this secret base that has been operating for many years. The method invented by those bastards in Zhangzhou has spread all over the world. Now even in a barbaric country like Lu, there is no place for us, the assassin god, to stay. Ahem. An old man said in great grief and indignation, coughing violently while speaking. A strange red color appeared on his lips. He was about to cough up blood. He was seriously injured. The Assassin God organization's massive revenge, assassinating more than a dozen important figures in the Chunhyang Palace, was not without cost. It immediately ushered in a counterattack from the Chunhyang Palace. Even he, a Taoist monk, was almost killed. Urki, the instructions from above are for us to lie dormant. South continent is not central continent. There are many countries here, and the forces are complicated, and they are not of one mind. They won't be able to hold on for long, at most a few years, and they will relax. These years are the opportunity for us to quietly develop our strength. I know, Bailu, you guys are still in the purple mansion cultivation level. It's easy for you to hide, then hide. I have to go to Chen State. Once I get to Chen State, they can't do anything to me, not even a dozen Daogang cultivators. As long as I run to the wilderness, they won't dare to do anything. Have you decided where to lie dormant? Okay, we'll divide more than a dozen of us into two groups. One group will go to Chen State, whitewash our identities, seize Lingshan, and develop our overt forces. Then they can serve as your aid, and the other group will stay in Lu State. The LV State has not been peaceful in recent years. The 13 states of the LV State were originally wild areas except for the Jing State. However, with the development of thousands of years, the strength of each state has been increasing, and the ruling power of the Chunhyang Palace has been getting lower and lower. Since 50 years ago, many states and counties have been in war, and many states and counties have actually existed in name only. The relationship between the states and counties is also like fire and water. This is also our opportunity. They will recruit some scattered cultivators. We will go in and have a lot to do. Maybe in a few decades, we can pick peaches and directly control a state. If we really reach this level, we can unite to overthrow the rule of the LV State and the Chen State and establish our country of assassins. Bailu said lightly. In the world of cultivating immortals, the assassin organization is notorious and everyone shouts for it, so no one is willing to really be an assassin. The reason why they do this is nothing more than that they are congenitally deficient and do not have enough resources to provide their own cultivation, so they need to obtain a lot of rewards through assassination. If they can control Lingshan and establish power, no one is willing to continue to be an assassin. So overthrowing a country and establishing their own power to assassinate the gods is what they have been doing for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, because of their bad reputation before, as soon as there is a sign, they will be surrounded by all major forces, and they have never succeeded. It's good this way. We are all Daogang cultivators. Those people enjoy the treatment of the sect, have thousands of disciples to serve them, and countless disciples earn resources for them. But we are like rats crossing the street. It's time for us to enjoy the good life. Erky nodded and said. He was also a Daogang cultivator, but his strength was not as good as those people in Chunhyang Palace. Why? Because he had no money. The resources of Chunhyang Palace were left to those Daogang cultivators to ask for. If they wanted to buy any magic tools, talismans, etc., the sect would naturally offer them. But they had to work hard to earn money to buy every item. Even the Zuan Qi they absorbed during cultivation had to spend money to rent a cave from the Xiuxin city. So even if they had the same cultivation, they were mostly no match for the Daogang cultivators in the sect, because their equipment was too poor. If there is nothing else, then go your separate ways. From now on, unless there are instructions from above, everyone should enter a state of silence, do not contact each other, do not recognize each other, and lie dormant for a few years first. Okay, let's withdraw. More than a dozen people nodded, then walked out of the yard silently, rode an ordinary fast horse, and left this remote village. At this time, they did not even dare to appear in public. In the blink of an eye, another half a year has passed. The decrees issued by the major forces such as the Chunhyang Palace of the Lu Kingdom have been strictly observed. I don't know if this method worked. Within half a year, the Thorn God organization disappeared without a trace, and no assassination case occurred. Therefore, the people of each sect gradually slacked off. After all, everyone is very busy. Everyone is busy earning Zuanjing and resources, and busy retreating to improve their cultivation. Who can stare at the Thorn God day and night? Even the Chunhyang Palace can't persist. This matter slowly passed. The days of Tiansheng Sect are the same as before. Many disciples are working hard to improve their cultivation. There are more and more disciples who have opened their meridians above the 5th level, and the manpower is becoming more and more abundant. In the batch of disciples 9 years ago, except for Li Mingyang, some people have begun to challenge the 10th level of opening meridians. When the next Ascension Conference comes, some of them will challenge the condensation of meridians. The third expansion of Gangming Market has been completed. The designed reception capacity is enough to meet the needs of 5,000 people. There are now more than 150 shops in the market. All the items needed for opening meridians and condensing meridians can be bought here. The scale of Gangming Market is now second only to Xianluo City. Even the market of Xianheimen cannot compare with this place. Now there are more than 600 casual cultivators living in the market for a long time. There are an average of 400 to 500 casual cultivators coming to buy and sell every day. The influence has reached Chen State. Many casual cultivators make a living in Chen State and hunt monsters to earn resources, but they cannot retreat and break through in the wild. That is a matter of seeking death. Chen State naturally has a market that can provide security, but the problem is that it is too expensive. The price difference is the reason why most of the casual cultivators in Chen State choose Gangming Market. For them, every Zuan crystal is hard won, so they can't be too extravagant, so they often cross the Black Wind Valley and come to Gangming Market to rent a small courtyard for a treat breakthrough. Now what restricts the development of Gangming Market is the concentration of Zuan Qi. About 3 or 4 years ago, Lin Xiao buried 2,000 Zuan crystals on the spirit veins every year to nourish the spirit veins. After a few years, the concentration of Zuan Qi in Gangming Market is 2 or 3 times stronger than before, but it is still not enough. For this reason, Lin Xiao ordered to take out 3,000 Zuan crystals from the income of the market every year, use the market of the scattered spirit formation, drain the Zuan Qi in it, and promote it to the market to provide temporary Zuan Qi concentration, which is a benefit that the market gives back to the majority of customers. At the same time, at least one anniversary celebration event is held every year. At that time, the Tiansheng Sect will join the merchants in the market to offer discounts on the items sold to thank everyone for their support for Gangming Market. It was these measures that made the reputation of Gangming Market continue to expand. Other markets in Qianluo City also followed suit, but the results were certainly not as good as those of the innovative Gangming market. In just 6 or 7 years, Gangming market became the primary source of income for the Tiansheng Sect. The entrance fees, property rents from merchants, management fees, and the many shops run by the Tiansheng Sect itself allowed Gangming market to generate an annual net income of 60,000 Zhuan crystals. On average, this works out to around 5,000 Zhuan crystals per month. Master, this batch of yellow bud grass is mature, but the shelf life of this kind of yellow bud grass is very short, less than half a year. You must make the pills as soon as possible, otherwise sell them as soon as possible. Yellow bud grass is a second-level spiritual medicine and can be used as an auxiliary medicine in many third-level spiritual pills. It has always been in short supply and will soon be used up. Granny Mary, the spiritual medicine garden is now expanding. You have to spend more time on it. Master, I now live and eat in the spiritual medicine garden. The batch you brought are all top-notch third-level spiritual medicines. Our spiritual veins are too low level, and we can only barely keep them alive. If they want to mature, it will take 1/3 longer than normal. You have to solve this problem. Don't worry, Granny Mary, I have asked people to find spiritual objects that can improve the spiritual veins. Relying on black crystals alone is too slow. I can't wait for 30 years. That's good. By the way, I want to tell you something. Wang Xiaoxi is a waste of talent in Beiwu Mountain. You can let a newcomer go to Beiwu Mountain to look after the spiritual medicines and let her come back to help me as soon as possible. Okay, that's no problem. Xiaoxi grew up under my care. After I come back, I will force her to break through the 10th level of opening meridians within a year. Then I will let her advance to the 2nd level of spiritual plant husband, so you can relax a little bit. Lin Xiao nodded. Wang Xiaoxi was one of the first talents he discovered. Naturally, she couldn't be wasted. At that time, the level of those talents had reached the 1st level of upper grade. They were all limited by their cultivation. As long as their cultivation was improved, it would be a natural thing to reach the 2nd level. The spiritual medicine garden was also the focus of Lin Xiao's attention. Half of the points spent in the past 2 years were spent here to shorten the maturation time of spiritual medicines. For example, this batch of yellow bud grass originally took more than 10 years to mature, but now it has matured in only about 7 years. Granny Mary should have discovered something unusual, but Granny Mary made Lin Xiao feel at ease. They were all honest, reliable, and taciturn people, and they would never go out and talk too much. Master, there is a strange purple mansion cultivator outside who wants to see you. He claims to be a casual cultivator from Chen State and has our previous recruitment order. Lin Xiao was discussing the spiritual medicine garden with Granny Mary when suddenly a disciple came to report that someone was asking to see him at the door. When Lin Xiao heard that it was Zifu who came with the recruitment order, he did not dare to refuse. After explaining the matter clearly, he quickly went to the reception room in the sect's main hall to meet the visitor. Chapter 91 Jin Bio. Lin Xiao saw that the person who came was a tall and strong man, about 2 meters tall, with a body full of tendons. He looked like he had great strength, and his skin was bronze with a hint of light. He carried a heavy sword like a door panel on his back. Judging from the way he was dressed, he was not from the state of Lu or the state of Chen. My name is Jin Bio. Nice to meet sect leader Lin. My name is Lin Xiao. Daoist Jin is polite. Daoist Jin doesn't seem to be from Lu or Chen. Yes, I'm from Shanaiu, practicing in Qi, but I have no place to live, so I wandered all the way, settled in Chen about 5 years ago, usually hunting monsters for a living. A month ago I saw your sect's recruitment order, which said generous treatment, so I came to try Shanaiu. I remember it was far north of Qi, no less than 10,000 miles away from Lu. Daoist Jin is lucky. Lin Xiao searched in his mind. There is indeed a Shanaiu country in the north of Qi, a small country similar to Lu, not famous, and similar to Lu, belonging to the kind of inconspicuous existence. However, it is extremely far away from Lu, more than 10,000 miles away, with dozens of countries in between. If you are not in the Daogang period, it is actually extremely dangerous to go so far, and only 1 in 10 can really succeed. Master Lin is right. I have been wandering for more than 80 years and suffered a lot. As for how I survived, luck probably accounts for 70% of the reason. Well, since fellow Daoist Jin came to Tiansheng Sect to apply, then we must follow the rules. Tiansheng Sect does not recruit warriors, but people with skills. They can refine pills, refine weapons, make talismans, form formations, plant spirits, taming beasts, puppets, and all kinds of crafts. If you are good at raising silkworms and weaving, brewing spiritual wine, cooking spiritual meals, etc., that's fine too. I wonder what fellow Daoist Jin is good at. Master Lin should be able to see that I'm not an ordinary cultivator. I'm on the path of body refining through martial arts. As for fighting, I'm most proficient in that. However, I have also dabbled in one or two of these arts of cultivating immortals. Except for the formation, I have mastered the first level in the 4 arts of alchemy. As for the spiritual plant husband, I can't plant them, but I can recognize them. I'm not bragging. Unless your sect has a 4th level spiritual plant husband, you don't know as many spiritual herbs and medicines as I do. Fellow Daoist Jin has traveled for decades and has seen a lot. I believe this, but this is not what Tiansheng Sect needs now. I wonder if fellow Daoist Jin has other skills. Yes, to be honest with sect leader Lin, I started practicing Taoism very late, in my 30s. Before practicing, I was a general in the mortal army of Shanyu State. I fought for more than 10 years. I can't say that I won every battle, but I won more than I lost. It's a pity that I haven't encountered these things since I started practicing. But I believe that, if I give me some time, I will be able to appreciate the way of fighting of immortal cultivators. Talent of generals? Lin Xiao was shocked. It wasn't long after the 3 States War. Lin Xiao naturally understood how important a person with command ability is in a big force. The cultivator named Ziwen of Tiansheng Sect was very popular in the 3 Weeks War. He was not an elder of the 12th level of condensation veins, but even Qi Sheng and a group of purple mansions had to listen to his orders. In fact, this person contributed greatly to the victory of Tiansheng Sect in this war. An organized and commanded army is much stronger than a mob. Just think about the hundreds of scattered cultivators who attacked the Tiansheng Sect. If they had such a commander, even if Bei Chengxi and the others used talismans, it would be useless. They could withstand the wave of casualties and quickly defeat the defense of the Tiansheng Sect. As long as the Tiansheng Sect still has ambitions, it will definitely fight with other major forces in the future. At that time, the scene of hundreds and thousands of people fighting will naturally not be able to rush in all at once. It must be organized and planned. Jin Mao dare not be a general. If sect leader Lin thinks this is not good, then Jin Mao may be able to be the shopkeeper of Shengbao building. I just went to Shengbao building in Gongmingfang market of your sect and took a few items to exchange for some black crystals, but your shopkeeper didn't seem to know them and couldn't set the price. I lost a business in vain. Jin Bao replied with a smile. The shopkeeper of Shengbao building was not young, but he was not very knowledgeable. He probably just read a few books like the 1000 Herbs and 10,000 Medicines. Little did they know that these books have been updated every year, and some of them are not recorded in them. Lu State is located in a remote area, and the version used is who knows how many years old. It shows a small-mindedness everywhere, but this is also in line with the strength of Tiansheng Sect. It turns out that fellow Daoist Jin has such great talent. That's enough. Fellow Daoist Jin fully meets the requirements of Tiansheng Sect. Fellow Daoist Jin, according to the treatment given to guest elders by Tiansheng Sect, guest elders only need to complete their own work to receive monthly salary of 200 Zuan crystals. This job is very simple and can be completed in a short time every day. In addition to completing the job, there are various tasks to do. If you do it well, you can receive the merit points of Tiansheng Sect. This merit point can be exchanged for various resources from the sect's treasury. If you make great contributions to the sect, even the core resources of the sect can be exchanged, including Zuan level up great skills and martial arts. Oh, then I don't know what sect Master Lin is going to arrange for me to do. Fellow Daoist Jin needs to serve as a teacher in our sect's new disciple academy for half a year, and select 2 or 3 disciples from among them to teach them the skills of marching and fighting. Once they have learned something, there will be additional rewards. After that, Fellow Daoist Jin will go to Shengbao building to be the shopkeeper. The position of shopkeeper also comes with subsidies and dividends. The subsidies are not much, only 80 black crystals per month, but the dividends are not small. The current shopkeeper took nearly 2,000 black crystals in dividends last year. I think with fellow Daoist Jin's ability, he will definitely be able to make Shengbao building's profits hit a new high, and the dividends will be more by then. In this way, I can get at least 6,000 black crystals every year, which is indeed a very generous treatment. However, skills such as marching and fighting are not like refining medicine and weapons. How can we distinguish them then? Then the sect leader will personally assess them. There will be an assessment once a year, and those who pass the assessment are considered to have passed. The standard is 5 years. How do you think? Okay, but sect leader Lin, I have another question. The spiritual veins of your sect don't seem to be that good. Although the physical cultivators like me don't consume as much spiritual energy as you, your sect's spiritual veins still don't seem to be enough for me. Don't worry about this, fellow Daoist Jin. We have our own measures to solve the problem. If the Zuan key is insufficient, we can make up for it with Zuan crystals. We have regulations for guest elders. Those who open their meridians will be subsidized with 200 Zuan crystals a year, and those who condense their meridians will be subsidized with 500 Zuan crystals a year. Fellow Daoist Jin is a purple mansion cultivator, and he can receive a subsidy of 1000 Zuan crystals a year, which is enough for fellow Daoist Jin's normal cultivation. What if he breaks through and advances? There will be a way to solve it then, but it won't be free then. We have to charge some fees. Okay, I agree. That's great, fellow Daoist Jin. We have 4 types of contracts here: 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years. The treatment of each contract will be different. I wonder how many years fellow Daoist Jin will sign. Let me see it. I'll tell you after I've read it. No problem, Lin Xiao replied, and quickly took the contract to Jin Bio to see. After reading it, Jin Bio chose the 20-year contract. Then, Lin Xiao tested him, and after confirming that this person was not bragging, they each swore an oath and signed the contract. Master, this person may seem rough and bold, but he is actually very thoughtful and has a strong evil aura. I'm afraid he has bad intentions. It doesn't matter. I know. No matter what he did in the past, as long as he has no bad intentions towards Tiansheng Sect, Gangming Market is also in urgent need of a purple mansion cultivator to take charge. But, don't worry. If he really makes trouble, I can calm him down. Lin Xiao shook his head. This Jin Bio is now at the 2nd level of purple mansion. I don't know if he has concealed anything. But it doesn't matter. Lin Xiao's points have set a warning line of 6,000. He can be promoted to the 12th level of Purple Mansion in an instant. Killing him, a 2nd level Purple Mansion, is easy. Okay, but the financial resources of this sect may be in trouble again. Jin Bio will take at least tens of thousands of Zuan crystals from Tiansheng Sect every year. There are still 2 years before the Ascension Conference. At that time, the previous savings will just be spent. You can do it yourself, sect leader. Lin Xiao's face darkened. Yes, various monthly salary subsidies give Jin Bio 7,000 Zuan crystals. If you just do something else, it is not a problem for Jin Bio to earn 10,000 Zuan crystals from Tiansheng Sect every year. As the disciples' cultivation level increases, the resources they need become more and more expensive. The ability to make money is far behind the ability to spend money. In 2 years at most, Tiansheng Sect will face a shortage of money again. Tiansheng Sect has been able to survive all along, relying on Lin Xiao's system points subsidy, and the source of points is very narrow. The largest source is still the entry of new disciples, so it is trapped in a vicious circle. The more disciples there are, the greater the consumption. Unless Lin Xiao can turn all the new disciples into menial disciples, there is no way to stop the loss. It's been 10 years, and the operation of the sect has not been brought to a normal level. When can I enjoy the benefits of being the head of the sect? Lin Xiao sighed. The purple mansions of the sects in Danliang sect are very enjoyable. At their level, they don't have to do anything except fighting for the sect, and the sect will provide them with countless conveniences. There are people to serve them when they eat, drink, defecate and urinate. If there is anything they need in their cultivation, just say it, and the sect will find a way to collect it. The only thing they have to do is to practice and improve their strength. They live like masters. As for Lin Xiao, he was completely a grandson. For 10 years, he had not enjoyed any benefits brought by the sect. Instead, he worked hard for the sect and constantly dug out resources from his own treasury to subsidize the sect. Compared with other purple mansions, it was really too sad. Purple mansion, please give me a few purple mansions. Lin Xiao howled in his heart. Tiansheng Sect needed a few more purple mansions to share the pressure with him, but now it seemed that hope was still far away. It would take a long time for the 3 people of the Bei family with the highest cultivation to reach the 12th level of condensation veins. It was too difficult to get a few purple mansion cultivators in a short period of time. Not to mention the disciples trained by Tiansheng Sect itself. The 8 purple mansions required for the system upgrade were unknown. In desperation, Lin Xiao had to find a group of senior executives to continue to find ways to expand the source of funds so that after 5 or 10 years, Lin Xiao would not have to subsidize privately. If this problem could not be solved by then, it would really be a dead end. Chapter 92 Inspection of Industries. Master Lin, come and see. This is the alchemy room we expanded. The sect does not have enough fire eyes. We only have 3. Now they are being used by Elder Bei and Elder Keking. The other disciples are using spiritual charcoal as a fire source. Good quality spiritual charcoal is completely sufficient for refining first and second rank elixirs. There are rune formations on the walls of the alchemy room, which can help alchemists to calm their minds and detect the concentration of profound energy in the alchemy room. Once the profound energy becomes mixed and agitated, an alarm will sound, and the disciples on duty will take action to stop it. Now, in addition to Chen Wenken, there are 3 other alchemists, and more than a dozen alchemy apprentices. So far, all the elixirs used by the new disciples are refined by them, and in addition Master Lin, this is the weapon refining room, and we are also using spiritual charcoal for the time being. Elder Sun has advanced to a 2nd rank upper grade weapon refiner, and several of the disciples are also outstanding. Master Lin, the talisman making room is rarely used. Most people like to make talismans in their own caves. The key to talisman making now is the raw materials. Talisman paper, spiritual blood, ore, and talisman pens are all in short supply. Not only us, but the entire Xianan province is in short supply. Spiritual talismans are not like magic tools. Good magic tools can be used for 5, 6, or even more than 10 years without any problems. As long as they are not damaged, they can be passed on to the next generation for use. But spiritual talismans are consumables. The 3 states war a few years ago caused the price of raw materials to skyrocket. After the 3 states war ended, the various sects did not relax their purchase of raw materials, so the value has not dropped. The solution is a bit difficult. Now we can only solve the problem of spiritual blood. Since the master sent disciples to the Blackwind Valley to hunt monsters, there is no shortage of spiritual blood, but the rest are all in short supply. We have reported to the General Affairs Hall, requesting to increase the cultivation of spiritual hemp, but the General Affairs Hall did not approve it. I know about this. The number of spiritual fields is tight now. Planting spiritual hemp is not the most cost effective, so it was not approved. I remember that there is a family in Xian'an that specializes in planting spiritual hemp and making talisman paper. You can send someone to talk to them and purchase in bulk to lower the price. If it doesn't work, go to Gangming Market and find merchants in other states, and even Shen State to ask them to provide it. Lin Xiao led a group of high-level sect leaders to inspect the various financial sources of the sect. The first place was naturally the place for cultivating the 4 arts of immortality. The 4 arts of cultivating immortality are the foundation of the world of immortality and the highest value. However, the Tiansheng Sect is still in short supply of talents in this area. Even if the guest elders are counted, there are still no 3rd level talents. The best should be the weapon refining Elder Sun Shiheng, who has broken through to the 2nd level upper grade more than a year ago. Bei Chengxi will also need some time to break through. As for the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect, they still need time to grow. 10 years is too short for the world of immortality, but various talented disciples continue to discover that there is still plenty of stamina. Then Lin Xiao went to the formation room. At this time, in addition to Zhu Zongsheng, there were more than 20 disciples learning formations. However, Zhu Zongsheng was still the most talented. Zhu Zongsheng was famous in Tiansheng Sect for his formation madness. Lin Xiao secretly supported him and spent countless Shenbuden to make his consciousness far beyond his cultivation. At this time, he had opened the 8th level of meridians, but his consciousness was no less than that of a cultivator with 12th level of meridians. The formation of the first class top grade was already very proficient. What limited him was still his cultivation. As long as his cultivation reached about the 11th level of meridians, it would not be a problem to break through the second level formation master. From the first to the second level formation master, Zhu Zongsheng's ability to make money would be very outstanding. Zhu Zongsheng was very afraid of Lin Xiao, and was afraid that Lin Xiao would expel him, because every time Lin Xiao saw him, he had a stern face, and was very serious. It was not until this time, when Lin Xiao praised him in public, that Zhu Zongsheng smiled. Spiritual plant husband is a very broad profession, and the entry threshold is also the lowest. Now there are more than 60 disciples in the sect who systematically follow Granny Mei to learn. These 60 people are distributed in various places such as the Mountain Gate, Beiwu Mountain, and Qianyang Mountain. Granny Mei took Wang Xiaoxi and several others to guard the spiritual medicine garden. This is one of the most important places in the sect. Outsiders are not allowed to enter at will. Every time an outsider enters, Granny Mei will ask people to count the number of spiritual medicines. It is very strict. The spiritual medicines in the spiritual medicine garden are fine products, while those in the Mountain Gate spiritual fields are free range. At this time, the 200 acres of spiritual fields in the Mountain Gate basically no longer plant spiritual grains, but spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits. The spiritual medicines are all first level, and the shortest time to mature is half a year, and the longest is only 2 years. The elixirs refined with these are the most consumed elixirs in the sect. For example, the Kingling pill consumes thousands of pills every month throughout the sect, so it is not realistic to rely on Lin Xiao to exchange from the system. Master, this side is the winner making workshop, which uses spirit fruit for brewing. The spirit rice for brewing has now been moved to Beiwu Mountain. We now plant 7 kinds of spirit fruit, with a total of nearly 3,000 fruits, on these 2 hills. We can harvest about 400,000 kilograms of spirit fruit every year. 2/3 of them are used as fresh fruits, to provide disciples as welfare, and the rest are used to brew spirit wine. This kind of spirit wine is not of high grade, and has little medicinal value, but it tastes very good, sour and sweet. It is very popular in the restaurants in the market. Many casual cultivators buy dozens of bottles. Since sales are good, can the grade be improved? Master, I'm afraid that won't work. The grade of spirit wine is closely related to the raw materials. The grade of these spirit fruit trees is low, and it takes a long time to cultivate them. Okay, follow your own ideas. If you have any new ideas, report to the General Affairs Hall as soon as possible. As long as it is feasible, the sect will support you. You are all young people. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Just correct them if you make mistakes. Thank you for your support, Master. Let's go and see our spirit silkworm breeding. Lin Xiao nodded and inspected each place. Soon he came to the place where the spiritual silkworms were raised, and someone came to introduce them immediately. Master, the number of spiritual silkworms this year has exceeded 300,000, but it should be the highest. It is limited by the number of spiritual mulberry trees. If it is higher, we have to go outside to purchase spiritual mulberry leaves. We don't trust foreign things. If there is a problem, all the spiritual silkworms will be finished. These spiritual silkworms can harvest cocoons twice a year. We boil and spin silk to weave cloth ourselves. The finest ones can reach the first class upper grade, but most of them are the first class lower grade. The difficulty now lies in the production of robes. Our own disciples also started from scratch, and the progress is very slow. A robe involves many aspects. In addition to normal tailoring, you also need to understand runes and formations. There is no way to make them separately. You can only combine the three. So even with our fine cloth, it is difficult to make a first-class upper-grade robe. If you don't engrave runes and formations, it will be too uneconomical to simply make clothes. This problem is not unsolvable by this master, and I don't know how to tailor. However, in addition to giving you suggestions on how to speed up the training of talents, this master will give you another direction to study. That is, in terms of style, the clothing styles in Tiansheng are very conservative, so you have to be bolder and go for exquisiteness, and you don't have to pursue practicality all the time. There are many rich people in this world, and they don't have to use the clothes they wear. For defense, they can wear inner armor and carry defensive equipment. If all else fails, there are talismans. This market is not in Gongming Market, but there will be people who buy it in Xianluo City. If all else fails, go to Jingzhou. Now there are many shops in the market that have wild styles. You can let them try the waters, and once there is a market, expand production. Master, is there really anyone who would spend such a huge price to buy some flashy clothes? You ask me, who should I ask? Just give it a try. I've already said, try first. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake. We have to try step by step. Yes, master, we will start trying when our cocoons come out. Okay, work hard. If you succeed, this master will remember your great achievement. Lin Xiao kept encouraging these disciples. There are not many old people in Tiansheng Sect now. Most of the disciples are very young, with an average age of about 20. They should be adventurous. Tiansheng Sect should also be a young sect. The few people accompanying him have become accustomed to Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiao is indeed very tolerant and generous to his disciples. He fully supports anyone who has the potential to become a source of income for the sect. He can keep experimenting. If they make a mistake, the sect will pay for it. If they succeed, they will be rewarded generously. Even if there is nothing in the end, Lin Xiao has never blamed them. This kind of thing is not seen in other sects. Those sect leaders will not take this risk without full confidence. The disciples will study privately and hand in the results to the sect. The sect will give rewards only if they think it is feasible. Then the group came to Beiwu Mountain. At this time, the things planted in Beiwu Mountain were relatively simple, mainly spiritual rice, tea and spiritual fruit. The spiritual fruit was the kind of incidental, and the quantity was very small. The spiritual rice produced in Beiwu Mountain was not sent to the sect, but was mainly used to brew spiritual wine. The spiritual rice consumed by the mountain gate has now been transferred to the harvest of Xianyang Mountain and Kaian Mountain. Tiansheng Sect has been brewing spiritual wine for several years, and the quality has been improving. However, in terms of sales, it is not a rival of those spiritual fruit wines. There is a big difference. Most of them are sold domestically by the sect itself. The people of Tiansheng Sect also know the reason, because at this time, Tiansheng Sect rice wine is in an awkward position. In terms of various effects, it does not meet the requirements. Compared with some spiritual wines on the market, it is much worse. In terms of taste, the taste of rice wine is not as good as fruit wine, and it is also single, so the sales volume has not been improved. However, Lin Xiao did not dampen their enthusiasm because of this. He still let them try boldly and improve their level. Even those mortal winemakers invited, Lin Xiao talked to them with a smile and rewarded them with a lot of money. This made the disciples who brewed rice wine feel relieved. They were really afraid that Lin Xiao would cut the investment in rice wine, which would mean that the sect was disappointed in them. You have to know that there is competition among disciples. This has been emphasized since they entered the Tiansheng Sect. If they spent resources but didn't produce any results, even if the sect didn't blame them, they would not be able to hold their heads up among the disciples. Chapter 93, Fist Product. After inspecting the rice wine workshop, Lin Xiao and his party came to another hilltop of Beiwu Mountain. Looking around, the layers of tea trees were pleasing to the eye. Master, look, this is our Tiansheng Sect's own tea garden. Now it has about 500 acres, and it has been expanding. The first phase of the plan is 5,000 acres. Among the existing 500 acres, only 200 acres of tea trees are of graded quality. They were transplanted and cultivated by Elder Medi and his spiritual plant husband from the old mountain tea in the mountains. The first batch of spiritual tea leaves will be harvested in 2 years at most. The remaining 300 acres are ordinary tea trees. They have been picked twice this year. After frying, the taste will be worse than the original old mountain tea, but the advantage is that the output is large and cheap. At the same time, we still have 50,000 acres of tea gardens distributed in the hands of mortals. In the past few days, Senior Brotherly has taken people down the mountain to purchase them. By then, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of tea will be recovered, and we will continue to expand the industry. In just 10 years, it is possible to expand to 100,000 acres. Now even villages and towns that are not under the jurisdiction of Tiansheng want to plant them. The villagers at the foot of the mountain are planting on such a large scale. Have you thought about how to protect their interests? Once the tea cannot be sold, they will lose all their money and there will be chaos. Master, we have thought about it. The income from growing tea mainly comes from 2 places. The first is tea, and the second is tea oil. As for the tea, as long as the quality is good, our Tiansheng Sect will buy it all. After all, mortals don't really need zhuanjing. We can exchange it with mortals' food, cloth, gold and silver. Even if it is piled up in the warehouse, we won't lose money. The second one, tea oil, has to be paid by the sect. These tea oils are not good things for us cultivators, but they are indeed precious among mortals. They have a wide range of edible and medicinal uses. If the quantity is large and not valuable, it has to be exported. There are many large households in Tiansheng. We can organize a business they have established to transport it to various parts of Tianjin province. There are millions of mortals in the entire Tianjin province, and they will definitely consume it all. It's just that they have to pass through the forces of other sects, and those large households are hesitating, for fear that conflicts will arise at that time. If they are detained, they will lose all their money. Don't worry about this. After I go back, I will ask Elder Li to give the order that the company will be established by the Tiansheng Sect. We will not be involved in management. The specific operation will be done by them themselves. We will handle the necessary relationships ourselves. The Tiansheng Sect will only need to hold 30% of the shares. Don't worry, Master. I will solve this matter when I go back. Li Fenggai agreed quickly. The prosperity of Tianjin is very important to the Tiansheng Sect. The news of mortals spreads very quickly. As long as Tianjin is prosperous, there will be no need to worry about no one joining the Tiansheng Sect during the Ascension Conference. After all, most of the disciples are children of ordinary people, and they also have to consider the lives of mortal families. The Tiansheng Sect can make them worry-free, so they will naturally be more tempted. Okay, let's take a rest here first, get a few tables, and make a few pots of tea. Let's discuss something. Yes, Master. Soon, a few tables and chairs were moved in, and someone boiled water to make tea. A group of senior executives also sat down, waiting for Lin Xiao to speak. Now we have more than 1,300 disciples in the Tiansheng Sect, plus 21 guest elders. The average monthly sect expenditure is about 35,000, and it is still increasing every month. 3 years later, the outstanding disciples in Li Mingyang's group will begin to break through the condensation meridian, and new disciples will come in. According to Elder Li's prediction, the monthly expenditure of the Tiansheng Sect will be around 50,000 mysterious crystals at that time, which is 600,000 a year. According to intelligence, the Danliang sect had an annual income of about 600,000 before the Three States War, but they supported 1 Dao Gang, 3 Zifu, hundreds of condensation meridians, and 1,700 to 1,800 open meridian disciples. I'm not saying this to cut expenses. I've never thought of cutting your benefits. Your cultivation speed far exceeds that of your peers in other sects, and it's because of these countless resources. But we also have to consider the problem of the sect's financial resources. Our annual income is only about 200,000 zhuanjing. We can survive by living beyond our means. For example, the rent and management fees of the shops in the market are all paid once a year. The same is true for the production of spiritual grains and spiritual medicines. They are used up as soon as they are collected. Although we can maintain it now, once a problem occurs in any link, the financial resources of the Tiansheng Sect will immediately collapse. So today, I brought you high-level people to inspect it just to solve this problem. Now that we have finished looking at the sect's industries, do you have anything to say? Master, let me say this. I think the sect should still focus on the 4 arts of cultivating immortals, especially alchemy and talisman making. They are both consumables, and will not have trouble selling. The other sects do the same. 1/5 of Tiansheng Sect's previous financial resources were obtained by their alchemists. Tiansheng Sect has more than a dozen second-level alchemists and 70 to 80 first-level alchemists. The Medicine King Valley of Qi is also famous for its elixirs, and has abundant financial resources. Even sects more powerful than it dare not offend it. No one in the world of cultivating immortals dares to offend a high-level alchemist. What Elder Bay said makes sense, but has Elder Bay ever thought about it? The cost and time of training an alchemist is extremely high, and the risks are also high. Chen Wenkun has been with you for almost 10 years. The sect has invested no less than 50,000 Zuan crystals in him, but how much income can he bring to the sect every month now? Master, Chen Wenkun. Don't be impatient, Elder Bay. I know what you want to say. I don't mean to reduce my investment in you. I mean, your cycle is too long, so let's cultivate slowly. What I need now is a way to make money quickly. Yes, Master. We just walked around. Now Tiansheng Sect has more than a dozen sources of income. Except for the fixed market, the rest are developing well. There are also difficulties that restrict development. So I think we should launch 1 or 2 fist products and focus on them, such as tea and spirit wine. Lin Xiao said slowly. He has been thinking about this idea for more than a day or two. After the inspection today, he finally made up his mind. Tea and wine are extremely popular in any world. The market is huge. Lin Xiao remembers that in the last life, a certain brand of liquor worth trillions was hard to find on the market. It was all robbed. There are also many varieties of tea. Some are a few yuan per catty, and some are tens of thousands per catty. Cheap products, luxury goods, and collectibles correspond to different market demands. So can Tiansheng Sect copy this model? Master, we don't understand what a flagship product is. The so-called flagship product is the product that our Tiansheng Sect launches with all its strength. It must not only have a high volume, but also a brand. The so-called brand is very simple. Take tea for example. I want the cultivators in Tiansheng and even in Luanqin countries to think of Tiansheng Sect's tea when they drink tea. The same goes for spiritual wine. When they drink wine, they will think of the spiritual wine produced by our Tiansheng Sect. If it reaches this point, the brand will be successful. Master, this is too difficult to do. Even the Tiansheng Sect and Chunhyang Palace can't do it. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean that we in the Tiansheng Sect can't do it. As long as you dare to think and do it, you will have a chance of success. How can you succeed if you don't think or do it? Now I will mention a few directions. Please write them down and then go back to discuss how to implement them. The first point is the name. Our tea and spirit wine must have a resounding name. The name should be nice and easy to remember. It should also have the characteristics of our Tiansheng Sect, so that people can associate the product with Tiansheng Sect. The second point is quality. Spirit fruit wine focuses on taste, so we should plant more different spirit fruits, constantly debug, and develop different flavors. Rice wine focuses on efficacy. Not only spirit rice, but also other things that can be used for brewing should be tried. There are also spirit medicines in the spirit medicine garden. I know that some spirit wines in other countries are very powerful, and the effects are similar to various elixirs. You have to learn from them. Tea is divided into several grades. The worst grade has the largest output, and is mainly supplied to those casual cultivators and restaurants and tea houses. The higher grade is supplied to the wealthy among the casual cultivators. The higher the grade, the higher the corresponding level. Of course, the quality of tea is also required to be higher, so you have to constantly improve the grade of tea trees. Your vision cannot be limited to Beiwu Mountain and Tiansheng. Go beyond it. If there are any good tea trees in Jingzhou, buy them. Don't be afraid of the other party asking for too much. If there are any good tea trees in Qin State, buy them. It doesn't matter if they are in the mouths of wild monsters. Just offer a reward and let people get them. If you have money, why are you afraid of not being able to get them? The third point is packaging and promotion. I see that your packaging is very simple. It doesn't matter for low level tea and spirit wine, but if you want to sell high level tea at a high price, packaging and promotion must be in place. If someone has money to buy a pound of tea for 100 black crystals, you can change it into noble and exquisite packaging and sell it for 200 black crystals, and he will still buy it. There are always people who are not short of money. There is also publicity. Aren't there many storybooks and various legends in the world of immortal cultivation? Just make them up, link them with our products, and promote our brand. Lin Xiao talked freely and talked about many concepts of his previous life. Why were diamonds, which originally had no value, so expensive in the previous life? 80% of the reasons were that those diamond merchants were making up various stories. These were all successful examples. Everyone listened to Lin Xiao's words and slowly fell into deep thought. Lin Xiao's words opened a door to their spiritual world. They didn't know how developed the business was in those prosperous immortal cultivation worlds in Zhangzhou, and Lin Xiao didn't know either. But the dozen or so countries near Lu State were really not that good, and no one had ever thought about these things. Like Chen State, the general territory was still in the barbaric era, with mountain tribes everywhere. If there were no powerful immortal cultivators communicating with all directions, they would definitely still be in the primitive stage of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Therefore, the impact of these words on them can be imagined. They had never imagined that business could be played in this way. At the same time, they also yearned for the result described by Lin Xiao. If they really achieved that level, then the spiritual wine and tea of Tiansheng Sect would bring countless sources of wealth to Tiansheng Sect, and even surpass things like alchemy and refining. There is no need to talk about the market town. Unless it can be built to the level of a holy place for cultivating immortals, it cannot be compared with these things at all. Chapter 94, 10,000 Gods Technique. There is no shortage of smart people in any world. The current senior leaders of Tiansheng Sect can stand out among thousands of people and be discovered by Lin Xiao. This shows that they are also smart people. They have not fallen behind in the education that this world should have. The reason why they did not think of this business model is just because of the limitations of social development. At this time, Lin Xiao's words opened the door to new thinking for them. The rest can be implemented with their intelligence. Lin Xiao has never worried about this. So after the inspection, Li Fengyu and others held meetings frequently to quickly implement several aspects pointed out by Lin Xiao. Soon, the tea of Tiansheng Sect was named Beiwu tea, the spiritual fruit wine was named Kindling wine, and the name of rice wine was calling on all disciples to make suggestions. In addition, some people are making up stories, looking through those vernacular novels and travel records that record legends from all over the country and extracting some of them for adaptation. And someone immediately came up with a plan for packaging design. From simple pottery jars, wine gourds, to exquisite jade bottles, and various spiritual objects of the second and third levels. There are 20 to 30 packaging methods, far exceeding Lin Xiao's expectations. The cultivation of tea trees and the improvement of spirit wine have also reached a new stage of research and development. The disciples in charge of related aspects began to frequently go in and out of Gangming market, using some small favors to bribe those casual cultivators and let them tell about the spirit wine and tea they have seen during their travels. Once those disciples think it is useful to Tiansheng Sect, they will report to the General Affairs Hall, and the General Affairs Hall will ask people to buy some finished products back. When the people in the General Affairs Hall think it is feasible, they will issue tasks and ask those casual cultivators or related businesses to bring back some seeds and other things for research. This year's spirit wine and tea were taken by Lin Xiao for trial operation by all the disciples. They operated according to what Lin Xiao said, using new packaging and new sales methods. For example, the previous Kindling wine used to be packed in rough pottery jars, but now it has been replaced with exquisite green jade wine pots and white porcelain wine glasses. Pour a glass, it looks clear and bright, extremely beautiful, and the style has risen all of a sudden. Another example is the tea. Someone was asked to find a beautiful woman in the mortal world and make tea in public in a restaurant and perform tea art. The movements must be graceful and beautiful. The tea used in the tea art performance should not be wasted. It should be given to the guests in public. No one would refuse it if the beautiful woman personally delivered it. Then find a few people to comment in public, point out the advantages and benefits of Tiansheng Sect's tea, taste tea and discuss the dao, and then let the beautiful woman respond with joy and encouragement to cultivate the habit of drinking tea. Such activities and gimmicks continued to develop, and soon the sales of these products increased greatly. According to this sales volume, the hundreds of thousands of kilograms of tea purchased this year will not worry about sales. This headmaster Lin is really good at making money. No wonder Tiansheng Sect can afford such a large expenditure. On the roof of Shengbao building, in the exclusive room of the shopkeeper, Jinbao looked at the activities in the market and shook his head. In his heart, he admired Lin Xiao very much. This ability to make money is not something that everyone can have. There are too many geniuses in cultivation in this world. It is difficult to find top-grade spiritual root qualifications in Tiansheng, but they are not uncommon in other places. It is not rare if there are too many of them. However, talents who can manage their strength and develop financial resources are rarer and more precious than top-grade spiritual root disciples. If a force has one or two such people, it can make that force more prosperous. Guo is located in a remote and poor place with low spiritual veins. It relies on the production of Lin Xiao and cannot make ends meet. If we occupy Lin Xiao in the future, I'm afraid that even our cultivation will be difficult to support, let alone the development of forces. It seems that the organization will have to recruit more talents like Lin Xiao in the future. No, I have to get in touch with Lin Xiao and learn a few tricks. Jinbao thought about this, and his heart was immediately moved. No one would dislike the ability to make money. Learning a few tricks would be useful in case he fell into poverty in the future. So Jinbao immediately called the servants to go to the warehouse of Shengbao building to take out a few supplies, and then quietly left the market and came to the gate of Tiansheng Sect to ask for an audience with Lin. This one is for Tiansheng Sect, Dao Gang Patriarch, Zifu Monk, and the head elder. They are all different. Don't make a mistake. This one is for Tiansheng Sect. This one is for Tiansheng Sect. And these are for other sects. You'd better write it down on a small piece of paper, stick it on, and then tear off the paper when you want to send it. Don't make a mistake. At this time, Lin Xiao was carefully instructing several disciples. How could Tiansheng Sect not give gifts when it came out with new products? So Lin Xiao prepared the high-level leaders of each sect, the elders, the head, the Zifu monk, and Dao Gang Patriarch, each with different standards. And this is not a free gift. It is equivalent to advertising for new products. And by the way, endorsing mortal businesses. Taking the gift from Tiansheng Sect. Don't make it difficult for mortals. It's not easy to beg for a meal. Just selling tea oil. After giving instructions, he heard Jinbao asking for a meeting. Lin Xiao asked his disciples to take the gifts and leave, and then let Jinbao in. Master Lin, what's the matter, Elder Jin? Master Lin, Shengbao Lao received some good things a few days ago, so I came to ask Master Lin to take a look. Isn't it Elderly who is in charge of these things? Just register them and send them to the treasury. Yes, but there is a more unique one among them. It is a volume of incomplete martial arts. The grade may be very high. It was pawned by a down-and-out casual cultivator of condensed veins. I decided to give him 5 bottles of King Gyudan and 3,000 Zuanjing. Such a high price. Bring it to me to see. Lin Xiao's heart moved. Shengbao Lao is like a grocery store, selling everything. At the same time, it also serves as a pawn shop. It can accept all kinds of things, spiritual herbs, minerals, magic tools, magic talismans, martial arts and so on. The appraisers and the shopkeeper of Shengbao Lao can decide. However, as a merchant, you must make a profit. The price you receive and the price you sell are definitely different. For example, a martial art sells for 1000 black crystals in the market, and the purchase price is only 700 at most. Merchants also need to make a profit from the price difference. In fact, this kind of business is very profitable. Although those casual cultivators are poor, they have many good things passed down from their ancestors. They have no money to buy elixirs and magic tools, so they have to sell them. Jinbao pulled out a leather scroll from a pile of things. It was the fur of an unknown monster. It felt very tough and should be of a high grade. There were many words on the leather scroll and it looked very old. However, the leather scroll was incomplete and had traces of burning and tearing. It's a martial art for cultivating the soul. This kind of martial art has always been a treasure. The better ones can be rated as upper yellow grade. It's a pity that it is badly damaged, but Elder Jin will not lose money on this business. Thank you for your understanding, Master Lin. I was afraid of losing money. No, I will ask someone to look up the information when the time comes to see if this martial art can be completed. If so, Elder Jin will have made a great contribution. Talisman makers and formation masters all lack this kind of martial art. Master Lin, I have traveled for many years and have seen many soul exercises. Why don't you let me have a try? Haha, Elder Jin, you have enough things to do now. You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Just let your disciples handle it. Okay, in that case, Jin will take his leave and go back to the market first. Goodbye, Elder Jin. Lin Xiao watched Jin Bio leave. After he left, Lin Xiao grabbed the leather scroll and frowned, not knowing what Jin Bio meant. System, can this martial art be appraised? Ding dong, the system can use the function of the Sutra library to appraise the incomplete martial arts. The appraisal fee is 100 points for yellow level, 500 points for mysterious level, 1000 points for earth level, 1500 points for heaven level, and 3000 points for divine level. Would the host like to turn on the appraisal function? Turn on ding dong. According to the system's appraisal, this martial art is a heaven level martial art. Do you want to pay 1500 points to check the specific details? Heaven level. Oh my god, so powerful. Pay, quickly. Ding dong, 1500 points are deducted, and the remaining points are 8355. This martial art is a mid-level heaven level martial art. Its name is Wanzhenju. It is a martial art that specializes in cultivating spiritual consciousness. Wanzhenju is. The system quickly listed the origin, function and other information of this incomplete martial art. Lin Xiao also knew that this martial art was called Wanzhenju. It was a very powerful martial art that could allow a person to split spiritual consciousness. When it reaches perfection, it could even split 10,000 spiritual consciousnesses at a time. It was extremely powerful. This martial art cannot show its power in low-level disciples, but it will become extremely powerful after reaching the 6th realm. The consciousness of the 6th realm cultivators is extremely powerful. Even if it is split a little, it is not weak. It is very good for luring the enemy, exploring the way, and escaping. If you encounter a strong enemy, you can split into 10,000 consciousnesses and flee in all directions. As long as the enemy cannot destroy all of these 10,000 consciousnesses, then you can continue to grow through these weak consciousnesses, and the memory will not be destroyed, which is equivalent to a clone. The system did not say the rest of the functions, but Lin Xiao also thought of some of them. In the last 3 states war, I worked with the people of Tiansheng Sect to kill Lin Xiao of Tiansheng Sect. At that time, my Tiansheng bow was too weak. In addition to my cultivation level, it was the weakness of the bow itself. I just had to dodge it, so I attached my spiritual consciousness, and the arrow would become a guided arrow, with a huge increase in power. Last time, I split off most of my spiritual consciousness, and it took me several months to recover. If I had this Wanzhenju, wouldn't I be even more powerful? Lin Xiao recalled the scenes of the battle several times in his mind. The Tiansheng bow was very powerful, but it was not without weaknesses. It was not very effective against people with good body skills. They could completely dodge it with their body skills, and the arrows went in a straight line. If they could be guided with spiritual consciousness, this weakness could be made up. System, open the function of the Sutra Pavilion to continue to supplement the skills in martial arts and complete this Wanzhenju skills. Lin Xiao immediately decided to use the system to complete his martial arts. This was also the reason why he rejected Jin Bio. No matter how powerful his knowledge was, could he be better than the system? Chapter 95, The End of the Traitor. Lin Xiao didn't actually understand the functions of the system 100%. There were many hidden functions that the system refused to tell him, and he had to collect points to explain them. It was a complete profiteer. However, Lin Xiao didn't have many points, so he was reluctant to give them up, and he just guessed it by himself. So far, Lin Xiao has used the system's point small the most. Ding dong, the system level is insufficient, and it is impossible to make up for the complete one's Henchuo. I forgot about this. Lin Xiao slapped his head, forgetting that the current system level was too low, and the martial arts that appeared were only at the Zuan level. This one's Henju was a heavenly martial art, and the system definitely couldn't handle it. System, the Sutra library will also have special item functions, right? For example, mine is foreign, not replaced by your system. You can complete the skills without completing all of them for the time being, just complete what you can now, okay? Yes, the 10,000 gods technique is divided into 9 levels. With the current level of the system, the first 3 levels can be repaired, and a total of 3,000 points are required. Does the host agree to the repair? Swindler, it's so expensive. Repair it immediately. Ding dong, the first 3 levels of the 10,000 gods technique have been repaired. The system does not impose any restrictions on this item, and points cannot be exchanged for experience. The first 3 levels of the 10,000 gods technique have been sent to the host's memory. Soon, the system repaired the 10,000 gods technique, and the complete first 3 levels of the cultivation method appeared in Lin Xiao's memory. The 10,000 gods technique was not produced by the system, so there was no problem with how it was spread, but it was also impossible for Lin Xiao to learn it directly like the previous archery method. Lin Xiao had to practice slowly by himself. Lin Xiao carefully studied the cultivation method of the 10,000 gods technique, and found it quite difficult. The higher the level of the martial arts, the more difficult it is to practice. However, once it succeeds, the power will be much stronger. For example, the Hunyuan Teikai Gong that Lin Xiao practiced made Lin Xiao's Zuan Qi several times stronger than that of people of the same level, and the speed of cultivation was much faster. This 10,000 gods technique is very difficult for others to practice, because the practice process will hurt the soul. After practicing once, you have to stop for a period of time to recover the soul, otherwise there is a danger of soul collapse and going crazy. But for the rich, it is relatively much easier, because the rich have countless medicines that can treat the injuries of the soul and speed up the practice. After studying, Lin Xiao found that this 10,000 gods technique is a technique tailored for the rich. The pills for treating the soul have always been very expensive. Under the same level, it is more than twice as expensive as the pills for improving cultivation, because this is related to the raw materials. Scarcity makes things valuable. Therefore, poor people will suffer a lot when practicing this martial art. If the soul is injured, there is no way to treat it. They can only bear it, and spend time to rely on the body's recovery ability to slowly recover. In this comparison, the speed of practice is widened. However, Lin Xiao is special. Although the Tiansheng Sect is poor, he has a system. There is no shortage of elixirs in the system mall. There are several kinds of elixirs for treating the soul, and the highest is already a 3rd level elixir. Of course, in order to maximize the benefits, Lin Xiao did not exchange for the 3rd level elixir at first, but for the 2nd level Misandan, which is enough for him for the time being. Immediately, Lin Xiao followed the instructions of the 10,000 gods technique and split his soul into a little bit, but not completely. He left a little bit, just like a ball of kneaded dough, pulling out a noodle, but not breaking it, and then nourishing this strand of soul with the power of the soul, making it a semi-independent soul, and when it is needed, it can be torn off at will and used. After splitting a soul thread, Lin Xiao was sweating all over, and his face turned pale. Only then did Lin Xiao feel the horror of the heaven-level martial arts, and he quickly swallowed the Mi Shen pill to refine the elixir. It's too difficult. According to the 10,000 gods technique, when it is fully developed, it can split 10,000 consciousnesses. How many times will this pain be? After practicing the first 30%, it can split hundreds of consciousnesses. It is a pitfall. When the splitting headache slowly subsided, Lin Xiao stopped practicing. He felt like he was being cheated. This 10,000 gods technique not only requires rich people to practice, but also requires perverts, self-abuse perverts. People who can't bear this hardship will not be wanted, even if they are given away for free. Lin Xiao decided that he couldn't rush into this 10,000 gods technique. He had to take his time and couldn't put it in the treasury. First, the heaven level skills would arouse jealousy and might bring disaster. Second, if a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect was careless and practiced rashly without preparation, it would really be a big deal. People without certain financial resources could not practice this 10,000 gods technique at all. Everything in Tiansheng Sect was the same as before, but another group of people felt that the end of the world was coming. They were the defected disciples of Tiansheng Sect. When Tiansheng Sect was in turmoil, after a fight, more than 100 people left Tiansheng Sect, and 80% of them fled to SYNOPSIS Sect. Later, Lin Xiao forced SYNOPSIS Sect to drive all these people away. They could not survive in Tianjin province, so they had to flee Tianjin province, and went to Tiansheng County. Then, with the support of Bishu Pavilion, they settled in Tiansheng County. But they also hated Lin Xiao and Tiansheng Sect because of this, especially when Tiansheng Sect was getting stronger and stronger. He wanted to rejoin Tiansheng Sect a long time ago, but was rejected by Lin Xiao. Once betrayed, he would never be used again. Even their mortal family members were driven out of Xianan town. So they accepted the instructions of Bishu Pavilion and opposed Tiansheng Sect several times. Not only did they send people to sneak into Tiansheng Sect to inquire about the news, but they even took advantage of the Three States War and the absence of the main force of Tiansheng Sect to attack Tiansheng Sect, which almost made them succeed. After that, Lin Xiao offered a bounty for the murder in the Jianghu. Li Fenggai spent several days, but still could not determine who had participated in the attack on Tiansheng Sect that day. In anger, Lin Xiao put all those who had left Tiansheng Sect on the list, and told those people that, if they wanted Tiansheng Sect to cancel the bounty, they could come to Tiansheng Sect to explain the situation, and prove their innocence. Otherwise Tiansheng Sect would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As soon as the news was announced, more than a dozen people who stayed in Tiansheng County were killed within half a month, which scared them so much that they moved away immediately and joined Bishu Pavilion directly. During that time, Bishu Pavilion was recruiting disciples wantonly, and even disciples with ordinary qualifications were not spared, not to mention this group of people who hated Xianan Tao and had cultivation and good talents, so they immediately agreed to give them shelter. After that, the incident of the return of the assassin god broke out. The Lu Kingdom strictly prohibited assassinations, so they were relieved again. However, the decree of Chunhyang Palace could not be enforced for half a year. Everyone was busy, and no one could keep an eye on this matter, so everyone gradually relaxed their vigilance. But there is always a shortage of desperate people willing to exchange their lives for wealth among the casual cultivators. They are poor and destitute, and as long as there is profit, they will not care so much. They have been staring at the bounty order of Tiansheng Sect. After knowing that Tiansheng Sect did not cancel those bounties, they immediately became tempted, and those traitorous disciples also relaxed their vigilance. So in just a few days, when they were out on a mission, they were treated as fat sheep and 20 to 30 people were killed at once. Those people brought the heads of the killed disciples to Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao did not ask where they came from. After confirming, he directly paid the bounty, and then those people fled. But in this way, Bishu Pavilion was not happy. Those people are now disciples of Bishu Pavilion. Now that 20 to 30 people were killed at once, they must be furious. The remaining people were also in a panic, thinking that the end of the world was coming, and they went to the sect to cry and ask the sect to preside over justice for them, so that the head of Bishu Pavilion, ZHUWK, could not get off the tiger. Finally, ZHUWK came up with a vicious plan. He asked the remaining disciples to spread rumors, accusing the Tiansheng Sect, and saying that the Tiansheng Sect had placed an order with the assassin organization, and the assassin who hunted down the disciples of the Bishu Pavilion was a member of the assassin organization. When the news came out, Xianan Prefecture was in an uproar, and with the help of the Bishu Pavilion, the news spread quickly and quickly rushed to the Chunhyang Palace in Jingzhou. By the time Lin Xiao found out, it was too late. The Danliang Sect directly issued a strong order, asking Lin Xiao to go to the Danliang Sect to explain the situation. Master, the Danliang Sect is coming with such a strong momentum this time. Will it be disadvantageous to us? Master, I don't think you can go to the Danliang sect. Be careful of fraud. If the Danliang sect is afraid of trouble, they may deal with the master and report to the Chunhyang Palace. Master, Elder Huang is right. You can't leave. What nonsense are you talking about? Tiansheng Sect ranks 4th in Tiansheng, and its strength is getting stronger day by day. Danliang Sect can't do anything to consume Tiansheng's strength, Master. That's why we have to be on guard. If Danliang Sect regards us as a threat, this is a good opportunity for them to suppress us. Forget it. You don't understand. As long as I don't reach the Daogang period, there will be no threat to Danliang Sect, and Danliang Sect will not attack us. Don't worry, the overlord of a state still has some tolerance. Lin Xiao shook his head. He knew too well the power of Daogang cultivators. It would not be too easy to kill 3 or 5 purple palaces. If there was a real threat, it would be Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect is not on the list now. Moreover, if he didn't explain the situation, he would be stigmatized. Once Chunhyang Palace took action, it would be difficult to solve. Lin Xiao had to win the support of Danliang Sect. After all, no matter how powerful Chunhyang Palace was, Danliang Sect still had the final say in Tiansheng. Lin Xiao was very calm. After explaining the sect's affairs clearly, he rode a dragon horse to Danliang Sect and observed the strength of Danliang Sect. It had been several years since the Three States War, and Danliang Sect's strength had recovered a lot. However, the number of cultivators in the mountain gate was much less at this time. At least 300 to 500 people lived in Dangsuan Mountain. A black crystal mine was too important for Danliang Sect. Master Lin, sorry for the long wait. Elder Liu, it's you again. Why have you been doing the work of guiding the boys? I'm used to it. When I was an elder, I was used to welcoming and seeing off people. Now that I'm not an elder anymore, I feel uncomfortable if I don't do something. Besides, not everyone is worthy of my reception, right? Well, where is Patriarch Wang? Let me explain the situation. He's already waiting in the main hall. Master Lin, follow me. Elder Liu, please. Lin Xiao followed Liu Yunfeng into the main hall of the mountain gate. At this time, Patriarch Wang of Danliang Sect and 2 purple mansion cultivators were also there, waiting for Lin Xiao, but their faces were not relaxed, and there was anger in their eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Threatening the Castle. The people of Danliang Sect had reason to be angry. After all, the overlord of Lu State was Chunhyang Palace, and the remaining states and counties were the princes under Chunhyang Palace. In the eyes of Chunhyang Palace, the status of each state and county was the same, so the Three States War a few years ago was actually against the will of Chunhyang Palace. If the 3 states were not too remote and their power could not reach here, Chunhyang Palace would not sit and watch the Ningxiu sect being beaten. So although Chunhyang Palace did not say anything afterwards, it must have been wary of Danliang Sect. Although Wang Dao would not pose a threat to Chunhyang Palace's status, as long as he did not advance to the Lingguan period, the strength of Danliang Sect would more or less affect the interests of Chunhyang Palace. It was precisely because of this that Danliang Sect had decided to keep a low profile for the next 20 to 30 years to avoid being suppressed by Chunhyang Palace. But Lin Xiao, it wasn't long after the Three States War, but he took the initiative to hand the handle to others. Before, Chunhyang Palace was assassinated by the Thorn God organization, and for this reason, he did not hesitate to unite the power of the entire Lu state to suppress the development of Thorn God. Isn't this courting death and making trouble? Master Lin, do you know the good things you have done? I don't know. Oh, it seems that the sharp-tongued Master Lin has something to say. Wang Dao said sarcastically. The last time Lin Xiao insisted on selling K-Food and Bishu Pavilion, Wang Dao knew that Lin Xiao was not an honest man, but also a treacherous and sharp-tongued guy. Of course, the Tiansheng Sect acts openly and above board, and has always had a clear conscience. The god of CI, and I have a great grudge, and it was Lin who led the attack on Gao Jiabao. Senior Wang, how could I possibly cooperate with the god of CI? Haha, you have the courage to say these words to the people in Chunhyang Palace and see if they will believe you? Senior Wang, of course I will say this, but I hope that the Tiansheng Sect will say a few good words for the Tiansheng Sect for the sake of the 9 sects alliance. Master Lin, you still know that you are a member of Xianan province, and the Tiansheng Sect is unruly. If you hadn't insisted on selling the Keifu pill to the Bishu Pavilion, the 3 states war would not have broken out so quickly. You have many ways to take revenge, but why do you have to offer a bounty? It's okay at the beginning, but you know very well that the god of CI has returned. Why don't you cancel the bounty? Before Wang Dao could say anything, a purple mansion cultivator began to fiercely criticize Lin Xiao. This incident had indeed put the Tiansheng Sect in a very passive position, and they didn't know how the Chunhyang Palace would deal with it. If they intended to take the opportunity to suppress Xianan province, then the Tiansheng Sect would be in great trouble, and the Tiansheng Sect would also suffer great losses. Fellow Daoist Zhang, the matter of Keifudan is in the past. Don't be like a foolish mortal woman who digs up old scores every time something happens. Let's talk about the facts. During the 3 states war, the Tiansheng Sect was besieged by traitorous disciples and many independent cultivators. Otherwise, my Tiansheng Sect disciples fought desperately, and the mountain gate would have been breached long ago. At that time, Lin fought for the Tiansheng Sect. Did he ever complain? Did he ever ask the Tiansheng Sect for support? Afterwards, if the Tiansheng Sect did not retaliate, how would the fellow martial artists view the Tiansheng Sect? If they all thought that the Tiansheng Sect was weak and could be bullied, how would the Tiansheng Sect gain a foothold in the future? As for the bounty, it was indeed the Tiansheng Sect's inconsiderateness, but it was also understandable. The situation in the 3 states is very clear to everyone present. Within 20 to 30 years, there will be a war between Xianan province and Qingshan county, so each sect is quietly accumulating strength. It is precisely because of this that the Tiansheng Sect staff is busy with various things. In addition, in Lin's opinion, instead of letting his disciples fight with those independent cultivators and traitors and suffer losses for no reason, it is better to spend some money to solve the problem. If it can be solved with money, why should the Tiansheng Sect personally take action? In addition to the principle of teaching everyone, the purpose of our Tiansheng Sect also has a saying, which is people-oriented. Disciples are the foundation of the sect. Tiansheng Sect does not care about a little bit of floating wealth. Master Lin is really eloquent and can turn black into white. Humph. Seeing Lin Xiao's sophistry, he simply said that all his mistakes were merits, which once again refreshed Wang Dao's perception of Lin Xiao. How could this person be so shameless? Senior, every word Lin Xiao said is true. There is absolutely no falsehood. I admit that Tiansheng Sect was not considerate enough, but I absolutely cannot admit that they colluded with the god of assassination. The 9 sects alliance is of the same blood. Don't let Bishu Pavilion get away with it, Lin Xiao said hurriedly, reminding Wang Dao not to forget that there is still Bishu Pavilion. Now Tiansheng Sect ranks 4th in Xianan province and is already a formidable force. If Tiansheng Sect is dealt with, it will be a loss for Xianan province, and the only one who will be happy will be Bishu Pavilion. I know all this. Sect leader Lin doesn't need to remind me. The problem now is Chunhyang Palace. Everything must be based on the attitude of Chunhyang Palace. After all, Chunhyang Palace dominates Lu State. Senior Wang, Chunhyang Palace presides over Lu State, so it must be fair and strict. It can't just say black is white. The Tiansheng Sect didn't do anything, so what else can it do? Haha, Sect leader Lin, is it interesting to say this? Chunhyang Palace said that you are in secret contact with the assassin god and will send a large army to encircle and suppress you. What do you think the Tiansheng Sect will do? Senior Wang, there is one more thing. Sect leader Lin, don't forget things. Xiao, do you know your relationship with the Tiansheng Sect? Xiao. After Wang Dao's reminder, Lin Xiao was suddenly shocked. How could he have forgotten this matter? He had killed Zifu, the worshipper of Xiao, and the 2 families had a big feud. The reason why Lin Xiao didn't destroy them was that he was afraid of their power in Jingzhou. Senior Wang, please give me some advice. The apparent strength of Chunhyang Palace is 1 Lingguang Patriarch, 2 Daogang monks, and about 50 Zifu monks, but in fact, the power of Chunhyang Palace is more than that. There are countless vassal families in the 3 states directly under Chunhyang Palace. These vassal families were founded by former disciples of Chunhyang Palace. Their relationship is extremely close, and it can be said that they all prosper and suffer together. In addition to Chunhyang Palace, there are 6 major families. The strength of each of these 6 families is no less than that of Tiansheng Sect. Not only do they have Daogang monks, but they also have many Zifu and condensing veins monks. The strongest family among them is the Lu family. The Lingguang Patriarch of Chunhyang Palace is also surnamed Lu, and the royal family of the Lu Kingdom is also surnamed Lu. There are also 2 Daogang monks in the royal family. But don't worry, the Lu family is not behind the Tiansheng Pavilion, otherwise your Tiansheng Sect would have been destroyed long ago. The Li family is behind the Tiansheng Pavilion. The Li family is also one of the 6 major families. The 3 Zifu in Chunhyang Palace are all from the Li family, and there are also dozens of condensing veins monks. The strength of the Li family is not small. The key is that the Li family and the Lu family have a very good relationship. For hundreds of years, the 2 families have had many records of intermarriage, and even mortals have intermarried on a large scale. The Li family has made an indelible contribution to the Lu family becoming the royal family of the Lu Kingdom. For the Li family, a purple mansion cultivator is nothing, but not everyone can kill him. Now the most feared thing is that the Li family is secretly doing something. So to solve this matter, the first thing to do is to deal with the Tiansheng Pavilion. If possible, I can guarantee that no one in the Tiansheng Pavilion will escape. Wang Dao said this, and Lin Xiao's murderous intent boiled. The Tiansheng Pavilion will not have more than 100 people in Xianluo City. Lin Xiao is sure that no one can escape, including the Purple Mansion. Master Lin is so capable, why not kill Shang Jingzhao and destroy the Li family? Then it will be over once and for all. What does Senior Wang mean? It's meaningless. It depends on what Master Lin decides. I understand. I'll go to Xianluo City right now. Lin Xiao nodded. He knew what Wang Dao meant. He wanted Lin Xiao to admit his defeat to the Tiansheng Pavilion, so that they would show mercy and let Tiansheng Sect go. No one stopped Lin Xiao. After leaving Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao didn't even ride the dragon horse. He directly used his body skills to fly towards Xianluo City. With Lin Xiao's body skills at that time, he was much faster than the dragon horse at the highest speed. In less than an hour, Lin Xiao appeared in the sky above Xianluo City. However, Lin Xiao did not stop. Instead, he burst out the spiritual pressure of the Purple Mansion cultivator, flew directly over the city wall, and then rushed towards the inner city and locked the Tiansheng Pavilion with his aura. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the Tiansheng Pavilion? Feeling Lin Xiao's strong hostility, the purple mansions of the major merchants in Xianluo City were all lifted into the air, and the purple mansion cultivators of the Tiansheng Pavilion were furious, and their spiritual pressure was not concealed at all. It came towards Lin Xiao. Bang! Lin Xiao took out the Xiao bow, drew the bow and shot an arrow at the purple mansion cultivator of the Tiansheng Pavilion. As soon as he saw the Xiao bow, he knew that the person coming was Lin Xiao, and his face changed drastically. Among the purple mansion cultivators in the entire Xianan province, Lin Xiao's reputation is greater than anyone else. Lin Xiao has only been rising for about 10 years, but many purple mansion cultivators have been defeated by him, including the 6th level purple mansion god assassin. The purple mansion cultivator of the Tiansheng Pavilion is only the 2nd level purple mansion, and is not Lin Xiao's opponent at all. Master Lin, what are you trying to do? After using all his strength to avoid the arrow, the man roared. Go out of the city to discuss in detail, or die. Choose one of the two, Lin Xiao said indifferently, and then turned and left. This made the purple mansion cultivator of the Tiansheng Pavilion extremely embarrassed, and unable to step down. If he left with Lin Xiao, the face of the Tiansheng Pavilion would be lost. If he didn't leave, he was really afraid that Lin Xiao would kill him. Others didn't know, but he knew that Lin Xiao had killed their people. Lin Xiao glanced back at him, full of murderous intent, which made him dare not delay any longer. After hesitating for a few seconds, he felt that his life was more important, so he hurriedly followed him, which immediately shocked the people of Xianluo City. Lin Xiao flew out of Xianluo City and randomly found an open place nearby to land and stood there. Then, the Purple Mansion monks of the Tiansheng Pavilion also arrived. Master Lin, what do you mean today? I won't waste my words with you. I'm sure you all know about the Bishu Pavilion's accusation against the Tiansheng Sect. You are also aware of the grudge between me and your Tiansheng Pavilion. I came here to tell you one thing today. If the Tiansheng Pavilion or the Li family behind you dare to make trouble and let the Chunhyang Palace deal with the Tiansheng Sect without distinguishing right from wrong, then Lin Xiao swears here that I will do nothing else in this life and will only kill people from your Li family. I know that your Li family has Daogang cultivators and many Zifu cultivators, but so what? Can you protect the entire Li family? Don't your Li family members go out? Lin Xiao didn't hesitate at all. He directly threatened the Zifu cultivators of the Tiansheng Pavilion and made harsh remarks. Chapter 97. Visitors from Chunhyang Palace. A big power is not afraid of threats, but a Purple Mansion cultivator is definitely a huge threat to the major powers in the LV Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. The Li family has Daogang cultivators, but they also have many Purple Mansion cultivators. But so what? Unless the Li family hides in the family territory and no one goes out, they may be assassinated by Purple Mansion cultivators. And it is impossible for a power to close the mountain gate. With so many people, how can the resources come, and how can the disciples train? By then, even if Lin Xiao can be killed, the Li family will suffer heavy losses. So when a Purple Mansion cultivator acts like a hooligan, either kill him as soon as possible, or don't offend him, or burn your boats, and pay a certain price to kill him. Master Lin, please think carefully. Who are you talking to? Do you know what the consequences will be? Think clearly. I have been in the Purple Mansion for less than 10 years. Now I'm at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. When I was at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion, I killed a god assassin at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. I believe that there are no more than 3 people in the Li family who can defeat me. Now it is your turn, the Li family, to make a choice. You. The Purple Mansion of Tiansheng was extremely sad and angry. If he could not beat Lin Xiao, he would definitely kill Lin Xiao now, and even the Tiansheng Sect would not dare to do anything to him. Lin Xiao, what do you want to do? Rebellion? At this moment, Wang Dao appeared. Someone reported Lin Xiao's behavior in Xianluo City to the Tiansheng Sect immediately. This place was very close to the mountain gate of the Tiansheng Sect, so Wang Dao rushed over immediately. Senior Wang, the Tiansheng Sect has never thought of rebelling. You all know the truth of this matter. If you want to frame the Tiansheng Sect, it's fine. Just bear the wrath of the Tiansheng Sect. I believe that the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect with medium grade qualifications and above have already entered the territory of the Chen Kingdom. Lin Xiao said lightly. Of course, this sentence is bluffing. Although Lin Xiao made such an arrangement, he did not implement it. The Tiansheng Sect is still waiting for Lin Xiao's signal. If the negotiation is unsuccessful, then Li Fengai will bring those disciples with good qualifications into the Qin Kingdom and reoccupy a sacred mountain. After that, it will be the revenge of the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao, you are crazy. It's not to this extent. Be prepared before it happens. The Tiansheng Sect will never control its safety in the hands of others. Lin Xiao replied lightly, which startled Wang Dao's heart. He suddenly remembered the matter of the relic before. Lin Xiao dared to take risks alone. Could it be that he had the means to check and balance the Daogang monks? Lin Xiao, get out of here. Okay, Lise, I've already said it. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Lin Xiao, get out of here. Get out now. Lin Xiao suddenly laughed and walked towards the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect. Dao from Tiansheng Pavilion, don't take Lin Xiao's words to heart. This person is insane and can't be taken seriously. Senior Wang, the Li family has noted down what happened today. I hope you can tell Sect Master Lin to take care of yourself. The Purple Mansion cultivator from Tiansheng Pavilion took a deep breath. He suddenly understood that this matter was not only about Tiansheng Sect, but also involved the game between Tiansheng and Jingzhou. It was not something he could decide, and even the Li family might not be able to decide. So he didn't dare to interfere, and immediately returned to Xianluo City, then took out the precious 3rd level Wanli sound transmission note, wrote down everything that had just happened in the sound transmission note, and sent it back to Jingzhao. Wang Dao caught up with Lin Xiao and said, I really don't know whether you are reckless or smart. I hope your Tiansheng Sect can escape this disaster. Thank you, Senior Wang. Don't worry. Tiansheng Sect has the ability to solve this matter. Lin Xiao said lightly. He has made preparations for the worst. If the people of Chunayang Palace really dare to forcibly disband Tiansheng Sect without distinguishing right from wrong, then Lin Xiao will dare to rebel. At that time, no one except the Daogang cultivators can escape. Jingzhou is more than 10,000 miles away from Xianyangzhou in a straight line. 5 days later, the people of Chunayang Palace arrived. This time, many people from Chunayang Palace came. A flying boat descended on Danliang Sect. 11 people came down from it. The leader was a Daogang cultivator, and the others were all Zifu cultivators. For this matter, Chunayang Palace used 1/5 of its power, which was enough to show their importance to this matter. So it's Brother Mu Daoist, what a rare guest. Brother Wang Daoist, we haven't seen each other for 30 years, right? Yes, we met in Qin State 30 years ago, and haven't seen each other since then. How about a drink with old friends? Let's take our time with the drinking. Let's get down to business first. Where are the people from Tiansheng Sect? Master Lin of Tiansheng Sect has been waiting in Danliang Sect for many days. Please come in. Wang Dao didn't force them, and led them directly to the main hall of Danliang Sect, where Lin Xiao and others were already waiting. Are you the master of Tiansheng Sect? Yes, Lin Xiao greets Senior Mu. Glad that it's you. Come on, take him down. How dare you? Mu Desm, what do you want to do? Suddenly, the main hall of Danliang Sect was in chaos. Lin Xiao retreated to a corner immediately, bent his bow, and drew his arrow. This time, he only had one arrow, and he put half of his body's profound energy into it. There was a faint black light on the arrow. This arrow was different from Lin Xiao's previous arrows. This was an arrow that Lin Xiao used all his strength to shoot. Lin Xiao believed that Daogang cultivators would not dare to resist easily. Zifu cultivators, unless they were above the 10th level, would surely die. However, before the battle broke out, Wang Dao was completely furious. His hair and beard were all erected. He stood in front of Lin Xiao, looked at the Chunayang Palace cultivator coldly and said, Mu D Sect, please make it clear to me. This is Danliang Sect, not your Chunayang Palace. What do you want to do? Chunayang Palace has already issued a decree that those who collude with the assassin will be put to death. Do you, the Danliang Sect, want to betray the state of Lu? Humph, that's true, but arresting people without any investigation, is this the style of Chunayang Palace? How do you know that the Tiansheng Sect is colluding with the assassin? Do you have any evidence? I now declare that your Mude Sect is colluding with the assassin. What should Chunayang Palace do? Wang Dao was also completely furious. He was originally considering how to resolve this problem, but Chunayang Palace went too far. They wanted to arrest people without even a basic interrogation. Their intention to suppress Xianyangzhou was too obvious. Did they really think that his Danliang Sect was a soft persimmon? Friend Wang, please respect yourself. Do you know what you are doing? I only know that Chunayang Palace wants to kill people from my Xianyang prefecture without any reason. If you have evidence to prove that Tiansheng Sect is colluding with assassin, then I will personally destroy Tiansheng Sect. If there is no evidence, then your Mude Sect is deliberately destroying the peace of the Lu Kingdom. Today you dare to destroy Tiansheng Sect without trial, and tomorrow you will dare to destroy my Danliang Sect. The 13 prefectures of the Lu Kingdom are in danger. I ask you, can you bear this responsibility? Wang Dao was accused of many big hats one after another. This was why he was so angry. If he could destroy Tiansheng Sect for no reason today, would it be the turn of Danliang Sect tomorrow? Would the power of Chunayang Palace be able to be so unscrupulous? If this is the case, then all the people in the 13 states of Lu State are in danger. So they should think carefully about whether they should continue to be loyal to Lu State. It is not impossible to change the dynasty and join others. It is better than being slaughtered like pigs and sheep. Mu Dezeng is definitely not able to bear such a big hat. He could not help but look at Wang Dao with hatred and then ordered his men to withdraw. Lin Xiao, put away the bow and arrow. You can kill the assassin of the 6th level of the Purple Mansion of the God of Thorns, and can you kill the Dao Gang monk of the Chunhyang Palace? Wang Dao scolded Lin Xiao fiercely, and Lin Xiao's heart was full of joy. He dispersed his Zuan Qi bit by bit and put down the bow and arrow. Originally Lin Xiao was worried about how to survive this disaster, but he didn't expect that Mu Sect was such a fool, a typical pig teammate. He wanted to take him down as soon as he came, and in the main hall of Tiansheng Sect. Isn't this going to crush Tiansheng Sect on the ground? If Tiansheng Sect doesn't show any resistance, then there will be no need for it to be the overlord of Tiansheng in the future. So this is equivalent to Mu Sect forcing Tiansheng Sect to stand up for Tiansheng Sect. Isn't this a pig teammate? Fellow Daoist Wang, what do you mean by that? He has also killed a cultivator of the 6th level of the Purple Mansion of the God of Thorns. Fellow Daoist Mu, there are some things you may not know. The credit for the LV state's ability to removal of the strongholds of the God of Thorns belongs to Sect Leader Lin. If it weren't for Sect Leader Lin, Wang Dao slowly told the cause and effect, starting from Li Xingwu's infiltration into the Tiansheng Sect, and then how they hired a killer to kill someone, how the God of Thorns assassin was killed in return, and how the assassin 6 or 7 was captured, including how Tiansheng Sect destroyed Gao Jiabao. Many of these things are public, and you can find out with a simple search. There are also records of the photo talismans, such as the marks and identity tokens of those assassins, after breaking through Gao Jiabao. Wang Dao also knew these things before he concluded that Lin Xiao could not possibly cooperate with the God of Thorns. It can be said that Lin Xiao and the God of Thorns have a great hatred, the kind of hatred that will not end until one dies. This is also the reason why Wang Dao stood up for Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao really did something wrong, it would kill the Tiansheng Sect. Asshole Mu Dezeng cursed angrily after hearing this. This sentence was not to curse the people present, but he knew that he was deceived and used as a gun. Mu Dezeng was the worst victim when the assassin returned to revenge. The 12th level of the Purple Mansion who was assassinated was one of his nephews, who was the 2nd highest level in their Mu family after him. If he had not been assassinated, then the probability of that person breaking through the Purple Mansion would be very high, and the status of the Mu family in Chunhyang Palace would be improved again. It can be said that the Mu family is the worst. So in Jingzhou, when he heard that someone in Tiansheng Sect colluded with the assassin, he was furious and snatched the task from the sect to kill people to vent his anger, but he did not expect that this was a complete conspiracy, and he was undoubtedly the fool in the conspiracy. How could Mu Dezeng bear it? Fellow Daoist Mu, this is just a rumor. I'm afraid you don't know that there are some other hidden stories in it. The thing is, Wang Dao immediately told the whole story and told Mu Dezeng how this incident happened, how the Bishu Pavilion slandered the people of Xianan province, and by the way, he threw a basin of dirty water on them, saying that the Bishu Pavilion had sinister intentions and was trying to sow discord between Xianan province and Chunhyang Palace, so as to make Xianan province and Chunhyang Palace alienated, so as to take the opportunity to annex Xianan province. Chapter 98, Turbulent Waves. The development of the incident was beyond everyone's expectations. Many Tiansheng Sect cultivators in the hall didn't know what was going on, but they could see from Mu Dezeng's furious expression that Lin Xiao had escaped again. The more Wang Dao exaggerated his attack on Bishu Pavilion, the more angry Mu Dezeng became, because in the whole incident, he was really played around like a fool. He was the ancestor of Dao Gang. When did the ancestor of Dao Gang become so easy to bully? That's enough, fellow Daoist Wang. How do I know if what you said is true? Fellow Daoist Mu, I'm Wang Dao, and I'm different from those villains in the Bishu Pavilion. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate. I will let Master Lin wait in this hall. It can be 1 day, 3 days, 10 days or half a month. Okay, this is what you said. If I find out that you are lying to me, then the Tiansheng Sect will bear the consequences. Fellow Daoist Mu, please. Wang Dao didn't care. They were sure to win this time. The Bishu Pavilion probably didn't expect it to be like this. They just shot themselves in the foot and messed up. Mu Dezhen asked 10 Purple Mansion monks to investigate, and he stayed behind to monitor Lin Xiao. Mu Dezhen didn't trust anyone at this time. The people of Bishu Pavilion played tricks on him, and the people of Tiansheng Sect dared to do the same. He couldn't lose face again. Wang Dao asked the people of Tiansheng Sect to withdraw, and then prepared a banquet. Wang Dao lowered his posture, and kept trying to please Mu Dezhen, which made his embarrassment disappear a little, and he also started chatting. Men would definitely not talk about family matters, but usually about the surrounding situation. Chunhyang Palace is the center of the entire loot state, so it must be more informed. So Wang Dao also deliberately got a lot of information to know more about the situation in Jingzhou. In fact, Jingzhou also had a lot of troubles. Jingzhou was different from Xianyangzhou, a poor and remote place. The land was occupied by Chunhyang Palace for thousands of years, and developed for thousands of years, so it was extremely mature. It was impossible to have a sacred mountain like Iron Mountain occupied by monsters near Jingzhou. It had long been occupied and developed by monks. The mortals there had the protection of monks, and their ability to resist natural disasters was greatly enhanced, so the population was extremely large. Jingzhou alone had a population of nearly 20 million, which was definitely a situation of too many people and too little land. There is also the number of cultivators. There are a lot of cultivators in Jingzhou, and the large-scale intermarriage between cultivators and mortals has a history of thousands of years, which has led to a great increase in the proportion of mortals with spiritual roots in Jingzhou. With a population of 20 million, 5 to 6,000 children with spiritual roots can be detected every 3 years. However, Chunhyang Palace and the vassal families only take a portion of those with excellent spiritual root qualifications. No one wants those with ordinary qualifications, not even one. But if the sects and families don't want them, those casual cultivators will, so there are more casual cultivators there, and the overall number of cultivators is also more. Chunhyang Palace has even begun to have the intention of diversion. The so-called diversion is very straightforward, that is, the spiritual mountains here are not enough for so many people to practice, and some people are separated to find their own way out and conquer more spiritual mountains. This has been done in the world of immortal cultivation since ancient times. It is said that hundreds of thousands of years ago, the habitat of the entire world human beings was only a small area in Zhangzhou. It was through the continuous diversion and the continuous expansion of human cultivators that the 5 continents Zeuxan world was established today, and it has not stopped until now. The state of Chen next to the state of LV is the pioneer in expanding human forces. However, Wang Dao was still frightened after hearing this, because the state of LV was different from the state of Chen. The current territory of the state of LV was fixed. If it was not through the state of Chen and diverted to the wilderness, it would have to compete with the other 10 states for territory. With the current strength of the Tiansheng Sect, can it withstand the forces supported by the Chunhyang Palace? If those forces enter Xianyangzhou, they will definitely not pose a threat to the Tiansheng Sect in a short time, but it will definitely be an obstacle for the Tiansheng Sect to coordinate and condense the forces of the entire Xianyangzhou, and there will be great trouble at that time. But Wang Dao did not have the strength to stop the Chunhyang Palace from doing this. After all, the Chunhyang Palace was still the overlord of the state of LV on the surface, and the Tiansheng Sect was just a younger brother. The 2 of them ate and drank, while the 10 purple palaces of Chunhyang Palace traveled through most of the sects in Xianyangzhou. They did not go near Tiansheng Sect, because they knew that Tiansheng Sect would speak for them. It would be useless to go there. They just looked for people nearby. The focus was on Xianluo City. In less than a day, the 10 people came back to report and passed the information they had found out to Mu Dezhen. Mu Dezhen looked at the information in his hand. What Wang Dao said had basically been confirmed to be true. Although some people believed that Tiansheng Sect had colluded with the God of Thorns, Mu Dezhen knew what was going on at a glance. Who didn't have an enemy? The Chunhyang Palace is fair and impartial. The right and wrong must be investigated thoroughly. Now the matter has not been settled yet. I have to go to the Bishu Pavilion. Sect leader Lin had better not run away, otherwise the Tiansheng Sect will be wiped out. Friend Daoist Mu, don't worry, he can't run away. There are more than 1,000 people in the Tiansheng Sect. Where can he run to? I promise, he can't run away. HMPH. Mu Deseng snorted coldly, then led everyone away. Wan Dao sent them to the mountain gate and gave them enough face. Lin Xiao, I didn't expect your luck to be so good. It's really rare. You passed this level. Thank you for your support, Senior Wang. Tiansheng Sect will remember it in our hearts. Besides, if you have the opportunity to go to Jingzhou in the future, you have to thank some nude sect. Don't think he is stupid. He was so angry that he lost his mind and was used by others. He has a big grudge against the God of Thorns. Yes, Lin Xiao understands. It's good to understand, but Li family, forget it. You are reckless. Don't blame others. Be careful in the future. Wan Dao shook his head. Lin Xiao was young and hot-tempered after all. It was worth being happy to solve this matter, but he tore his face with the Li family again. It's not worth the loss. The Li family is not the Mu family. Most of the power of the Mu family is in Chunhyang Palace. So many actions of the Mu family are restricted by the rules of Chunhyang Palace, but the Li family is different. The important power is in the family. Just like the conflict just now, if it was the Li family, it would definitely not be so easy to solve. The Li family might kill Lin Xiao and there would be nothing to worry about afterwards. If there is nothing else, then Lin will take his leave. There are many matters in the sect waiting for me to deal with. Let's go. Cancel the bounty when you go back. If you want revenge, do it yourself. Don't let others use it as a tool. It won't be so easy to solve next time. Got it? Lin Xiao nodded, then went down the mountain, rode his dragon horse back to Tiansheng Sect. Li Fenggai and others were relieved to see Lin Xiao return safely. Master, are all the matters resolved? Solved. That's good, that's good. I was scared to death. I really thought I was going to be on the run. It's okay. You all go and do your work first. Elder Li, come to my cave. I have something to tell you. Lin Xiao nodded and then asked Li Fenggai to go to the cave with him. After setting up the restriction, Lin Xiao said to Li Fenggai, Elder Li, in the entire Tiansheng Sect, I trust you the most, so I have some things to entrust to you to do, Master Lin. Just tell me what you want to do before the Three States War began. I mentioned to you the matter of forming a war hall. Now we can start to build it, and then set up a secret department to specialize in intelligence. This department cannot have too many people, but they must be capable, and I have high requirements. Within 3 to 5 years, the intelligence network must be spread to 3 places. The first is Xianan Province, the second is Qingshan County, and the third is Chen State Master. I've heard of intelligence departments, but those are only available to big forces. Even the Danliang Sect may not have one. Can our Tiansheng Sect afford it? The Danliang Sect must have them, but we don't know how big they are. We in the Tiansheng Sect must have them as well. Even if we can't afford them, we have to raise them. We are too passive for us if we can't keep up with the intelligence. The time when the independent cultivators attacked the mountain gate, if the intelligence had kept up, it wouldn't have been so dangerous. You can just gather people and raid them. They are a group of rabble who will scatter after one charge. You should prepare for this matter in secret. Select the people first, and then find a reason to transfer them away, and arrange them outside. I will train them personally, yes, Master, I will do this. And don't forget to tell the battle hall. Tell the disciples who followed Jinbao to study hard and empty out the knowledge in Jinbao's mind. If they have learned it, the sect will reward them heavily and use them. If they can't learn it, replace them immediately, understood? Master Li Fenggai agreed. The Tiansheng Sect is still struggling, and there are crises everywhere, just like this time. No one knows where things will happen, so the Tiansheng Sect must have the ability to protect itself. Li Fenggai did not dare to be careless. He spent half a month to find 9 disciples, all of whom were from the first and second batches. They had been disciples for at least 5 or 6 years, were loyal and reliable, and had decent cultivation. Li Fenggai used the excuse of the sect's mission to send them all out to do the mission, but in fact he sent them to the nearby refined copper mine. At this time, the 2 refined copper mines had basically been mined out, and the little bit left was not worth it. The disciples all returned to the mountain gate, but the miners in the 2 mines did not disperse. They still lived there, opened up fertile fields, and prepared to settle there. Lin Xiao also used the excuse of going to Beiwu Mountain for a treat, but in fact he went to the mine, met the 9 disciples, and personally gave them training and classes. The intelligence department of Tiansheng Sect is officially named Night Owl. Night Owl is a ferocious night beast that moves stealthily, quickly, and efficiently. This is also my requirement for you. The names of the 9 of you will disappear from the list of disciples of Tiansheng Sect in the next 3 to 5 years. You may die at the mouth of beasts, or go missing, or be killed in fights with independent cultivators. In the future, you will meet people with masks, and no one will be allowed to meet with your former fellow apprentices in private. In the future, you will be disciples of the most important department of my Tiansheng Sect. You will receive the best training, the best skills, the best martial arts, and the best equipment. No one will know about your sacrifice, but your achievements will last forever. Tiansheng Sect will not forget your contributions, and will not treat your loved ones unfairly. This is the martial arts for you. Now the sect can come up with the best concealment skills and the most powerful martial arts. This is the marrow cleansing pill for you to improve your spiritual root qualifications. Remember, you are intelligence personnel, not assassins. You don't have to do it yourself, unless it's absolutely necessary. What you need is the ability to collect intelligence. Now I will teach you how to collect intelligence from the obvious information, such as how to determine the opponent's manpower. Generally speaking, we can start from these aspects. This is a secret code. In the future, when transmitting messages, you are not allowed to state it directly. You must convert it through the code. Each of you must remember the original code. The code will be changed frequently in the future. Chapter 99, Night Owl. Lin Xiao personally trained the 9 people for half a year. Most of the knowledge was brought from his previous life, and the rest was from this world of immortal cultivation, a combination of the two. Lin Xiao asked them to abandon their previous skills, and found new skills for them, which were exchanged from the system. They were top-grade Zuan level skills, martial arts, and concealment skills. In addition, he taught them how to put on makeup and change their appearance. These were all found in the spoils of the assassin. How to collect intelligence from the information on the surface was his unique secret. In his previous life, he had participated in related business activities. The intensity of business wars in modern society is no less than that of intelligence wars. In addition, he taught them how to develop downlines, control downlines, and set up peripheral organizations to provide channels for members of peripheral organizations to rise. At the same time, how to set alarms, how to prevent people from following the clues, and how to have 3 burrows, as well as psychological tactics, interrogation techniques, etc. In modern society, the intelligence front has a complete training method and a detailed division of labor. Lin Xiao is not a professional agent, but many novels, movies, and documentaries reveal a lot of professional knowledge. Lin Xiao spent a lot of effort to train them. After half a year, Lin Xiao didn't know how much they had learned, nor did he know whether his training content could adapt to this world of cultivation. Everything would be tested in practice. After the training, they returned to Tiansheng Sect for a few days, and then Li Fenggai sent them out to perform tasks in the form of sect tasks. Soon, several people died openly in front of their fellow disciples, and their names disappeared from the list of disciples. Everything was arranged perfectly. In the past 1 or 2 years, the tentacles of Tiansheng Sect have been expanding outward. The disciples who went out to train were not only in Black Wine Valley, but also in Chen State many times. Disciples were killed and injured from time to time. This was unavoidable for any sect. Keeping disciples in the mountain gate could improve their cultivation quickly, but it was impossible to cultivate outstanding disciples. As for the funding for Night Owl, it was not taken from the sect's accounts. The first batch was paid from Lin Xiao's personal fund, and in the future, a portion would be withheld from the sect's financial resources. Li Fenggai was in charge of the sect's general affairs, so this was not a difficult matter for Li Fenggai. As long as Lin Xiao did not check the accounts, no one would know. This is the 7th one, Sect Master. 7 disciples have been arranged to die in half a year. Isn't this too high? Another half a year passed, and Li Fenggai came to Lin Xiao. In the past 6 months, the number of disciples who had been arranged to die, and those who had died of natural causes totaled more than a dozen. There was already talk among the disciples. Then stop for a while, and go again, when the time comes. You also have to pay attention to the sect. Night Owl is under the control of you and me, but we can't be responsible for all the specific matters. There are too many. We're already looking for them. They just need to pass a few more tests. Actually, the Bei family is very suitable, but I don't trust them enough. Let's wait and see. Lin Xiao nodded. The people of the Bei family showed enough excellence, but Lin Xiao didn't trust them 100%. Lin Xiao could give them high positions in the sect, but the intelligence agency was related to the life and death of the sect, so they must be absolutely confidants. Li Fenggai's loyalty to the sect is now as high as 90, the highest in the entire sect, so Li Fenggai who is the one Lin Xiao trusts the most. The Immortal Ascension Conference will be held in a few months. Master, are you going to let Beizichin go this time? Yes, he did a good job last time. The other sects all have cultivators at the 12th level of condensing veins leading the team. I would like you to do it, but your cultivation is a little low. Master, how about letting my son do it in the future? Let your son test his spiritual roots first. Of course there is. How could my son not cultivate immortality? This won't work. Then I'll have more children. Of course I have to have more. Keep up the good work. Lin Xiao patted Li Fenggai on the shoulder. Most of the people who participated in the collective wedding of Tiansheng Sect last time had already had offspring, but they were too young to test their spiritual roots. It would take several more years. Lin Xiao encouraged these people a lot, asking them to have more children, the more the better. Even if there were 1 or 2 without spiritual roots, they might have them, if they had more. Besides, they could afford to raise as many children as possible. Now the mortals in Xianan town are the happiest in the entire Xianan province. The tea oil produced by the hundreds of thousands of acres of tea gardens alone is enough for them to live a wealthy life. Now the tea oil of Xianan town is well known far and wide, and there are countless mortal caravans coming from all over the country to purchase it. The brand strategy of Tiansheng Sect has also begun to show results. Every year, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of tea can be consumed, especially those businesses that opened shops in Gangming Market because of the Three States War. They are not comparable to those small families in Xianan State. They have branches in other places and have become the best distributors of Tiansheng Sect. Most of the products are distributed by them. Now Tiansheng Sect no longer sells spiritual rice in Gangming Market and even purchases a large amount of spiritual rice from outside, all of which are used for brewing. The quality of rice wine and spiritual fruit wine is also constantly improving, and the developed flavors are diverse and suitable for all kinds of people. Under the operation of Tiansheng Sect, these two brands have begun to gain popularity, and the revenue has increased significantly every year, once again surpassing the revenue brought by Gangming Market, becoming the first source of income for Tiansheng Sect. For this reason, Lin Xiao separated all the major sources of income of Tiansheng Sect, set up a department for each, and let them compete with each other in a healthy way. They would be evaluated once a year. The winning department would not only receive a large reward, but also enjoy the resources of the sect in the second year, forming a greater advantage. Therefore, each department began to make every effort to compete with the other departments. The most direct feeling is that the financial resources of Tiansheng Sect are becoming more and more abundant. The gap is getting smaller and smaller, and Lin Xiao uses the system subsidy less and less. Jinbao has been a guest elder of Tiansheng Sect for 3 years. He picked 2 disciples as apprentices and taught them how to march and deploy troops, lead troops in battle. After learning for more than 2 years, Lin Xiao also wanted them to take the lead. So the battle hall that had been prepared for many years was officially established. At this time, there were more than 1,000 people in the entire Tiansheng Sect, and more than 200 monks with the 5th level of opening meridians. After practicing for more than 10 years, many of Li Mingyang's disciples, even ordinary disciples, had reached the 7th or 8th level of opening meridians. Li Mingyang had already opened the 12th level of opening meridians, and he would definitely break through to the condensed meridians within half a year. Therefore, Li Mingyang was also named by Lin Xiao and returned to the mountain gate from Xianyang Mountain to join the battle hall. In the future, the two disciples will be the commanders, and Li Mingyang will be the general who personally carries out the mission. The first batch of the battle hall has 120 people. Those who participated in the Three States War will join directly, and those who performed well in defending Tiansheng Sect and Gangming Market will also join. The rest will be selected from their own outstanding disciples. The head of the battle hall is Baizichan, who enjoys the treatment of an elder of the sect, but has no reputation as an elder for the time being. 120 people are divided into two teams. The captain of the first team is Bai Xiao of the Bai family, and the captain of the second team is Li Mingyang. The 120 people have been training in the Tiansheng Sect for 3 months, until they can set up various attack and defense formations. After they are familiar with the use of various attack methods, they are further divided into various teams for training. After the training is completed, the disciples of the battle hall will be distributed to various places. Among them, only 20 people are needed for the mountain gate. There is also Lin Xiao in the mountain gate, and there are many condensation vein cultivators. There is no need to worry about safety, so these 20 people are actually considered a mobile force. 50 people are stationed in Gangmingfang City. Now Gangmingfang City is becoming more and more prosperous, and the personnel are becoming more and more chaotic. It can be said that, if it were not for Jinbao guarding it, there would have been chaos long ago. Now the guard force of Gangmingfang City has increased to 150. In addition to the 50 disciples of the battle hall, there are 100 other ordinary disciples. 20 people were stationed at Beiwu Mountain. Now Beiwu Mountain was becoming more and more important. The tea workshop and the spiritual wine workshop were there, so they had to increase the number of defense personnel. The rest of the people were farming, brewing, and guarding disciples, and there were still more than 100 people. The remaining 30 people were stationed at Xianyang Mountain. There were many spiritual fields on Xianyang Mountain. Originally, Xianyang Mountain was the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect. When Tiansheng Sect was there were only 300 acres of spiritual fields. After all, they had to leave enough Zuanqi for hundreds of disciples to practice. However, the number of disciples arranged by Lin Xiao there was small. After taking over, he continued to open up spiritual fields. Now it has reached 1000 acres, temporarily reaching the limit. Lin Xiao also upgraded the spiritual veins of Xianyang Mountain to ensure that the disciples there could practice normally. If the spiritual veins were upgraded, they could continue to open up spiritual fields in the future. The new Ascension Conference had already ended. This time, the various sects in Xianyang were still competing for the number of disciples. Baizichan only brought back more than 200 people, and the number of disciples in each sect continued to expand, among which Tiansheng Sect was still the largest. The Tiansheng Sect originally occupied the most places, and was the strongest. Moreover, the Tiansheng Sect also intercepted most of the hundreds of thousands of mortals who migrated from Ninghezhou. Now the number of mortals in the Tiansheng Sect territory has exceeded 500,000. The mortals in this territory alone can provide the Tiansheng Sect with dozens of disciples with spiritual roots every year. In addition, the descendants of the Tiansheng Sect cultivators who got married and had children. So in just a few years, the Tiansheng Sect's apparent strength has exceeded 2,500 people. That's not all. The Tiansheng Sect also began to recruit casual cultivators as guest officials. After a few years, there are more than 200 casual cultivators in hand. Since the Tiansheng Sect occupied Dangsuan Mountain, its financial strength has skyrocketed. Every year, it can develop hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals from Dangsuan Mountain. The source of income is very abundant, and everyone can foresee the war with Qingshan County, so the Tiansheng Sect has no idea of saving money now. They are all trying to improve their strength and constantly spending money. The strength of the Tiansheng Sect is expanding very fast. Chapter 100 Heading to Jingzhou. Lin Xiao often takes time out from his busy schedule to think about the entire world of immortal cultivation, with the focus being on the situation around Xianan province, which he constantly deduces in his mind. One of the important data is the strength of each sect. After the Three States War, Lin Xiao discovered that the strength of each sect could not be estimated by the apparent strength. If you want to change the term, it can be called war potential. The apparent strength and war potential are linked, but they are definitely not equal. For example, before the Three States War, Tiansheng Sect had more than 1,800 people, but only more than 100 condensation veins. However, once the war broke out, they were able to produce 300 to 400 condensation veins cultivators. In addition, in the Three States War, Tiansheng Sect lost so many people, but its real strength did not lose much. First, his high-end strength, no loss above the Purple Mansion. Second, his elite disciples suffered little loss. Over the years, the high-qualified disciples recruited by Tiansheng Sect actually suffered little damage. As for the rest of the open veins disciples, they didn't care at all. They were replenished in just a few years. On the contrary, the Lin Xiao sect was really crippled. Although it still had thousands of troops at the end of the war, its elite disciples were almost wiped out, and several Purple Mansion monks were also wiped out. Now, a few years have passed, and the Lin Xiao sect has already refined the Keifu pill, but it only has one more Purple Mansion monk, because during the war, its condensing veins level 12 monks were almost beaten. On the other hand, the Bishu Pavilion also gained 2 more Purple Mansion monks, after refining the Keifu pill. Their talent echelon was not damaged at all, and they can have a few more Purple Mansions in the next few years. Speaking of Purple Mansion, we have to mention the 3 sects in Tiansheng. In the past few years, the number of Purple Mansion monks in the 3 sects of Tiansheng Sect has increased again. Tiansheng Sect already has 9 Purple Mansions, Tiansheng Sect has 7, and even Tiansheng Sect has 5. However, the condensing veins level 12 monks in the talent echelons of the 3 sects have been used up, and there is no condensing veins level 12 monk who can easily break through the Purple Mansion. The existing 12th level cultivators of condensing veins have all made breakthroughs in the past 2 years. Without years of polishing and accumulation, it is very unlikely that they will use Keifu pills to make breakthroughs rashly. Now the strength growth of their 3 sects has reached a bottleneck stage, and they stop the sudden increase in strength, and the strength of the entire Xianan province has also slowed down. They may still have extra Keifu pills, but they will never sell them to other sects. For example, the head of the Tiansheng sect has broken through to the 12th level of condensing veins for 20 years, but because he does not have a pill like Keifu pill, he dare not break through. Because he is not sure, he can only sit and watch the opportunity for his breakthrough slowly consume. These situations make Lin Xiao very glad that he has a system, because the system can make up for many gaps. Lin Xiao believes that, as long as he is given enough talents, Zifu is definitely not a hurdle. The new batch of disciples has been in school for more than half a year. These people have brought Lin Xiao nearly 9,000 points again. The balance of points has exceeded 15,000. Lin Xiao's points are abundant again, but the strength of Tiansheng Sect has not changed significantly. Lin Xiao dare not take out too many treasures, so as not to be coveted by others. Li Mingyang finally broke through to the first level of condensed veins, which means that the accumulation of more than 10 years of Tiansheng Sect has begun to explode, because at the same time as Li Mingyang's breakthrough, there are more than a dozen people who have reached the 11th and 12th levels of open veins, and there are dozens of people at the 8th and 9th levels. Even Zhu Zongsheng, who doesn't like to practice, was forced to the 11th level of open veins by Lin Xiao. To describe it in one word, it is called accumulation of thickness and thinness. The entire sect once again showed a thriving state, and was extremely energetic. Just when Lin Xiao was about to retreat again, he received another letter from Wang Dao. In the letter, Wang Dao told Lin Xiao that he would go to Jingzhou in a month. Chunhyang Palace would hold a huge event. If Lin Xiao was interested, he could go together. After reading it, Lin Xiao explained the affairs of the sect and immediately set off for Tiansheng Sect. To be honest, Lin Xiao was really interested. After coming to this world for more than 10 years, Lin Xiao has not really stepped out of the territory of Tiansheng. Master Lin, long time no see fellow Daoist Tang, fellow Daoist Timo, how are you these days? In Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao met old friends, the Purple Mansion cultivators of Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect. Now, if there is anything happening in Xianan province, it is basically these 4 sects that make the decision. The other 5 sects are not qualified until they have Purple Mansion cultivators. In the end, Purple Mansion is just a threshold. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, Lin Xiao finally knew what was going on in Jingzhou this time. This is all old traditions and conventions. As the overlord of Lu State, Chunhyang Palace actually has very poor control except for the 3 states in Jingzhou. Therefore, every 30 to 50 years, Chunhyang Palace will invite important sects from various states to Jingzhou under various excuses. For example, the excuse this time is the 500th birthday of Lingguang, Patriarch of Chunhyang Palace. The real purpose is actually to intimidate the states and let the sect leaders of each state see the strength of Chunhyang Palace, so that those restless states and counties can think clearly whether they want to make any small moves. If you are not afraid of death, you can do whatever you want. Every time Chunhyang Palace invites us, it's always very lively. The whole Jingzhou will organize many corresponding activities. Yujing City, the largest immortal cultivation city in Lu State, will also hold many auctions, especially the one led by Chunhyang Palace. Every time, big merchants from various countries will participate, and there will be many good things flowing out. You can't miss it. Sect leader Lin can also go and see it. Actually, what I'm thinking is, if we leave like this, will it be safe? Will there be any unusual movements in Qingshan County? Haha, Sect leader Lin, don't worry, Ancestor Chen of Qingshan County will also bring people with him. Who dares not to give face to the Chunhyang Palace's invitation, and no one in the 13 states of Lu State dares to make trouble at this time. That would be a slap in the face of Chunhyang Palace, which is equivalent to seeking death. That's right, Sect leader Lin, don't worry, this is a tradition. About 200 years ago, people in Qinghai province did this, which eventually angered Chunhyang Palace. Chunhyang Palace personally fought back and paid an extremely tragic price. In the end, even the overlord sect of Qinghai province was replaced. That's good. It seems that Mr. Lin's worry was in vain. Master Lin's worry is not without reason. No one was unruly before the grand event, but when the members of each sect return home, something would happen every time. There were many enemies among the 10 states and counties, and it was not uncommon for them to ambush and assassinate each other on the road, so they had to lead the team with Dao Gang monks. Lin Xiao really didn't know these situations. After the 2 explained, he realized that there were stories in every grand event. Even Chunhyang Palace hoped that these sect leaders would fight bloody battles. It was in the interests of Chunhyang Palace to kill more people. There were many dirty tricks and small thoughts, which opened Lin Xiao's eyes. Not long after, Wang Dao and Leng Ning appeared. This time, Wang Dao only took Leng Ning to Jingzhou. The rest of the people had to guard the sect and Angsuan mountain carefully, so it was not advisable to take too many people. Everyone, get on the flying boat. Wang Dao threw out a flying boat. This was not the medium-sized flying boat seen in the last 3-state war, but a much smaller one, 30 meters long, and about 6 meters wide, with cabins and other buildings on it. The 5 people flew onto the flying boat. Lin Xiao was very interested in it. Wang Dao didn't care. He took a few people to visit, and explained the various functions in person. This flying boat is a product of Tiansheng Sect. It is a small flying boat that can carry at most 50 or 60 people. In case of emergency, it can also carry 100 people. This flying boat is known for its speed. It has no defense ability or attack ability. It is driven by formations and powered by black crystals. There is also a second-level puppet in the central control room. As long as the black crystals are piled in the central room, the puppet will move the black crystals to the formation by itself. It is very suitable for traveling. In addition, Tiansheng Sect has many flying boat products. There is a miniature flying boat that can only carry 3 or 5 people. It is faster and saves black crystals. It is very popular in Qin. Tiansheng Sect's flying boat products are mainly small and medium-sized. In addition, there is a sect called Wanzhoumen in Zhangzhou, which focuses on heavy and large war flying boats. Of course, they are also called Ling Xiao, with different names. A flying boat is a war fortress, with super strong defense and attack power. When I traveled there 50 years ago, I heard that the Wanzhou sect had developed a spiritual boat that could carry 50,000 people at a time. A flying boat can determine the direction of a war, which is quite domineering. So powerful. Senior Wang, how much does this flying boat cost? Haha, Master Lin, forget it. Chunhyang Palace can't afford this kind of flying boat. An empty shell costs 3 to 4 million black crystals. If equipped with the weapons of the Tiansheng Sect, it will cost about 5 million black crystals. And the usual maintenance costs a lot of money. The key is that it costs more money during war. There is a black crystal cannon on the flying boat. One shot is equivalent to a full strength attack from a spiritual light period ancestor. But do you know how many black crystals that shot costs? 100,000. A full 100,000 black crystals. A battle with a flying boat of that level would consume several million black crystals. Even those big sects in Zhongzhou can't afford it. It's so expensive. Who can afford it? Lin Xiao smacked his lips. The annual expenditure of 5 or 600,000 for Tiansheng Sect already made him scratch his head. It turned out that the annual income of Tiansheng Sect could only fire 3 or 4 shots. It really couldn't afford it. Haha, of course. Why don't you think the states and counties of Lu State purchase this kind of flying boat on a large scale? It's because it's expensive. On the contrary, dragon horses are much cheaper. They can be ridden at ordinary times and used for transportation. Even if they are old and dead, they can be killed to take their meat and inner elixir. Their fur, bones, and blood can also be used. This is called economical and affordable. Wang Dao told everyone about the outside world while he was on the way to open their eyes. Don't be like a bumpkin. It would be embarrassing to go to Jingzhou. Lin Xiao suddenly smiled foolishly because he really wanted to get a flying boat to play with. He had come to the world of immortal cultivation, but found that he couldn't even fly. Isn't it too embarrassing? He didn't expect that these flying boats are useful, but they are unaffordable. Of course, the Tiansheng Sect can't afford the large flying boats, but if there is a miniature flying boat, Lin Xiao is still very tempted. After all, he has a good family background and can use it alone. Tiansheng Sect is more than 10,000 miles away from Jingzhou. With the flying boat in Wang Dao's hand, if it is at full speed, it can be reached in 2 or 3 days, but it consumes a lot of black crystals. Everyone is not in a hurry, so they travel slowly and take a look at the local customs and customs on the way. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.